think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands.
place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse. The rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on silent face. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers brothers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? Yo, so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes nighttime. People make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
You gotta be kidding me, man. This crazy.
For the past year, the Asia Pacific region has seen family household names such as PaperX, Full Sense, X10, and Team Secret represent the region in all their pride. And now that the challengers from each of the respective countries have concluded, we now have new faces joining in on the fray, as well as new regions with South Asia and Oceania joining in. We got 20 teams joining in on the Asia Pacific Challengers, and all roads will lead to Masters, and only 2 teams out of every single 20 teams that we have will make it and represent in Reykjavik. Without any further ado, I welcome you all to the Asia Pacific Challengers.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring. Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 1 of the Asia Pacific Challengers, and we're gonna be the panel here for today. I'm Nomad, your panel host. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Raph. We have 3 weeks of Asian and Pacific and Valorant happening here right now. Black and Blue.
Oh, yes, you are.
Well, Raph, how are you doing?
Well, you know, being my first rodeo for the APAC Challengers, I'm actually incredibly excited. And as you're asking Black and Blue, he's just making sure that his divine voice is gonna come through for everybody. But again, it feels like the qualifiers have been a little bit of a lifetime ago, but I'm pretty sure everybody is mounting to create a statement to show the world, to show an even bigger stage what we're made of.
Yeah, there has been a lot of other teams that came out of nowhere from other respective regions that we have in the Asia Pacific Challengers, where they really just came out swinging, surprised everybody's, and we're going to be seeing a couple of those teams play here in the play-in stage. That's going to be happening for the remainder of the week. But to set the expectations here, we're going to be just having a look at the journey that the teams will be making throughout the entirety of the play-ins, the group stages, and the knockouts.
Something like this, though, it's all about that duel. But I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
Of PaperX now down, and Bad Guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be randomly sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
And there you have it. All best of threes except for the grand finals, all double eliminations. And for now that we have right now in front of your screen is one of the groups that is going to be playing in on the play-ins. It's going to be Group A with Big BAAM, Onyx G, Full Sense, and Action PH.
Man. Well, apologies for, my issues a while ago, but I think I'm finally back here. And looking at this group, you wouldn't think that this is a group for the play-ins. You would think that this is a group for the playoffs, but you got Big BAAM, Onyx, Full Sense, Action PH. A lot of these teams even kind of expected to make it out of this tournament as a whole. So just looking at that and looking at the next one, I think it's safe to say there's some sort of contrast here.
There's a little bit of a contrast, and that's just how we like it. It brings so much flavor and a lot of spice to our competition. But yeah, as you mentioned, no matter what group we're looking at, it's always going to be tightly contested, whether it be from compatibility issues, meaning playstyle issues, or just basically, as the intro said, the rising tide. You know what? Whoever wrote that, you are amazing. Much like that voice.
Yeah, the voice really was amazing, but the matches that we're going to be experiencing right now, at least for today, are going to be more amazinger for that matter. For the entirety of the week, we will see the two groups battle it out, and only two teams from each group will make it into the group stages. And for the matches today, we got Fancy United Esports going up against the No Namers first, followed by Team Big BAAM versus Action PH. And what can we expect to come up of this the schedule that we have right now, Black and Blue?
Well, at least for our first day, we're kind of starting slow, getting into the groove of things. Only 2 matches coming up, but especially that second match, we expect that to be a banger. BAAM versus Action PH, those, one of the top 3 teams in their own respective region. That's why they make it here. And then on Fancy United's and No Namers side, these are kind of wild cards that we're kind of expecting, hey, these guys to be dark horses. And with that, with so much to prove, that means a lot of expectation, maybe not on their shoulders, but on themselves that they put.
Quite a bit of pressure and quite a lot to prove for some of these teams, but again, they didn't make it here just because off of sheer luck. Again, even though they're called No Name, they've stifled one of our most notable teams in the respective region, and honestly, a lot could be said about the rest of the teams too. But I want to know which one of those teams you guys want to highlight first.
Well, we'll actually talk about that as we introduce one of the teams that's going to be playing in here. First, it's Fancy United Esports. Fancy United Esports only ever really losing to Cerberus Esports throughout the entirety of the Vietnamese challengers. We got Highs, Acerola, Killer S, BMVZ, and Yes I Can on the roster.
Yeah, this team, they are, a team that earlier on kind of had that notoriety here in APAC that they really had a lot to prove and they could really do a lot, but it only ever came here to this stage of year 2 that they finally get to put themselves on that international stage. During year 1, not getting there, maybe going for 3rd, going for 4th at most. But this time, as you said, they've only lost to Cerberus, who have exponentially grown in the past few months. And Big BAAM, they've beaten those other teams, the other teams from Vietnam as well, to get to this stage. And as you talked about, players like Heisey, players like Killers, the Controller, and the Duelist, respectively, are just such a big force of this team. And that's honestly really part of the reason why they're here.
Controller and Duelist, again, those are fairly contrasting roles, but either way, it shows that how well balanced this team is. As you mentioned, there's been exponential growth all throughout. If you look at their match record, they've actually been pretty consistent. So maybe they're hoping to bring that consistency into, of course, our APAC, right? But yeah, just talking about Heisey and Killers here, just a big contrast. One is an absolute firecracker as you would think, and one is as cold and calculated. And I guess that brings such a great balance to their team.
Yeah, and what will bring another balance here is the other team that took MYSG by storm. They came out of nowhere, and they're here to make a name for themselves. Let's introduce No Namers. Just like what we mentioned earlier on, they came and conquered, not really conquered, but they came and took MYSG by storm. We got No Namers here, and we've got DXN, Shun, Sky SG, Temps, and Vera that's going to be joining in on the fray, Raf.
Absolutely. Funnily enough, they're called No Namers, but they have quite a few names, or rather taken names under that banner. They are absolutely the heavy underdogs here. If you look at their records, they've lost to Bleed, they lost to Paper X, and you're like, oh yeah, that's completely expected against those teams. But then you take another look, they won against Shiba and the Homies and Fastel. So this team, I believe, has quite a bit of volatility and still has a bit more room to bloom, really, especially on such a grand stage as this one. Vera and Temps, they are absolutely killer. So we are looking at them under a microscope today to watch them pop off.
I mean, let's be honest here, right? When you look at the MYSG region, their qualifiers, it is, those two top dogs that are very top heavy for that scene. You got Bleed and Paper X, as you talked about, but that third slot is always a slot that so many teams are going to be fighting for, which really makes that third slot even more so competitive than the top two. So for them to be able to beat teams like during the open qualifiers, especially like Shiba and the Homies, who we know has a bunch of players, aside from obviously Shiba, his name is there. They got players like Bryce, who is very, very proficient at what he does. It really shows that these guys, they came to play. They might be called No Namers, but as you said, Raph, the names they've taken, they're going to bring them to the grave.
And we're going to have a look at the names that we have to look forward to in this matchup. Let's have a look at the tail of the tape to see which players we really have to look out for here. And we've brought up a couple of names here. We've brought up Vera and Temps. We've brought up a couple of guys from the side of Fancy United Esports as well. But is it really, like right now, since we're playing on 4.04, do you think that the controllers are going to be a big factor here on this matchup, Black and Blue?
Yeah, there is going to be a change in the controller meta. I do think still, though, that Astra and Viper is still pretty viable. If anything, it makes it more viable to play them together, to try and, cover up the holes that they both kind of were given with these recent nerfs. You put them together, you still have basically the same amount of smoking power as you would have in the past, because you can now complement each other. So I do think meta-wise there will be changes to the maps that we also have seen, like Icebox. If anything, that could actually play in favor to some of these other teams, but I think we've got something else more in store.
Yeah, we've got the player head-to-heads here flashing in front of your screens right now, so that you can look out for these players throughout this entirety of this best of 3 series. And we got, Killers and Shun. Stats are relatively in favor of Killers in terms of ACS and the average kills per game, but everything else is all relatively normal here, Raf.
Yeah, I mean, again, Killers, true to his name, whiz-bang duelist, will absolutely have a grand old time with the numbers in his favor, right? But again, we just touched on the fact that we have a little bit of a meta change. It might not seem like it's going to affect the duelist directly, but since Astra has one less star, now you kind of have to commit to a fight, or rather commit your utility in a sense where, oh, do I want to have that extra star for post plant, or do I want to have that extra early fighting potential on entering, helping out my jet dash and whatnot, right? So again, really, it's not like we're flying in blind here, but the surprise, I'm pretty sure they're gonna keep coming. Now, Shun is a pretty famous, or not really famous, but a pretty regular Sova user. We've seen his Breach. Again, new patch in mind. I think Breach is gonna be a bit more popular, so he's gonna have a little bit more shine.
For sure. I mean, this does bring to the surface, I guess, the other agents that do have concuss abilities as well. You might not see Astra's as much because, of the changes. Her cooldowns a lot longer for both retrieving the stars and after she uses her concuss. And so other agents, you might even see a Neon. Hey, she's got a concuss of her own, doesn't she? But the breach, as you talked about, I think is going to be very important. And for a player like him, coming in from a team like No Namers, I do think that could be crucial. And who knows, the meta might have just shifted their way here. But to be fair as well, there isn't much as well data, I guess, on most of the other teams here that we do have in the play-ins itself, especially for the ones who aren't necessarily backed by big orgs and came from, year one and now transitioned to year two and still are here.
Well, we'll finally find out what stages they're going to be playing on, because we're going to have the map Veto pop up in front of us right now, and it will determine what type of maps that these guys are going to be playing on. And just like what you mentioned earlier on, Black and Blue, there's not a lot of map data that we can go for here, especially for No Namers, whose their map pool right now as a team is relatively small, but we do see some tendencies here with Ascent being picked up potentially by No Namers as the first map. But what are we expecting here? It's Breeze going to be banned out first.
Ooh, okay. Opening ban by Fancy rather for Breeze, which is a map that they're really 50-50 on. I mean, it's kind of hard to say like, okay, they did this because No Namers have 100% win rate, but they've only ever played one map here in the VCT. They've only been playing the VCT since this stage, and the split ban coming in from No Namers, I think, is that's pretty good considering how Fancy are a pretty decent kind of split team, although the numbers might not suggest that. But I think there isn't that much comfortability on the No Namer side when it comes to playing split in terms of the play style that they're going to be going up against with Fancy.
I find it interesting because Split, like you said, they're not necessarily bad at it, but 47% pales in comparison to their Haven map, which, well, went through. And again, I guess that is the consequence of taking that Split away. Potentially, no, and then they have something against or a specific strat against Fancy. Again, having the most success on those maps will tend to have a lot more VODs that are going to be looked at. No Namers though, they pick Ascent, which has been pretty decent for them, around 70% on that win rate, although the agent compositions have not been all that varied for them in all those games. That's something else we might have to touch on later on.
And we might actually see Bind being banned out completely here by both of these teams. Little bit of a question mark there on Fancy United Esports, because they do have a 62% win rate on that, and if anything, Fracture may just be the next map that's going to be banned out here, specifically for No Namers as well. But Fancy's going to go ahead and ban that out, and I feel like Bind should be the next viable ban here for No Namers.
Yeah, I think we're going to Icebox. Look at both these teams; they know that they're comfortable in Icebox, and so if No Namers ban this is a straight up respect ban if they do ban Icebox and bring us into Bind. As Raph kind of talked about a while ago, they did get a pretty good map number 2 in their favor for Ascent. Although map number 1, it goes either way. We're going to have a complete banger here for map number 1. As the timer expires, Icebox actually banned. So a pretty respect ban coming from No Namers, considering this is a pretty good map for them statistically. But then again, it also is pretty good for Fancy United. So we're going to Bind here to bound us.
Yeah.
It makes absolute sense that we have Bind, because both these teams, despite No Namers having a little bit of a thinner record when it comes to sheer volume, they still have found a good amount of success there. Icebox, it makes a lot of sense why they'd ban that out. I mean, really, guys, let's just put this out there. It's only been, how many weeks since the reworks have come for Icebox? So that's going to be a lot of scrim time, a lot of R&D going to be being thrown in there. And with such, I would say, notable changes, it will really change how we approach that map. Who knows? Maybe Viper's not going to be a must-pick anymore. But again, before we delve into that, this Bind, the Decider map, it's true to its name. It really can go either way.
Yeah, and with the maps in place, Haven being the first map that we're going to be playing on here, we're going to have to ask the tough question here in a bit. And that question is, how's the predictions going to be? These guys are the first matches that we have. The first day jitters are definitely going to play into a factor here. Let's start with you, Black and Blue. Who do you think is going to be coming out on top of this matchup?
Oh, man, it's really difficult. And when you look at Group B, it really is kind of a toss-up. There aren't any heavy favorites, honestly, at least in my opinion. When I look at this Group B, any one of these 4 teams could make it there through. That said, I do believe that Fancy should have a small edge in this matchup. Just seeing, they're playing in the region that is a bit more, competitive. That's not saying MYSG isn't, but it is a lot more top heavy than the opposite side here for Vietnam. So I do think Fancy did, they've only lost to Cerberus in their local qualifiers, and that's a pretty good statistic to have, especially when you're playing the region with a team like BAAM in it. So I do think Fancy are going to take this, but we're going to go 3 maps, 2-1 Fancy.
Oh boy, it's hard to disagree on the Fancy pick, but again, No Namers, they definitely have a big chance here, because we've talked about the regional competition. We've talked about the top heavy names that No Namers have taken out, but I honestly believe this is more of a marathon than a sprint, especially for the first day of our challengers here. Fancy, they just have a sheer amount of volume that No Namers just did not have enough time to really build upon, and that also, well, again, speaks volumes of their ability to adjust on the fly, have their defaults ready, to dig deep in that strat book. Even though, again, it's only day 1, the stakes are still pretty considerable. So I'd have to go 2-1 with Fancy United, mainly because I believe No Namers, they have that shock factor that Fancy have to look out for.
Well, I'm gonna go against the grain here. I'm gonna go 2-1 for No Namers. I'm a big sucker for underdog stories, and we might just see that underdog story develop 2-1 here. And with the predictions out of the way, it's now down to the casters to actually deliver the story and see what the teams have in store for us here on day 1 of the Asia Pacific Challengers. Map 1 is going right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time is nigh, and I'm joined with a new face here in the English broadcast for VCT. We're now in APAC. My name is Asari. With me now is, how do I say it? Tash or Tash Bunny?
Tash, just Tash is just good. I mean, the shorter the better, and that's how we're gonna go. However, I'm really excited. My first time here, as Asari mentioned, and I'm very honored to be able to cast the first match today. Fancy United versus No Namers, and if you guys don't know, I'm actually from Malaysia. No Namers is from Malaysia, so there's a lot of pressure on my shoulders right now.
There really is. It's like, you're carrying the Malaysian flag on the broadcast team. And this is the one team that has survived all the odds, I believe, from what you've mentioned yesterday when we were discussing about the teams and whatnot, that No Namers was just a ragtag bunch of players that came out of nowhere and started taking names and taking wins.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they even took some games out of some really big teams. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. Not Shiba and Homies, however. It's KP Moon something. Fun fact, if you guys didn't know, Shiba and Homies changed to a new team name, and apparently they just kind of smashed their head into their keyboard to get the name. So yeah, very interesting about that. So let's talk a little bit about the team. I can talk a little bit more about No Name, as I have casted their games prior. Shun, Sky GG, Temps, Vera, and DXN is actually their main lineup. And what's really interesting was that during Malaysia's Singapore time, Shun actually did such a great job just giving so much space to his team as the duelist. But I really want to talk about DXN. His lineups are fire, especially on Killjoy.
Oh man, I'm so looking forward to seeing how well they can match up against Fancy United, who, for lack of a better term, I think has just, as the panel was mentioning, more pedigree as a team.
Yes.
They came from, what was it? I think like DXG, and have turned tables against the other top teams in Vietnam. So really is going to be, I think, a check here for No Namers, especially since, correct me if I'm wrong, this is like the first time that No Namers will be also experiencing a more broader scope against other regions in a big tournament such as APAC Challengers.
Yeah, actually that's right. This is their first time here, and honestly, when I was speaking to the players, they didn't even think that they'd make it out. So this is going to be really interesting. But as the panel mentioned, they do have a little bit more pedigree, as you said. And just now we were just talking, we were looking at the stats between the duelists, and you can just see how big the gap is there. However, though, the gap for No Namers is from the Malaysia-Singapore scene. And of course, from Team Fancy U is from the Vietnamese scene. But Vietnamese scene is a little bit more fast-paced, a little bit more intense, I believe.
Yeah, you're definitely not wrong. I guess to just create a bit more of a manageable scope for our viewers and for ourselves. At least for no namers, they haven't won against, I think, the other top teams from MYSG, notably PaperX and Bleed. It's always been like a 2-0 in favor of PaperX or Bleed. So that really is something to at least take in mind. But that being said, we are ready for Agent Select. I'm very curious to see how the 4.04 changes have really altered the agent selection here. And we've it right now before our eyes.
Yep, that's right. We're gonna be seeing... Wow! We're gonna see a Brimstone instead of an Astra here for Sky. And DXN gonna be running the Chamber, Shun on the Sova. You also have Vera on Jet and Temps on Sky. You know what's really funny? Sky doesn't even play Sky.
That feels like blasphemy.
Right?
Yeah, it really is. Oh, I gotta point this out, Tash. You were mentioning the no-namer side. Fancy You, double controller. Black and Blue was mentioning this a while ago. He wanted to see the Viper, he wanted to see the Astra, but we're gonna see a variation of that with the my boy Omen alongside the Astra. I'm actually very much liking this, especially on Haven. You get a lot of control. Astra's gonna just roll around the, let's say, more Sentinel style of controller here rather than Smoker style, which I think will be covered by that Omen. In any case, Fancy You starting us off with guns ablazing. It seems like nothing is going to be left to the imagination. Spike will be seemingly planted here by Shun to try to retake that, and apologies for the confusion there, but as the dust settles, Fancy You get themselves a first round.
I just gotta say, why are they not checking their corners? That was a
True.
Oh man, but either way, I mean, like it or not, even if he did check the corner, the flash would have blinded him. Really gotta give it to Temps though. Still managed to get 2, but same goes for Astrola. Battle of the controllers, or rather, the initiators here, if you look at it that way. Fun fact though, I mean, a lot of the matches that we see, Skies are usually top frags.
Really? Oh.
Yeah. So interesting, isn't it?
As a Sky enthusiast, I am very much... As a non-duelist enthusiast, so basically anything that doesn't dash right into the site, I really love that statistic. Fancy You just holding off, looking for the aggression from no-namers, and boy, did they get it. Trade on Acerola, but that should be it. DXN picks himself the Spectre. They know where he's now positioned at as he tries to maybe get another fight off here against Heisey. He does lose the battle, and in the end, Fancy You, clean round coming in. And their bonus looking even stronger here on the third round.
Yeah, that's right. What's really more interesting about this is that, let's have a look at that. How aggressive no-namers are playing, and it's really, really coming to bite them back in the butt when you think about it. They shouldn't be playing this aggressive. They don't have to push this hard. Yes, it worked out in Malaysia, Singapore, but they have to remember, they're playing against a big team here, one of the teams that have a lot of experience playing here in the APAC scene.
And what's kind of interesting about that is, I think since this is like the first game and everything, since we're seeing these regions come into the mix after such a long period from APAC LCQ, I still picked her from Vera. Just gotta say, I was talking with my friend who competes for Vietnam VCT, and he just mentioned to me how everybody just wanting to prove themselves, that not really any of the top teams are top anymore, and there's really like a change of scenery for Vietnam, and Fancy You getting their third win kind of shows that same mentality, that same outcome right now. But they still have a lot to prove as a budding region, I'd say.
Yeah, I believe so too. I mean, in terms of that, I mean, you can see about that. I mean, when it looks like, when it comes to first contact, it seemed like NN had the upper hand. However, when you look at back just now, look at back at it again, even though they had first contact advantage, it seems like in terms of gunplay, in terms of aim, Fancy You just a little bit better.
Right now, at least. And they're not really taking any stops at all. They're just charging into the site using the double initiator, double flash. Actually, I'd say it as a triple flash if you count the paranoia of the Omen. So they have a lot of what do you mention? This like aggressive forward control.
Yeah, look at that. Right? They have no right peeking that. They didn't have to peek like that. And they got really, really punished for that. And I think I understand why they want to play this aggressive though. I mean, they are going on eco. They don't have a lot of guns, and they felt, okay, that's fine. We have literally nothing to lose. But the thing is, now that you have lost your Brimstone, how are you going to anchor sight?
True. Again, they only have the one controller compared to Fancy You that has the dual controller, and again, this dual controller does have, I think, the most distance out of any controller. You could probably say maybe Viper, but she's more of a stationary smoker as it is.
Yeah.
Fancy You. Oh, the timing for DXN. He could have actually gotten one. Wait, no one is looking in their general direction. Heisey might not have the timing for this.
Oh no,
But-
the timing.
Okay.
It's like, it's kind of like brushing shoulders. And it looks like
30
what
seconds
Fancy
left.
is doing is just playing the sneaky deaky. They went C, made some ruckus. Look at that. How many people are on C? They have 4 players on C. But meanwhile, Fancy is on the other side, all the way at A, and Fancy's just like, they didn't know our plan. Oh my god, DXN's gonna do a peek here. Will be cut out. Heisey straight up just cleaning him out of the match.
Complete lapse there for no-namers. Because, again, Fancy doesn't have any anti-lurks. So he could have actually caught the timing there if he was a little bit more aggressive, but the read just wasn't in the favor of no-namers here. That being said, I thought Vera could have actually maybe shot through the box. I mean, he saw the ping already, and he has the Sheriff. It could have worked. They're still going to fight this one, but time not on the side of no-namers here, so they're just going to have to die to the spike. And as they exit out, yep, that's all they will really find. Say goodbye, say goodnight, and Fancy You. Again, round after round, just playing Haven very cleanly.
Yeah, they're really cleaning house. They didn't even have to worry so much at all because they know. It's like they have gone into no-namers' minds, just really kind of clean them out. Actually, no, I don't think they're really reading into their books. I just feel like no-namers is just a little bit too aggressive. Sometimes you don't have to play aggressive. You don't have to push. Sometimes it's enough to just anchor the sites, honestly. Because because when you think about it, the first peaks, the first contact, Fancy You just a little bit better.
I'd argue even that the aggressive peak is fine, but it's not well optimized. They're not using the agents that are good for the aggressive peak, like
that's exactly
like the Jet
right.
as well as the Chamber. In any case here, Killer S, he gets blinded by his own teammates though. They white swing, and look at how many are just trapped in the back of the site. Can't really get out, but as I mentioned, DXN and Temps react just in the nick of things. That smoke making it difficult for DXN to actually find anything, so that leaves Temps alone. Gets swung out left and right, can't really do anything. Caught rock in a hard place, swings out, gets hit by Vera, and now BMBZ. Last one on the mark. There's 2 just looking straight at his direction, but he has the big cojones. He's got the Rolling Thunder, and they immediately just go for the retreat. He chases him down, tries to go in for the peak, and look at that. They double swing. They also double up against him, and he gets back into cover once again against an operator. That is Vera. Does pick up the Vandal in the end and still clutches the round. No-namers finally a point on the board.
Yep, that's right. Very, very happy to see that. I thought that it might be a 2 versus 1 situation in the favor of the MVS, but I think what's great about how Vera played it is that he shot out the op first. BMVZ was like, okay, I gotta back up a little bit, gotta wait for him to peek me, but what he was expecting was to switch in the weapons. I think that was a great way to kind of catch him off guard. I think in a way, Fancy U's Omen kind of killed that round for them. The paranoia kind of just being the double-edged sword for his team when you think about it.
True. It did take him a much time to get to the back of the site, right? And
Yeah.
that allowed Temps to start rolling right in. And speaking of Temps, I believe he was the top fragger when they faced off against Paper Rex. He was playing Reyna at some point. I think he dropped like a 40 bomb at the whole series.
Yeah,
So
they actually did. I think what was great about that was the fact that Vera finds yes I can.
No chance.
Vera was like, no you can't. Not today, Zerg. Shun finds Heisey now. It looks like the momentum for Fancy U finally got broken. They're finally kind of getting that momentum, and finally getting that momentum they need. Fancy Killer's trying to play onto C side. He actually puts a lot of noise there, and look at the rotations coming straight onto the site. But look at that though, they're all going to be running into site. They're going to be seeing a plant, and it's going to be a 1-2, but not quite. Temps putting the damage in, double swinging with his Brimstone, and now they're not too sure where exactly the other teammates are.
1 enemy remaining.
Probably now his paranoia has been used already, so Acerola doesn't really have anything to do. The fault line actually just gives away his position, but BMBZ still gets the double spray. Triple, mind you, but in the end, just too many to handle. And no-namers here getting the beat down slowly but surely.
Lined up for him. Oh man, I wish that happened in my ranked games.
Well, you gotta be as aggressive as BMB. You know, when you use your fault line, you gotta charge in mano y mano. I love that. Look at this one from the replay though. That bait out to aggress on the person to just swing and challenge. Really strong stuff. BMBZ, unfortunately for him, just to finish off what I was mentioning, he was trying to at least ride the tempo of what he was doing, but yeah, he was getting attacked from like both sides. Can't really get out of that one.
Yeah, I honestly gotta give it to him. He really tried to clutch it. Could have worked if it wasn't for the other swing. However, look at that. DXN watching the corners, but looks like look at that. Holy Thunder straight into the garage. Immediately, they're on the side. B-Bad catches him while he was teleporting. So unlucky. Gets splashed. You see the killer is trying to make some space here for his teammates. Gets splashed once again. And there's so many. There's a whole zoo is here. Catches another one. BBM straight up and should. Finds another one. Gets a double there. Not quite a triple. High Z ends the streak.
They spotted him. He's running away for dear life. Does he have the spike? Yes, he does. Also does have the wall. 1 star remaining. Again, just to remind everybody who hasn't read the patch yet, you know, you got to do your homework, viewers. I'm kidding. We got you. 4 stars instead of 5. There's like 2 to swing out. He's getting chased down. I wonder if he can actually even wiggle from the situation as he is being clambered from both positions. Not going to happen. He falls down, and No-Namers starting to rile back up once again. You mentioned how Killers did get the nice little pick, but before that, No-Namers already got 2 in transition, so that was kind of awkward for FancyU as they were trying to aggress towards Garage there.
I don't know if you noticed this, but if you look in terms of tempo and how the teams are playing, No-Namers no longer aggressively peeking. I think they really took some time to kind of rethink their actions, and this is what we talked about when it comes to the pro scene. The ability for the players to really readjust on the fly is just so amazing. Look at that. Everyone's just so disciplined. They're not over peeking anymore because they realize like, oh my god, we lost so many rounds just for those reckless peeks. Couldn't be me. However though, watch this comes out. Let's see if it's gonna be a diff here. If you think about it. Oh my gosh, Dugo didn't quite see anyone just yet. Killer's taking his time here onto the site already. Look how fast they're taking it because they know that if No-Namers manages to get onto the site, it might be the end.
I'm really liking this low smoke from the Omen. It gives you enough that you can push in.
Yeah.
But it doesn't give the opponents like good smoke coverage, right? Anyways, this is going to be a 5 versus 5 with weaker weapons on the other side. Oh, the smoke could actually give them a little bit of leeway. They're charging right in. One is on the side itself. Dixon has spotted one already. This is so awkward. Like all of these tiny little arms just peeking out. One inside the smoke is close on the contact. Not going to happen at all. And Acerola's left clutch with the Sheriff. Smoke right in his face, so he's not going to be able to get a clear shot at where the spike is. And look at how my people just staring him down. Oh, okay, that was awkward.
That was, I mean, it seemed like Fancy United had the upper hand. And then suddenly, through the garage, the smoke just like, you could see BBMZ's little arms peeking from the side and just the end from that. Look at that, he just spots him out immediately to react. He couldn't even see him. Kind of like the smoke was kind of like the double-edged sword. We talked about this last night, about the Omen as well, and about now suddenly the Astra. And again, you're not checking corners. What was that? Was that laugh?
Yeah, it was. I gotta say, it was incredibly awkward, right? Observers were doing a fantastic job of getting all of the action, right? But it was so chaotic that even I couldn't figure out what was happening.
Yeah.
And, yeah, viewers, that was how much utility was used in that specific round. Everything was just chased out. And I like the point. I like the point that you made about the smokes being a more of a double-edged sword, where again, like it was only the shoulders that was spotted, but it was enough for No-Namers to capitalize, and it happened like multiple times. 3 kills for No-Namers as they were coming right in. And FancyU, they had like these crossfires set up, they had post plans and whatnot, but it was just so messy that I think even they couldn't understand what was happening at that point.
I think the unpredictability of what NN is bringing to the match is kind of making it so chaotic. After all, this is match number 1 for day 1, and I mean, this is bound to happen. With Overa already ready there on B, but Killers take some damage there. Just straight up just shooting. They already know that there's someone over there. They're gonna try and get some information. You can hear the Dougal come out. Not quite getting any information. It looks like they're playing it very, very safe, but the only one going super aggressively forward is the Astra. Look at how far in he is.
Yeah, but this is a standard play, right? You have the Astra making noise on one direction, not the band. They already disbanded, but and then the other team can just make some waves in another site. That's how the power of the Astra does. But
oh my
we'll
god,
see how
will he
Temps
get double here? I mean,
could be, but he still has a flash if ever.
He really does. He has one more, but he's gonna get flashback in return. There we go. There comes a concuss. Gets one though. Will he get double? It gets blinded. Izzy gets sprays out. He walks straight to the line of sight. Killers go from the side. Just get double there. How the heck does that happen?
They kind of doubled up, and Killers was kind of prepared for another aggressive jiggle here. This lives DXN and Vera to clutch a situation, but with an operator, Vera's gotta have to get that one peek off here in Graffiti. He's waiting for his teammate DXN. They've already heard his teleport come through. That's where there are some eyes. He's gonna be swinging out, but look at this trifecta angle. Vera still on the advancement, gets the kill. Won't work as Yes I Can swings out from short to get the finalizing blow. I love that take from Fancy You. That was so well done, and it really caught Temps off guard.
It really did when you think about it. Where they were holding angle, did you notice they were all doing very, very sharp angles? Kind of just keeping NN at bay as number one and keeping them guessing to the point that they kind of have to push out in order to get some information. But by the time they peek in, they're basically gone. And Vera as well, they know that Vera has the op. That's why they played like that. And great. I have to say, really great ideas coming from the butts. Ooh, I help prepare.
Yeah, that's actually incredibly risk too, right? Because even if you jiggle back through the wall, you kind of get screwed still. Is anybody looking to the left? Because all of them are looking towards short, right?
Yep, that's right.
If this all comes out, Temps is going to swing as well. He sees the barrel
gets
already.
One, gets a double, not quite! He nearly with concealment dies though.
That wasn't supposed to be an angle where he could actually get a pick off as a defender, but Temps makes it work. Beautiful stuff coming in from him. Vera backs away, has to play with this operator. I have no idea what the skin is because I have not purchased it. But anyways, 3 versus 3 on the retake. Heist is taking damage, but he still has his stars, so his utility is going to be there to help out the rest of the team. DXN and the rest of the squad will have to come through here. Stim Beacon being used, but will get deterred by the Gravity Well for now. But here comes the Stimmy Turner as he casts, does like to mention it.
Look
that is
at
so
these
awkward.
corners that Killers is just holding, and after that, Chamber just jumping down, taking some damage. It's just an easy kill when you think about it for Killers as well. Vera gonna choose to keep the op. I don't blame him, because right now, in terms of credits, they're not doing so hot. It seemed like that technical pause just now really took away the momentum that NN just had. And it really just kind of shows me a different side of NN, which shows that just like another team that we talked about last night, they are a team that relies on this momentum.
That's true. I think the team that we were mentioning is from the Philippines, Action PH. This one from Temps, like, this shouldn't really be an angle where someone can hide as a defender, but because nobody actually does that for the longest time, they don't even second guess to check it, because if you just go out just ever so slightly on short, you should be able to see it, even if you don't, like, clear it properly on your left. But the timing was so good, and because he spotted the barrel, he knew that he had a moment to create that space, which he does, and now he's standing like at 12 kills. Still, the retake scenario for no-namers is awkward. I think they really need Temps to make things easier, because if you think about it, he's the only flasher on the no-namer squad, and as a defender, you really want to have that flash potential, because you saw how awkward it was for who was it, DXN and Sky, to go into the site. Like, they would get smoked off, they'll have to drop from heaven towards onto hell, and they have to clear out, let's say, like 3 angles simultaneously. And without a flasher, it becomes even more difficult to make that happen. And Fancy You just keeps capitalizing on that over and over again.
Yeah, I have to agree on that. And honestly, when you think about it, their Brimstone, kind of gets picked out a little bit too early, I believe, as well. So it's hard for him to actually really kind of put control. Also, I just have to say, in terms of their lineups, Fancy United just has it all figured out. When we talked about the panel, they said Astra, Omen combo. That's exactly what they took. And while sometimes it is a double-edged sword, but most of the time, I think it really works. You see there, trying to get some information, but here comes the Rolling Thunder. And immediately, Fancy gets onto the site. Look how much space he's covered because they didn't cover every single angle. Look at that. Killer's already halfway through B, moving already toward A, trying to catch anyone, rotating through B.
Yes, I can. Oh, he dodges all of that. Good stuff. So 5 versus 5. No. I'm the one who makes the cringe jokes here, all right? I'm the one who does that. No, I'm kidding, Cash. We're good. That was a good one. Oh, okay. They're going to just charge through the smoke, but it works out because the pinch play does come through. Nice use onto the recon dart. Make sure that everything on B is squeaky clean as possible, leaving BM to just, well, try to handle this. He flashes out, but his opponent Shun is already looking at him dead straight in the eyes, and no namers. They capitalized against Fancy U, who had to commit for the whole team to push into the site to get the spike planted down, and they started picking them up as they were looking to post plant outside of the site itself.
I think Killers had a really good idea of just like rushing into site and just taking care of B site, but the problem is his teammates weren't able to quickly follow him as well. So he was surrounded from so many different angles, getting shot from both A-Link and C-Link as well. And you have to give it a Temps. He really knew how to play from around the smokes because I think he has the idea now that that they liked playing the sharp corners. So he was like, okay, they're probably gonna be there.
They have used as well the Rolling Thunder to kind of supplement everything that they wanted to do on that B side again. You just gotta check it sometime. This time maybe. It was Temps before, but now it's Shun. And look at that, just a clean round to end the first half. Oh my goodness, definitely.
We talked about pedigree earlier. Looks like no-namers. Maybe not pedigree the way Fancy United is, but definitely a different kind of pedigree on their own. And Shun bringing back what exactly was done to them from the side of Fancy U, holding that tight corners. And this is kind of like a bitter taste of their own medicine when you think about it.
It did actually was like that. So if it's not a pedigree, you know, it's a 3 kills. So I'm thinking, right, it's a petty 3. Because they were petty enough to push through a Cloudburst and get like 3 swing. Okay. Welcome to...
I mean, sometimes it's okay to wait. I mean, I talked about this in Malaysia, Singapore panel. I said, sometimes you don't have to rush through the smoke. It's okay to wait for it to finish, you know?
Yeah, not everybody is an MJ. Not everybody's a Michael Jackson, you know. Exactly. We're not all smooth criminals. Smoke criminals. Exactly.
I mean, I think earlier Fancy United was an MJ. They kind of just moonwalked onto A and just while they made noise on C. That was kind of surprising how that turned out. And then suddenly, end of the day, NN, as I said before, NN is a type of team that really learns on the fly, and I'm shook at how fast they're adapting.
Yeah, it looked like Fancy had all the advantages on the first half, right? It was, what, 3-0, 4-0 before No Namers started making strides. And even then, I was still kind of worried for them because it didn't look as clean. But as you mentioned it, their ability to adapt has really helped this team out. And I got to give it to Temps, who I feel has, for the most part, single-handedly won them a good chunk of the rounds that they've gotten in that first half.
And I said it once and I'll say it again. Skies will always be the top frags.
True. as a Sky enthusiast before, basically I'm an enthusiast of any other agent that's not a duelist, guys, because I just really love utility, right? And the way the Temps makes it work, even though Sky has been nerfed with the quickness of her flashes and your ability to fire after those flashes pop, right? So Temps doing a really good job at just, you know, making sure he uses that to full extent.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have to give it as well to Temps and Shun. They really know how to play those tight, very dangerous quarters, and so far it's been working out so well for them because, as you mentioned, no one checks their corners. But either way though, whenever it does work, they still get a pick or two before going down, and I think that's definitely a good trade.
I wonder if Sky has put enough emphasis on this Brimstone.
I think not.
Right?
I really don't
like
think
one
so.
Kill. Yeah.
I feel like he's still very new on the agent and picking it for the sake of meta. I hate saying this, but you know, I think sometimes it's better to just go for something you're more comfortable with than something on meta, because it does take some time to really get that skill curve back onto track. However, though, looks like Killer is gonna be playing the aggressive side here, running out straight. This is exactly what No Namers did earlier. Do you remember?
Yeah, they kind of did that straight up on mid. They can hear the reloads now, so I don't know what No Namers is gonna try to. Okay, dogfight right outside of A main. Flashes to come through, but no one wanting to really fully commit. Everybody's actually trying to run for C now. Acerola spots everybody, but he can't really hit a shot with this frenzy. And who is strapped on the site? It is, I believe, Heisey, who actually has given away his positioning. And look at how messy this has been. DXN not really going to expect the Asher to come through. And Heisey capitalizes, punishes with a 3K. Shun left to his own devices. And now, again, Rock in a hard place. He's caught in the center. And look at how many, where they're actually going to be coming from. Left, right, center, back and forth. He just does not have any position to get his back on. And he gets obliterated by Fancy U. Such an awkward round, but in the end, Fancy U take it in stride.
Yeah, I really gotta say, well, how the turntables. This was exactly how NN played this earlier, played in the smokes, catching them off guard from the corners. And this time, the one that's actually adapted is Fancy U. They found Tams in a tight little corner. Look at how Heisey played that. Moves back out, gets a kill, pushes forward straight. But the problem is, what I'm very surprised about Shun is that, okay, my chamber died. Maybe I should look to the right or the left.
That was, again, we keep mentioning this already. You keep mentioning this, that I don't know, and they're just not allergic to smokes.
No, I mean, smokes are my kryptonite, but you have to give it for both these teams. They're not afraid to push through, and that kind of is, either, as I said before, it's a double-edged sword. But they already know that Acerola will beat that, but he still gets one. But Vera ends one as a return. Temps will be going down, the plant will be coming in, and immediately the rotates are coming from Fancy U, and this is one of their slowest rotates I've seen so far.
Okay, that trademark is now gonna pop. They know where it is. Good flash though!
No!
Wait! Why? Shun! Why is your drone out? Anyways, DXN might make some waves here. Not gonna happen anymore. Vera left to his own devices. I'm not sure if he's actually getting spotted from the side there, but that was awkward from BM. He was dropping down on that little ledge on the cubby of C-Long, so he was inaccurate for a split second there. Enough for Vera to hit the headshot, but thankfully, yes, I can. Gets the trade-off in the end, but very expensive round for Fancy here.
Yeah, it really was. Fortunately, it worked out for them, but honestly, what an upset. That timing. Look at that. Vera does get one. He gets two, actually. Playing that corner that really worked out well for him. It's just the problem is, for C-Long here, he gets a double. And I felt like it was a very clumsy mistake from the side of NN. One was droning, one trademark got caught. You know, I don't think that two people should be in that cubby, personally.
Yeah, I think now, from what it looks like, is I'm gonna say something different for NN. I'm seeing like Twitch chat a while ago, and they're like making some jokes. Guys, you're gonna make me say the triple N.
Say it.
Yeah, no. I do not want to get reprimanded by Riot ever again. All right.
Oh, so the triple N is no.
Oh yeah, exactly. It doesn't have a different meaning. You're good. But okay, I was trying to make a point here, Tash. Come on. Okay, wait. Give it to me first. I gotta say, dang it, I'm about to say it again. No namers. There we go. It just feels like they're committing to one risky play, and that risky play alone, right? It works if it works, but if it doesn't, it does leave them open to some punishes from Fancy U, who does have what seems like a better grasp of control here in Haven.
They really do. They really do, especially with their lineup. You have to give it to them. When you think about that, yes, I can take some damage there when you think about it. Here's Vera. Immediately trying to go onto site. We're not really seeing the super fast run-ins. Actually, we are right now. And look at that. Everyone is just rotating so fast. This is the kind of rotates. I mean, when you think about rotates, when you think about how they're going onto site, I think NN kind of copied what Fancy U did earlier. And now Fancy U is on the receiving end. So now it's up to Fancy U to figure out what are we going to do when we're on the receiving end of the same strat we had earlier. There comes the concuss. Imi goes up, but Killers goes down. Sky finally just showing his damage, but yes, I can. Does get one kill. Sky from the side gets bursted out with that run and gun. DXN from the side finishes them off. 1 versus 2, not quite. And they finally take this attack round.
Sky might be struggling to get kills here, but his utility usage does
is perfect.
Yeah, No Namer is such a big lead there. That molly of his engulfed the entirety of the spawn. You saw that?
Yeah.
That big fiery circle just kind of messed everything that Fancy U wanted to do. I was gonna say, you know, you were asking how well Fancy U can make this work. I would honestly say that they can make this work in spades because again, they have that triple flasher. Paranoia was already set up perfectly, but that one single molly really flushed out the rest of what Fancy wanted to do there. This timing's peak out from Sky, and maybe this is redemption arc. Maybe this is his time to get a couple of kills, but he just backs away. They can't lose their smoker right now.
Yeah.
And No Name has already actually started working their magic on the A side, and they're just waiting for the spike to come here before they plant it down.
Honestly, what's really good about that just now was how they're playing separated just now. They made some noise over on C, so everyone went there. Now immediately they rush onto A. This is the kind of mind games that we can expect from Haven because of the 3 sides, because of how long it takes to go between A and C. However, Shun watching the bottom side here near the sewers, not quite seeing anyone. I'm more worried about his back, and then I realized, oh wait, his teammates are all on the other side. So that's how much trust he puts into his teammates.
No fear. No
no fear, teammate is here.
Yeah. No Name till November, maybe? Oh,
No Name November. I think that's pretty good. Look at that. I like how they're playing this so flawlessly. They didn't lose a single person, and look at that. They watched him over on the flanks. Still won that though. Immediately, looks like everything's just falling apart for this round, and that was a flawless. This is their first flawless, I believe.
Yeah. To be fair as well, that was what was it? A week buy for Fancy? They didn't have rifles, so this is gonna be their quote-unquote buy round once again.
Oh,
but
we have a bulldog buy for the nature girl.
Bulldog's really strong.
It really is. I really want to see more of bulldogs here in the tournament. I mean, we saw that a bit more in Malaysia, Singapore, but of course there are other preferences. Phantom's still up there, but it looks like a lot of the pros going back to their preferences are Vandals. What do you think?
We're Southeast Asian people. Vandal is our lifeblood. Oh, he spotted him! Acerola still gets the pick off in the end, but this has made a bit of power struggle as they are trying to enter onto the C site. Heisey also capitalizes. There is going to be the Seekers used. And what happens now? Yes, I can actually dealt with by DXN as he swings out, on garage door, and with the use of that stim beacon, look at how quickly they can just run into the site. And fun fact, guys, even if you're out of the stim beacon, the buff itself persists, I believe, for about 4 to 5 seconds.
Yep.
So you can still run into the site even without being inside the beacon itself, and you'll rotate so much faster. One of the things that Brimstone gives you now.
Yeah, it's like a Sonic power-up, you know? You just go zoom in. Who needs a neon when you have a stim beacon? But for now, though, it looks like it's gonna be 3 versus 2. Shun, I have to say, Shun's picks just now was just so big. But look at how much utilities come on. That's the molly just stops people from coming onto site. Fancy U, I think they're just gonna save this round. They can't do anything. They're running out of time. And what's really, really interesting about this, Team NN, which barely has any info other than what they played on the Malaysia-Singapore team, really giving Fancy U a run for their money. So Asrai, what do you think about that?
I think this is just a question to validate your
really
prediction.
Want that validation. Yes,
yeah, they're doing a really good job. You know, I don't have any, like, I have my biases. I have my preferential teams that are playing right now in APAC, but I give credit where credit's due. No Namer's doing a really, really good job at messing up Fancy U's what is it, tempo? I would say.
I would say No Namers is kind of like serving them a taste of their own medicine. I don't know if No Namers is playing the same structure or the same meta, or even, you know, how, if this is what they've planned. But if it is, great. But if they're just copying on the fly and just adapting, I would say they're pretty five-head.
Yeah, I will also add though that No Namer's composition is actually well rounded out, where Fancy U loves to go for fights multiple times because that's the way that they get map control and information. But for No Namers, the way they get information is strictly, or not really strictly, but additionally with the trademark of the chamber, gives them so much understanding if someone's going to be lurking or flanking from behind, and also the utility of the Sova and the Sky in tandem as they're pushing in. So this was a thing that, again, me as a Filipino caster has seen Team Secret do way before on Haven, where it's a two-pronged attack. If you're going to go on A, you can go for like short and an A long with like two of those utilities, and nothing gets left to the imagination. Those utilities will spot everything. Again, really, really good stuff for them. It seems like we are just having a bit of a technical pause here, but it's fine. Game's still there. We're just going to have to reconnect and whatnot. But as I mentioned, really does allow No Namers for exponentially more flexibility with what they want to do because they have utilities that make everything easier or simpler for them, at least.
Yeah, that's right. I really gotta say, I mean, in terms of what No Namers brings to the table, I really like their composition, or at least their communication that's going around, because you always see someone react to something happening. How it's not, sometimes it's not as fast as you would like it to be, but you will notice that the next game that they would have improved on that. However, for Fancy United, I don't know what's going through their mind, because when you think about it, will be their first time this year playing outside of the Vietnam region. So they're probably just like, okay, what exactly is Malaysia, Singapore bringing to the table? What exactly can we learn about them? And as we mentioned before, No Namers, not a lot of information is around about them, other than that they have another name going around. But you know, I'll leave that to the imagination. But I really gotta give it to Temps. Really coming in clutch, finding that information, finding all those picks whenever he plays on the aggressive really helps the team. And I'm glad for Sky as well, because Sky in the first half of the game seemed like he was kind of struggling. While his utility usage was there, his gunplay wasn't really. But toward the second half, he's really stepping it up.
He really has, right? And one of the things now that I think No Namers are capitalizing on is Fancy U. They want to get, as I mentioned, you know, the aggressive map control. But the big problem there was, you saw how like there's like 3, maybe 2 people coming in from the flank. They really can't push up even if they use their own seekers or something, because they get stopped by the utilities for the anti-flank coming in from No Namers. One thing that might be used by them is that if they ideally knew where those trademarks are, you can actually smoke them out and then it won't activate if you pass through. But that means that they have to have exact information as to where those trademarks are, and you can't actually, I believe, listen to where the trademarks are. You actually have to see it. And in Haven, you can actually just place it at the attacker spawn in a certain interval, and you won't see it till you're close enough, and then obviously just activates in a snap. So it's going to be awkward for Fancy to get more map control, and maybe they're going to have to be forced to play retake rather than aggressive forward push on the defender's side.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like what No Namers did, Fancy U tried to replicate. But the thing about No Namers is that they have their own Valorant playbook. They have the pages for that playbook. So you don't try and beat someone with that very page, with the very playbook in their own hands. However, though, I feel like if Fancy United played Anchor, like the same thing that No Namers did, I think they would have a better chance. Because when you look at, remember just now when Fancy United played post plant, they were a little bit better when they didn't allow No Namers onto the site. So sometimes, as I mentioned before, you don't have to be too aggressive. As you mentioned, they can really take their time, because there's a lot of time to play, especially on Haven. It's a map where you can really play mind games. You can kind of change your mind where you want to plant, where you want to go. You can make noise on the other side and kind of go for it. But you know, you gotta really give it to No Namers, because on this time round, it looks like they're the one adapting really fast to a team that's already pretty established.
And I guess there is that bit of hard-headedness on the Fancy U side, where they keep challenging again through the smokes, where you mentioned again, it's very easy to fake out some teams, but the other additional that Haven allows, especially on the attacker side, is the really simple, straightforward way to do execute on defaults, right? That if you start seeing the recon dart come in, you know that there's gonna be like 3 people following right after that, right? And they still try to catch like the 1v3s, where that was okay at the very start of the first game, but because you're seeing no-namers now be acclimated to the fancy you aggression, as it were, it's very easy for them to just get picked off once, but they immediately get the pick off or the trade afterwards, and then that allows them for full control onto the site. There's no delay tactics for Fancy on the defending, and it really has messed up, I think, how they play on the defense. All of the delay tactics that they have is shooty bang bang, no utilities, at least from what we saw in a lot of those rounds.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, when you think about it as well, you mentioned about the trademarks. What I did notice was like it's really hard to kind of figure out where exactly they're gonna be putting those trademarks, because DXN, he puts them kind of like on the fly, wherever he wants to put them. He doesn't have like a set spot, which I think is really good, because sometimes you see so many people kind of like going to site just planting things, and you get really stopped from that. However, though, we're gonna go be taking a quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna be continuing match 1 of the day between Fancy United as well as the Namers. We'll see you guys in a bit.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
everyone, and welcome back. We're on our first match of day 1 here in Play-ins. I'm Tash Bunny, your caster today alongside Asurai, and we saw a very intense match between both Fancy United and No Namers. The panel called the Fancy United a little bit more pedigree, but No Namers just swinging it back and just saying, "We too have pedigree."
Yeah. You know, it's I was gonna say dog food because, you know, pedigree and whatnot. Well, shout out to peeps there who have actually tried dog food. I've heard it's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, because it's all made with like really good ingredients. I don't know where I'm going with this, but back to your point about pedigree and the real pedigree. Really does goes to show that I can't really out a team just yet because, again, there is still so much data that is yet to be to kind of get recorded, at least for newer teams and regions that haven't really exploded as much. Again, Vietnam came in last year a little bit late. I think VCC as well from the South Asia side is also going to be coming in a little bit on the later side. So we are going to be seeing a lack thereof of understanding of how these teams will interact when it's region versus region, right? But from what I'm seeing right now, No Namers really bouncing back on the second half. Game hasn't ended yet. We're still figuring out what if we're going to be able to come back in just a moment. But as you mentioned, there is some punch to No Namers. So they are still a team that is very much viable in winning this first series if they can manage to end off the second half.
Yeah, that's right. We'll come back to about No Namers. They really like to play high risk, high reward. It's a 50-50 for them. Every game, every round is like a coin toss, I believe, for them. And, you know, so far it's been working out really well for them, especially because when you look at Temps, when you look at Shun, they like playing those dangerous corners, especially on defense. They're not scared to push out. And the problem with that is that Fancy, while they do that, they don't know how to react when it happens to them.
And again, I think it's just more of the fact that Fancy are reaching too much to stop them from coming into the side, rather just playing
retake
for the retake. Exactly, when they have a composition that actually kills it very, very well on retake, right? They got the triple flasher. They even have an Astra that can just double smoke, even gravity well, a couple of angles, and I'll add it there, concussion to boot. So there really is so much fighting power for them, but they haven't really, I think, figured that out yet well. I think right now they're thinking that if we can stop them from coming into the site, that's the win condition for us. But if they delve just a little bit deeper, they'll see that there's another win condition that might be easier for them to manage if they figure it out in time. And maybe this technical pause might have given them an idea of some kind, but we'll have to see if they adapt before the game is over.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried for No Namers because it seems like they're a team that kind of relies on getting that win for the confidence, because round 1 to round 4 they seemed very, very weak. They didn't check corners. They didn't really kind of like do the fundamental stuff when it comes into a game like Valorant. However, once they finally hide their rifles, it feels like they finally got their fire back up, I believe. So that's why they kind of like went crazy with it, and I really, really like it. So on the topic of the lineups for the side of Fancy United, you mentioned they had great controllers. They have everything they need, including a concuss, rolling thunder. They have their smokes, but it seemed like, I feel like a lot of utilities are used too early, like you mentioned, because they want to stop them from even getting onto the site instead of playing retakes. So when you run out of utilities, I mean, that's a problem here, because when you run out of utilities, a team like No Namers, who are okay with playing fast and playing slow, who are able to just wait it out, how are you going to be playing around that? And I just have to say, for Sky, doesn't have to do anything, just throw out a molly and you already have won the round.
Yeah, again, that molly lasts an incredibly long time. I think it lasts the longest out of any of the molly abilities. So Snake Bite, Nano Swarm, it trumps all of that, and the damage is actually pretty insane. The tick is incredibly fast. So you really can't go through that and hope that you're gonna win against a fight against teams that or against this team that is already looking at that one direction, right? If it's on the A side, it's easy. Actually, even any side on the Haven, it's very easy to just do that when you're playing on the post plan. So with all that being said, it seems like now the question that is being poised for Fancy U here is, will they keep knocking their heads at the very start, or will they start adjusting and, you know, save up these utilities for later on where it's going to be more efficient, where again, no-namers, if you've also seen it, they have to commit a lot of utility as well coming into the site. They got to burn a lot of those flashes, and again, to reiterate, they only have that one smoker on Sky, which his smokes do not what's the word here, regenerate. I just call it regenerate for now. It's only stuck to that 3 smokes as a brimstone, so that really leaves less things for Fancy to worry about moving forward. So kind of awkward in that end, but awkward as well, guys, that I'll have to be pushing us once again to a break. I know, do apologize for that one. We're gonna come back, and hopefully by then game number 1 will resume, so don't go anywhere.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legendary. to just greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call, like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience?
Something like this though, it's all about that dual play.
I told you, dude.
Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
Members of PPGL now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be randomly sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
So, yeah, we're not done with the technical issues, guys. So, hate to say it, but we're just here to tell you that it is an online event. It does happen, and we are experiencing it still right now. We're trying to fix it as fast as we can. I know your time is precious, and you want to see these matches undergo already, but it is what it is. So, yeah, we're still here just chilling.
Yep, that's right. So, don't go anywhere, guys. Just chill with us, listen to the music, and give your special cheers to your favorite teams. Cheer from Malaysia extra, please, because, you know, Southeast Asia pride.
No, Philippines.
So there looks like some rivalry going on here between us. So yeah, that's what's
Yeah.
going on. So after this, we're gonna be going to a break, and then when we come back, hopefully, fingers crossed, because I want to see no namers come out on top. Wow, bias casting hashtag.
Bias casting. All right. So with that being said, I believe we are still gonna go on that break for just a tad bit longer. Maybe you can squeeze in a spike rush. Actually, maybe I'll try squeezing in a spike rush, and literally nothing to do but just wait for
that's right.
for now. Yeah.
Yep,
So
that's
guys, again, thousands, millions of apologies. We're gonna be coming back, and hopefully by then, all of these technical issues will be dealt with, and we can resume with the game. But for now, we're asking for your patience, and again, thank you for understanding. So we'll be back after another break, guys.
All the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hitters. Generations cope up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they want to move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch. Nah.
Where's Da Vinci? Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
You gotta be kidding me, man. Ah, this is crazy.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring alive, but then got the Darion on the edge. What a dodge!
Something like this, though, it's all about that dual play. I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of two spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
Members of Paper X now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The two teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool.
bắt được cái tên Physio, một pha di chuyển hơi hở hênh. Chip siêu rồi, sinh đang kill rồi, nhưng quan trọng là trong tay đại vẫn ở đây. Double kill, triple kill được đại.
APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be randomly sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT Asia Pacific or APAC. I'm Tashmani, your caster, alongside Asrai, and we apologize for that very long technical pause. However, we're finally back and I'm really excited.
Yeah, it's definitely time for us to get back on the match here. So what they have mentioned is the players, the teams are already waiting in the lobby. Everything is set up until the point that we had the technical issue. So with all of that, we should just be fine. You know, it's basically a standstill as of the moment. They're just stuck in limbo, waiting for us to get this back in on track as it were. And I guess while we are talking about the teams right now, quick little recap. Fancy United, really good start on the Haven map, but as the game was progressing, No-Namers adjusted slowly but surely, with Fancy United still forcing to be aggressive through smokes, not really opting to look at even the possibility of those post plans, always trying to stop them from coming into the sites, which hasn't really, what's the term here, Tash? Hasn't really proven fruitful or successful for the Fancy United roster.
Yep, that's right. Honestly, if I had any advice for, coming from a silver player, if I had any advice for, Team Fancy United, is to really wait a little bit more before just committing every single one of your utilities. Make sure that if you're going to be committing everything, you should at least get some trades out of it. Because right now it seems that we've seen a few flawless rounds from the side of No-Namers, and giving them that advantage as well as that momentum really catapults them forward. For the first side, we did see a 4-0 from the side favoring the side of Fancy U. So long as they're able to stop the momentum, No Name should be able to be stopped. However, though, right now, because we did have a pretty long technical pause, I'm a little concerned about No Namers because it seems like they kind of are riding on the momentum. But if we get back and it seemed like nothing was wrong or nothing happened, then I will have to take that statement back.
Yeah, again, these kind of technical issues can't really put that aside. It does affect with the mental of teams. And by mental, I mean, as you mentioned, when we were talking about this on the break, the momentum, the hype that they already got. Like, guys, we're already coming back into this. And then we get back into the game once again after like that 15-minute technical pause. But it does happen. I guess that's just part of how teams should be, or that's just what teams should be also be ready for. Again, it's not ideal, but it does happen from time to time. So I'm wondering if this extra hurdle is enough for Fancy U to maybe mount retaliation, or does No Namers finish off this this first game? Again, we still have Ascent and possibly Bind to look forward to, but aside from that, Haven not really looking too stable, at least for the Vietnamese team.
Yep, that's right. And what's also very, very interesting is the fact that I remember the panel was just really giving credit where credit is due, because we all know a lot about Fancy United. They were all kind of like biased toward the side of Fancy United compared to No Namers. But I really think that No Namers is really bringing it back to the party. They're just really saying that we may be new, but there's a reason why we're here over on the big stages of Asia Pacific. I mean, regardless of whether they went 2-0 or even 2-1 later, what's really, really exciting about this particular match is just because we can all know if the loser will go down to the lower brackets, it gives them more time to actually go against so many more players, which gives them a little bit more advantage, I believe, because you are going against so many different playstyles from so many different regions. But if they do go up to the upper brackets, for No Namers, this will be like a really big statement, just showing themselves here, first time coming into VCT and just making it up there, taking over a pretty well-established team. But however, though, while we're still here, I still think that in terms of favors, both teams are both looking equally strong.
That's very true. And I think the panel might have brushed up on this when we were still doing the pre-show earlier on today, but they did mention to me that Group B is seemingly the group of life, and Group A is the group of death, right? Where the way that we describe that is Group B seems like out of all these 4 teams, they all have a really good shot into getting into the qualification of those top 2s, right? And whether that's that just means that it's a good thing for everybody, because again, all of them have a legitimate shot. For the group of death, though, it seems like it's going to be a tad bit more awkward, I'd say, because arguably we have the best, I would say the best team right now in Southeast Asia, not actually pertaining to Shrimp PH, but Onyx G from Indonesia. Yeah, that's a scary thing to go up against.
They're very strong. And the thing is, when you talk about teams in general for Southeast Asia, from Malaysia, from the Philippines, and even Thailand, we are seeing teams that have never made it up there, make it up there. There are teams that have been seeing this dominating sort of play styles for so long, not even make it all the way up here to play-ins or even playoffs, which just really shows how competitive the scene here in Southeast Asia is. And on top of that, how the scene is always evolving, and it's a battle of who's able to adapt every year and every season.
Yeah, again, we mentioned how it's always like that smorgasbord of play styles here, but that doesn't mean that the buffet is going to have the same dishes, the same... I actually forgot what the term is in English. I remember it in Tagalog, but nobody would probably know. Anyways, the meals, it's not always the same. There's always that variety that Southeast Asia does bring. All regions do, but I think for Southeast Asia, at least, it's near and dear to my heart because it's always a ever-changing landscape. And with all that being said, just means that from last year, it's going to be totally different from what we see this year. And honestly, for the growth of the scene, for all regions, I gotta say, Valorant is looking muy bueno, spicy. So
yeah, it really is.
Yeah, right?
I mean, especially from Malaysia, Singapore. I mean, Kingsman from Malaysia got knocked out. Shiba and homies as well, or KP Moon ELM9, I think that was the name. I can't remember. It was a face smash on the keyboard. And then we also, we didn't see that. Paper X still very dominating in Malaysia, Singapore, but not surprising, because when we think about Paper X, we think all the way up to Berlin, and which is just like, okay, it seems that they really kept in terms of consistency is still very much there. So that's very, very exciting to see. So right now, Fancy United and No Namers, if you could give any advice to No Namers, what would you give them?
Oh, just keep doing what they're doing. Like their utility usage. I mean, yeah, that's really good advice if you think about it. They don't really have to change too much. They just have to do what they've been doing already. Their utility usage is really good. Their timing is on point, and it seems like all the setups that Fancy you want to make, especially with the breach on that Rolling Thunder, is pretty much read by No Namers. There was that one instance or actually two instances that they keep using the Rolling Thunder on Garage, and for some way, No Namers' chamber here, I believe that was DXN, keeps hitting the trademark on the jet, so you can't really get that fast burst peak onto B, which really I think hampers some of the speed that the Fancy U wants to be able to employ when they try to take the site. So with all of that, I just think that No Namers have understood where to put their utilities, when to use their utilities, and it has allowed them to really mess with the tempo that Fancy U want to do.
Yeah, that's right. I really think when you mentioned that, it does make sense when you think about it. Sky's Molly as well, because I think what Fancy U has is like, oh, we have this structure in mind, and this, when you see that Sherlock Holmes movie where he kind of like has like this idea of what's gonna happen next, and that's exactly what's going on through Fancy United's mind. Unfortunately, with that utilities, it just stops and they're like, okay, what now? So that's the problem that's going on here. And I think if No Namers can keep using the utilities the way that they're using it right now, I think they'd be able to win. However, in terms of lineups for the agents, I still think that Fancy United has the upper hand. But Fancy United, they like to use the utilities in a double-edged sword sort of way. We saw it happen with the Paranoia. We saw it happen with their slows. So like it or not, they need to rethink how they want to use their utilities and when they want to use it. Yeah,
it just seems like the utilities are disjointed, as it were. And I'm gonna be called out here as a liar on the chat now. I know that I said that we were
I'm the one who said it. I'm sorry.
We really do apologize for this one, guys. We're gonna go once again for a break. Really do apologize for that. I know that everybody wants to watch it. We already want to cast it as well because it's looking to be a very good game. But for that, again, we're gonna have to leave you with a little bit of a breather. When we come back, hopefully, again, the game begins. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be just hopping into a break once more. The hopium of C is that we don't get any more delays because we just want to get into the action, yo. My name is Aster. With me now is Tash, and Olivia casters for the first series, as we are still waiting to get back and resume that Haven match again between No Namers and Fancy United Esports. And yes, I will not abbreviate Fancy United Esports because you know why, obviously.
Oh, I like fancy you. I like that meme. Either way though, I'm really excited to hop back in because we've seen, oh my gosh, I just really like the fact that No Namers is bringing it to the table and just really like whatever the panel said is just like it's like so validating seeing No Namers perform right now. I'm sorry because I'm the only Malaysian in this panel. It's like thank you very much, No Namers, for bringing back the hope and the honor here to
it's like we're edging you out.
I know, it sucks, I'm not gonna lie. Either way though, right now, if I believe the score was like 8-9 or 9-9, it was very, very close despite the very large gap in the beginning put by Fancy United, or Fancy U.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they're gonna be fancy or normal, or what's the term here, regular? Generic
would be the right word, yeah.
After the end of this game. But really would be interesting to see again how the adaptation works coming in from them, because the way that they have been successful is just they've been just doing things over and over again, the same thing per round, and it's good, it's stable. But as No Namers, as we mentioned, adjust to it, understands it, you can really see the evolution or how they've been trying to react to how Fancy United has been playing. And we've said this as we came in from break over and over again, but we're just going to say it right now. And hopefully when we get into the game, it'll make more sense to our viewers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really worried. As I mentioned before, No Namers, team that kind of rode off their momentum. Let's see if they kept that. Let's see if they can change my mind about whether or not they're a team that rides on momentum or not. Also, let's really talk about our maps just now as well. We still had Haven. So I think what's going to happen in the end, at least this is my prediction, we're going to see a very close Haven map before we hop onto Ascent. And I'm just really curious to see how No Namers take Ascent as well as Fancy, honestly, because I really haven't seen them play on that map just yet. As I mentioned before, I'm still a newbie. Please don't get mad at me.
No, it's totally fine. Like, I was gonna say, like, we maybe grind down on Tash during breaks. No, I'm kidding. That's not true. I'm totally kidding.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk a little bit. I'm really excited. I was going to ask you. So now, 4.04 controller change. I mean, I remember back then before this change, it was like Astra on every single map. It was either Astra alone, or we'll see a combination of Astra Viper, especially on Breeze. But now, with these changes, we're seeing a lot of different variety of different controllers picked up. And I'm just very, very happy to see Omen back in the meta. So you are the, I wouldn't say the pioneer of Omen, but you did play a lot of Omen back in the day. How's your feeling seeing your controller back in the game?
Oh yeah, I'm very happy about that because I think I've said my piece with this in like a podcast that I did for a brand talking about Valorant. Is you, aside from maybe the duelist that is the most difficult to balance, you'd want to have the most amount of flexibility and options variations for non-duelist type of roles or agents, right? And just going back onto Astra and Viper every single map makes it so that it doesn't feel like there's a lot of how to say this, exploration or translation of philosophies for how you play the game, right? And people might also not remember this, but Astra already got a nerf even before this one, and she was already incredibly strong at that point, where her refunding of the stars were much faster. Right? So they really had to hit her very hard. But going back to your question about the Omen one, I'm very happy about that, but I'd still tier Omen as the bottom of all the other controllers to how he plays right now. He's still really strong, but he doesn't offer as much flexibility as the other controllers do, but that's because he does play as as a secondary duelist in a way because of his mobility.
I was gonna say that, you know, you either play him controller supplemented by another controller, what Fancy United is doing, or a secondary duelist, because I have seen so many pros, at least in North America and European side, who like doing the old school sort of Omen plays where they just teleport behind the other players and just get some picks there. And I was kind of hoping we would see that from Fancy United. However, I think maybe it's because they haven't really had the longest amount of time to really get used to playing Omen again. I think that's the problem here when it comes to big plays. I mean, yes, in terms of smoking sides and stuff, sure, no problem. But playing those big, very dangerous plays, not just yet. But when you think about dangerous plays or high risk, high reward, we don't really see Fancy doing that in general. So we may not be seeing that from them. However, for no-namers, I wouldn't be surprised if they were to do that in maybe the next few matches coming up, because I feel like their mentality is high risk, high reward, go big or go home, which is how they like playing. So I'm expecting it from them. If you guys are watching this, I'm expecting it from y'all.
I don't think you could play too cheeky with the Omen, especially in pro tournaments.
You can do it once or twice and get away with it kind of thing, you know? You can't do it all the time. I mean, that's why I was surprised when no-namers, you know, got caught coming out of heaven twice, and you know, you have Killer just hiding that same corner twice in a row, and I was just like, did you not learn from the last round, you know? That kind of thing.
Yeah, very, very, very true. I think the one thing that I really do enjoy about the Omen now is that he feels more snappy, as you mentioned, right, with his Shrouded Steps. If I'm not mistaken about the numbers, so Shrouded Step before, you'd have to wait like 1 second before you can whip your gun out. Now it's 0.7 seconds. And that's almost half a second that you can use to punish opponents much faster. And you really do feel that, especially in conjunction with like a Paranoia, even if not. Because again, people do tend to forget that Omen's Shrouded Step only has a big radius that gives off sound at the initial, right? But once he drops down to his new location, the sound, it's much more smaller or much closer to him. So if you're not like right beside him, you won't actually know where he is. So if you can time that properly, which usually is the case or the issue with like, you know, Omen players that struggle to capitalize on that, it will work. But again, it's not as useful in pro scene because it's kind of obvious when you try to do that, and there's not a lot of situations where you can use the Shrouded Step other than just maybe going through utility of opponents rather than, you know, bamboozling them and getting kills from right behind.
Honestly, I really think as well, like, I mean, in that situation where we had that very chaotic seaside, I think that teleport kill would have worked because there's just so many things happening. It's very noisy. So it's easy to have missed the sound if you think about it. So I think that is doable. If you use it in conjunction with maybe another ability, maybe an Astra Smoke, or maybe an Astra, you know, Cosmic Divide, I think it is definitely a way to work around that. However, though, let's talk a little bit about Yoru. I haven't really seen properly how he's being used, but what do you think?
Ooh, that's a closer one. Also, shout outs to the chat there. We're now doing our standard VCT podcast as we all wait, and probably we just get their take as well and change. That would be fantastic. So if you guys want to do that. Aside from all the other stuff that you've been dropping out on the chat, we'll read that after like what 3-5 minutes of delay. But yeah, on your discussion about the Yoru, there are some people that say it feels slightly clunkier to play Yoru now, but there are other people that are really enjoying the flexibility again that you have with his utility, that you can double up with the flashes and everything. The thing that I do want to mention for this one though is it's not as ultimate. That's the most, let's say, I don't want to say OP, but like most valuable thing about Yoru now. It's about the gate crash, that you can actually use it as a fake TP and people will think they actually TP right behind them. That's a really strong thing that is played with the Yoru. But aside from that, I don't think he's going to be really strong for pro play. Maybe for rank, he's going to be good, but same sentiments to Omen. You can always just figure out what's happening, but because he has a lot of more options now, you just have to be much more wary about what the player wants to do when you're fighting against another Yoru.
Yep, that's right. I mean, the fakes that have been happening, I have seen videos all over the place. Sometimes they're very, very funny. You just kind of like close your eyes and just press W, and people think, oh wait, that's the fake, and you just turn around, just shoot them from behind, and it's the funniest thing they've ever seen. And kind of hoping we would see on VCT. I mean, obviously not gonna happen, but it's still very hilarious if it does happen though.
It really would, but I don't know. Yoru just feels really out of place for
yeah.
a cop, right?
Think about it like this. The first 4 rounds, you sent a decoy. First 4 rounds. And then suddenly on the 5th round, it's not a decoy, but it's the real thing. But you thought it was a decoy for so long. You've conditioned the enemy team to think that. Think about it.
All right. Counter rebuttal to that, right? I'll counter that. So for example, it's going to be at an angle, or let's say it's at the Yoru's on the attacking side and you're on the defending. When you see the clone come in, you could just shoot it, jiggle, peek back into cover, not get flash, and then peek out once again. And that takes like a fraction of a second. And you've already used up, you've already countered one utility of the opponent. They might know where you are, but even so, at least the Yoru won't be the real Yoru after 4 rounds. That's just my rebuttal to it. I'm just thinking about it that way.
I mean, there's a way to know. It's by keeping your eyes on the minimap, actually. Because if it's a decoy, I believe it doesn't leave a question mark when he disappears. I think at least that was what's being said. Yeah. So it means that it really, really puts you in a situation where you really, really have to keep an eye on a minimap, like it or not, even when you're playing close range.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. To be fair, I haven't really studied too much against counter Yoru, or actually have played with him in rank or in rated, because nobody just wants to play Yoru right now. I don't know why. Maybe it's just.
I think it's a matter of trying to learn that agent again, because like it or not, it's a pretty big change. And as I remembered as well, when Yoru first came out, it took a while before people finally figured him out. And once they figured him out, almost no one picked him. And I feel like Yoru is one of those agents that he can bring a lot to the team. The problem is it's just so hard balancing him, trying to make him either too strong or not at all. And right now he's kind of like in a limbo.
Kind of is. But again, you know what? We're not pro players. We're not gonna know what's the secret technique that is there.
I'll keep that.
yeah, you can use that if you want. Yeah, we don't know the secret jutsu yet for playing Yoru on pro scene. I did see it one time though. I think that was MYSG with Team SMG, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong with that. I think it was maybe Zespew that used the Yoru. Again, I could be wrong with that, but it did work. Only on the Split map though, because Split it's like a weird map where there's a lot of corners. It's very close, but you need to be able to sneak through utility, and Yoru I think does best in closer situations like that. He doesn't want to play out in the open. He wants to have like a corner where he can jiggle out again after he exits his gate crash or his dimensional drift. But aside from that, we might not be seeing him too much. Maybe if we see a Split, then a team could try to cheese it, but Yoru just, again, is an X factor and not in a good way. So you kind of want a duelist that just does it better. And Jet still is the best duelist out there. So
yeah, imagine if we got a Naruto style agent where when you shoot him, he doesn't flash or anything, but it turns out it was a fake, but he just It's just like right by the corner when he teleports back or something like that. That would be hilarious though. But
I was the real Yoru all along.
Yeah, that's right. That would be pretty cool. But you know, when you think about it though, I mean, imagine if the decoy actually does give information. I wouldn't say he's more viable, but that might be a little bit too strong. As I said, it's a very tricky thing trying to balance agents. But let's talk a little bit about our groups in general now that we're kind of like delayed a little bit. So right now we're seeing Group A for the play-ins. We have Tick, Big BAAM, Onyx Esports, Full Sense, as well as APH. And in Group B, you have Griffin Esports, Fancy United Esports, No Names, as well as Global Esports. We talked about them a little bit last night. And after this, we're going to be seeing another match. So I believe you're casting that. So what do you think of those two teams?
The other two teams that we do have for today. So, also the one that we will be casting is the Group A one with Action PH and Big BAAM. Again, as we mentioned a while ago, Group A feeling to be the group of death more than it is going to be more than Group B, which we are dubbing as the group of life. There is a lot of things to be answered here because I think even me from the Philippines am not very certain about the state of Action PH as of the moment, especially with, I believe, Modeski leaving the team, and they're subbing in a Batman who played previously for Alpha Esports. If you don't know which team that was, if you guys know GN Sanity, that was his teammate at Batman. It could work, but subs usually don't really perform as well when they just come in, especially in the big tournament like this. That being said, though, Big BAAM is also a team that I think has struggled for the most part. When DXG, arguably the best team in Vietnam, disbanded, and a lot of their players, I believe, went to Fancy U, was it? There was this kind of power struggle for the Vietnamese teams. I think the top three that we see right now playing in that, Big BAAM, Cerberus, and Fancy United. It seems like all of them are still starting to adjust, and that was just against each other. Now the question lies, can they translate that into the C region or the APAC region once again? There's so many questions that are left unanswered here, especially for the matches that we have today, and it's going to be so clutch because the play-ins just put that extra pressure on these teams. Group stage teams, they're just like lying on their backs waiting, but play-ins, they're going to have to go through this gauntlet with an exorbitant amount of hoops. Right?
Yeah,
so
that's right.
With all of that, I think the only thing that is certain here is that Onyx G and Full Sense are probably the most stable of the teams that we have right now.
Yep.
And that's not saying a lot, at least for the play-ins.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, when you think about it as well, I mean, Action PH, I hear that they're pretty good, but it's just that they're kind of the teams that kind of like, they have big streaks. When you mentioned it last night, they kind of like they can take so many rounds from you, but it's only one round, something goes wrong, and immediately everything falls apart. So anyways, let's bring it back to this game though, because finally we're getting back in the match. I'm really excited. Here's Fancy U and No Namers.
Oh my gosh, that was a very long time that we had to do that. It's okay, it's okay. Usually, you know what? I think we did a better job than what we usually do on the PH side, where we always talk about food, and that just it turns into such a torture fest because I'm a foodie. I love my meals. Anyways, okay, yes I can. Sorry for the get-go. These guys are hot on the start.
Yeah, I think that's what Fancy U always brings, just really, really strong games so early. But Shun coming from the side doesn't get anyone, does get some sprays out. BVMZ will be the one he will see. And right now, they're going to be going all the way to the other side. They already lost 2. They already lost Vera. It's going to be really hard for them to really get onto the site. However, though, I don't think it's going to be a problem. But look at that. The smokes come in. Acerola sights cannot be seen. But honestly, if they kind of rushed that just now, I think it would have been like a little bit faster. They kind of hesitated a little bit. Did you notice that?
They kind of did, not knowing what they wanted to do. But to be fair, I don't think they knew what was there. So they were waiting for maybe the Sova drone to get that extra information at the back of the site, especially where the spike was planted, more for that C long. But I got to give this to No Namers. They're 3 stacking on the entrance to spawn for the defenders. I don't think Fancy U are actually going to anticipate this. And Hazy, oh, he actually gets 2. That's humongous for him. This gives a bit of fighting chance now for Fancy U. They spot out DX, and who was looking straight into the site. And No Namers, they try to become a bit cheeky, a bit wily, but it just ended up blowing up in their face, unfortunately.
Honestly, that was just so unfortunate because Hazy actually went into trance mode. He tried to put out the stars. if say they actually took the time to actually check the area properly. Look at that. Both of them were looking toward B when one of them should be looking toward garage. We talked about this as well. And look at that. And at the end of the day, right, DXN didn't know where to look because he heard footsteps on C. He was like, okay, there is someone in garage, but you don't know where to look at one point. So it's either you get shot from C or you get shot from garage.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Now, coming into the next round here, you did mention it was 8-9 at before we resumed on this one, and I actually felt like that might not have been true. I thought that No Namers had like maybe 2 to 3 more rounds ahead here, but it's looking neck and neck. Temps, he's gonna commit this ultimate of his, and it actually spots out Acerola, excuse me. And now once again, No Namers looking to just charge onto the C side. Heisey hears the dog. Okay, I've got back away. He's gonna get mauled by that thing. As defenders gonna have to try to do the same thing they did, but this time they're down a man.
Yep, that's right. I mean, Vera always seems to be the first one going down, but it's okay though because he did what he had to. Acerola was traded out, and it's still gonna be a 4 versus 4. However, DXN, he was already ready for that flank. It's gonna be a double flank. If they double peek this, it'll be a little bit bad. But that wall distracted his teammate. The timing, did you see that, Azrai?
It really did. That bamboozled. Yes, I can, as he was just charging right in the full blind, and Temps felt it already. Picks up the 3K, and No Namers looking clean on that. Maybe that first round that we had after the resume just kind of shook them a little bit, but it seems like No Namers back on track with what they want to do.
Okay, so I don't think they're a team that relies on momentum. I think they need 1 round to warm up. And look at that, that was exactly what DXN wanted to do earlier. He wanted to actually put down the trademark and then back off, but the timing, as I mentioned before. Either way though, is looking really great for No Namers, because when you notice it, once they get onto the site, they look really good. But once they're kind of stopped getting onto the site, they kind of like falter a little bit. And I think that's what's going on here. That's why Fancy U was trying to stop that from happening. Killers whiffed that. A little bit unfortunate, but he did get some information out of that.
I wonder if Temps actually saw his opponent there, or that was Vera that pop shotted Killers. Regardless, they knew that they burned already the dash as well as tag Killers, so he might be inclined to just play safer because he doesn't want to lose the operator and the pressure of that thing. That being said though, Fancy, or rather No Namers, not wasting time to just go charging into the C site, but Acerola and teammate are already here responding. Though the problem now lies that there is that Hunter's Fury that will clear everything up. And look at this, he's charged right through in this one. Hazy! Oh my god, did you see that? The run by the Brimstone. The Stim Beacon. Yes, beacon of hope for those that want to make the Brimstone into a duelist. Zoom indeed.
Yeah, and look at that. Once they're on site, they're pretty much unstoppable. Only Killers left, and he's forced to kind of hide here, playing on lawn, trying to get pick. And honestly, I mean, when you think about it, not letting Killers go or keep the up will give them that advantage. But one thing though, you don't know where Killers is. And if you peek an opper, ooh, the pain, it hurts.
It's a very expensive weapon, and
again... Sky! Oh, what did I just say? Is that a Castos curse?
Well, we'll see. Maybe Killers still loses this one, but at least for... Oh no, okay, now they know where he is, but they might not want to challenge this too, because I don't think No Namers might have the money for it. Oh, the timing looks... DXN's right behind him.
So lucky!
Okay, that was good.
Oh man, DXN, if he was just a little bit faster, that would be the end of that. But let's have a look at that again, see how well they get inside. DXN immediately watching the flank there. Sky, I just like, the run and gun was just so ridiculous. I don't think he was expecting someone to swing out like that.
Yeah, even though the run and gun has been nerfed significantly by Riot, if you're close enough, it actually still works with rifles.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's still hella strong. Now, here's one thing that I want to add as well, Tash. You saw that kill that, who was it? Temps did as he exited through Garage. It again stems from the fact that Fancy, you just do not have anything to use as a anchor on site, right? They don't have a Sentinel at all. I mean, they have DXN, but he's placing his utilities, or not DXN actually. They actually literally have no Sentinels on the side of Fancy U. So they're left to just try to get map control where no utilities will help them actually get that map control.
Yep, that's right. Vera took so much damage, but still manages to get one. Yes, I can. Does trade it out that with Sky. However, though, they all know that they're watching Sewers. Sewers will be cleared just like that. Killers once again, last man standing. I do not want to be in Killer's position.
Well, he does have the blade, so maybe after he gets a pick, that's when he's gonna pop the storm or the blade storm. Oh, timing. He hears it. That is unfortunate, but he has to still wiggle through, and he thought that Vera would still hunker down on hell. You are sorely mistaken, good sir. And now 9-12, no namers. After that long break, it seems like they're done. They're done wasting time. They want to finish this off already, at least for the first game, and they're hovering at match point.
Yep, that's right. And I think this is gonna be a pause, I believe, from the side of Fancy U. They're trying to, yep, that's right. And I think what they're trying to do is that they're trying to stop this momentum. However, though, I feel like, yes, I did find a trade there because of the flash. But one thing that you have to really give it to them is the fact that the team No Namers is that they're so great at reacting to what's happening. And when you saw just now, Vera immediately she gets tagged. Immediately he moves away. He played around the smoke, and that's just really good. And I have to say, the adaptability coming from No Namers is on another level, honestly.
Yeah, at least for this matchup against Fancy U. That being said, that last round was also Fancy U just not having any form of weaponry. They were at the weakest of buys. So now this is going to look much better for them. Again, the lack of initiative for Fancy U to get any form of map control and wait for stimuli more than anything else is kind of ruining their pace here, I'd say. Again, not being able to spot out where their opponents are, always blotted with vision, afraid to push through traps. It's not leaving them with a lot of choices as they want to fight, right?
Yeah, that's right. And I think their lack of sentinels is just really just kind of punishing them. Vera gets concussed there, but no follow-ups. Did you notice that? I think that's one thing that Fancy U needs to know. When you're playing with the breach, you have all these utilities. You have to kind of move with it. If not, it becomes useless. You're using all these utilities with no follow-ups means that just like flashing someone for no reason. However, though, Yes I Can does get some information there, but no one's really committing just yet. And so far as we know, back in Malaysia, Singapore, Team No Namers is one of those teams that are not afraid to finish off or at least close up a match.
Oh wow, they've committed like 3 people, Tash, on the A side, and they're leaving B hella exposed. Nothing to really stop the attackers from coming in, and No Namers' read of the situation, perfect. Plants down the spike, forces the 5v5, now in the post plan. Acerola, okay, what's he gonna do, buddy? He's gonna come out through Garage here, but there's like 3-4 people marking the cross on Garage doors. If he times this perfectly, maybe. But this is gonna be hell on earth for Fancy U. Vera gonna be closing in on the corner here. Killer's not expecting it, and that smoke is gonna deter him much longer. And this is just not looking good. This might be the end for this first game, Tash, as they're just going in one by one, getting picked off in singulars as well. Heisey and BMBZ. Heisey to remain. Where is he gonna be coming out from? No matter, no time. Has to push through. That's gonna be the end of it, and No Namers taking game number 1.
Whew! That's a big sigh of relief from me. I was worried about them. Came out really good coming toward the end. I am so shocked at just how well they're playing this, their adaptability, because I think one big problem that a lot of teams from Malaysia, Singapore had is the fact that they're not able to really adapt on time, I believe, or really kind of like pull the brakes, or rather. But No Namer is just really good at that. It's just very different than what I've seen from previous times from Malaysia, Singapore.
I'll also add this again, that, and I'll keep going back to this. I feel like I'm a broken record now, but I can't really not emphasize it, that Valorant really relies that you have a composition that I'd say works well for both attacking and defending side. And for Fancy U specifically, their composition worked extremely well on the attacking, but not on the defending. You really see the struggle that they had to get information. Yes, I can. He got a couple of flashes. He got blinds, you know, got information, but that was information that expired 5 seconds ago, where No-Namers were already going on the other side, and they could not match the speed that No-Namers was just going back and forth on Haven, which allowed No-Namers for a lot of that second half and the second half rounds to get sites actually barely or relatively free.
Yep, that's right. I was really disappointed in their breach play, honestly, from Fancy U. It's like you have all of these utils, but you're not running in with them to really take advantage of that concuss. Really gives No-Namers that advantage. All they have to do is just wait and come back in. No-Namers, though, if you look at that, in terms of their stats here, damage-wise, headshot-wise, frags, and even only objective wins, it seems like it's a match, but the rest are just so heavily skewed to the side of No-Namers. It just really shows how dominating they are toward the side of Fancy U. In a map as tricky as Haven, and we know as well, Haven was chosen by Fancy U, I believe. I really thought that Fancy U would be having the upper hand here, but clearly that is not the case.
Yeah, clearly not the case. At least at the start it was, but maybe there was a nerve struck on Fancy U. Maybe they're feeling a bit, you know, apprehensive about what they want to do, because again, this is one of the bigger stage out there, APAC Challengers, where they do lack that South or that APAC experience compared to other teams here.
Yeah.
They did well enough, but again, it was just that. These are highlights that we saw work so well for Fancy U, at least at the first half. But even then, they still struggled to go against No-Namers. And gotta say, lots of creds go to how No-Namers just read the situation, clean at how they wanted to do or how they wanted to fight. And as you mentioned, this is a team that you should never sleep on, even if they're new. And gotta say as well, No-Namers Temps, one of my favorite lurkers, at least in this series.
Yeah, he does so well. Gotta give it to Shen as well for that. But as well, I mean, if you look at HiZ, he is a top fragger for the team, and the reason why he's doing that is because he's getting those... I think HiZ had a better read of the situation. At least he has an idea of how No-Namers is playing. He does get a pick or two here and there because of the rotations, because of the coming back to the back of the site. However, whenever it comes to but when you see No-Namers, when they always swing together. They always have someone in the back to make sure they can get just clean house. And when you look at it as well, the way Vera plays is just very aggressive, to the point that I think it really just it's just a point where team Fancy U was just like, oh my god, this team is just not only so fast but just so aggressive. But look at that pillow though.
I'm not versed in K-pop anymore, so I don't know which
anymore.
Yes. I used to listen to a lot of that because production actually loves a lot of K-pop, and I was a production assistant before. Anyways, we're gonna go for a break. We'll probably talk about that for a later period, because this series is still is still ongoing. No-Namers 1 point already. We'll see if they're clear out this series and go into the upper bracket. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after the break.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call, like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the VCT APAC 2022. I'm Tash Beniocaster alongside Asterai, and right now we're heading into match 2 between Fancy United as well as Team No Namers, where the score right now is currently 1-0.
Yeah, again, that Haven performance from No Namers, just it's kind of like aging stinky cheese. No, fine wine. The longer you put it in the okay,
let's not talk about that.
Both are very acceptable, all right? So you just let it sit for a very long time and it gets better and better. Round after round, that's what No Namers did. And at the end of it, they just knew that they had no chance of losing, at least for the Haven map. That being said, Ascent is the next hurdle, and I feel like at least in terms of map philosophies, Ascent kind of changes the landscape, obviously, from what we see, right? But it could also give a fighting chance here for Fancy United.
Yep, that's right. Speaking about food, just like you mentioned, like cheese, I think No Namers, there's a dish here in Malaysia called budu. It's kind of like fermented anchovy sauce, and the longer it ferments, the stinkier it gets, or the better it gets, rather. So I would say that since it's a Malaysian team, I would compare No Namers to a budu. However, though, moving on from that, Ascent, as you mentioned before, very different than Haven. Still 2 sites. Mid control, I believe, is one of the hardest things to do, because you come in from spawn, you come in from catwalk, and you also come in from tree, as well as the mid lane pizza. So there's a lot of places where you have to really be careful to look at if you're trying to entry through there. However, though, coming through B main is one of the toughest things to do. It's very narrow, and I believe, I've seen DXN play KJ before. I would really like to see a KJ on there, because getting onto lane is very painful with the KJ. It does stop the momentum, and we've seen so many times how Team Fancy U is just not able to come onto site or play the retakes because of that lineups. So yeah.
I'll say this now, at least on, let's say if like the teams were neck and neck in terms of performance, right? I think if there's no proper sentinel for Fancy U once again, and I don't think that's going to happen now, them being lurked on, or them lurking and flanking, is much easier than it was on Haven, since Haven just has those 3 angles that you can come out of. It's very difficult. For Ascent, I think it's much more palatable, so we'll probably see maybe a possibility of that. With that being said, though, very curious to see how that is. Agent Select is already underway, so let's get to it. It's going to be very important to see if Fancy U now has a Sentinel, because last time they did not, and it really hurt their chances to just have something to help them not be aware again.
They did
go for
not.
chamber.
I was right with the DXN call.
No. I'm sorry. Like, this is a
I mean,
especially on defense.
Yeah. I don't really understand what they're trying to do. Perhaps they have this lineup in their mind that they're trying to do. And like the Sherlock Holmes reference I did just now. But let's see if NN can throw a wrench into that rather lineup. Because, I mean, when you think about it, I think their lineup is very, very solid. When you think about it, it gets the information, it has that suppress, it stops those abilities they need. It gives them very easy access to get in and out if they use it right.
The skirmish potential, all right. It seems like I'm hating on Fancy You here, and I'm not really. I just am not very certain about not having a Sentinel. But to their advantage, their skirmishing power is incredible. That being
really
said,
is.
though, they haven't really utilized that skirmishing power, especially in Haven. And if that means that they have to clump up to actually use that skirmish, look at the other side. They got KO. A blade a day keeps the skirmish away. So that's going to be something to also watch out.
Yeah, I really hope that they don't use that blade so early, because as you know, timing is everything, especially on defensive side. When you think about it like this, I feel like Breach is a little bit more viable, or at least a little bit more, not viable per se, but more strong on a sense, I believe, because of how the map is a little bit smaller compared to Haven. And as I mentioned before, when you play with Breach, you really, really gotta play with the team. You gotta tell your team, okay, I'm gonna concuss now, let's go with it in together. Because if you get a concuss, you are basically guaranteed a kill if you were to follow up.
We'll see how good they can actually follow up from that, because again, Haven was just not a comforting performance output, I would say, from this breach. But again, it all is stemming from what we saw from that last game. There could be something that Ascent offers Fancy You that Haven just could not, and we'll see how that goes. And look at this, Tash, 4-stack on B. They know that there is no way they're gonna get map control, so singular point control is gonna be very, very important to them. The thing is, they guessed wrong. This is not where the brunt of the opponent's squad is going to be at. And as they see all of that information being spotted by the turret, look at how quickly no-namers just go and just run up to the A site.
Yep, that's right. They only have Astra on there. And look at that. The smokes come out, High Z. Again, just so I don't even know what to say. He's crazy when it comes to shooting through smokes. High Z immediately gonna play through his side, but look at that. Look at how many smokes are coming in, just stopping them from getting all that information they need, or just hindering their vision.
Numbers are in the advantage of Fancy You here, so they can utilize this. And again, as I mentioned, very much into the favor of just fighting. 4-man Blade does absolutely nothing. DXN and Sky now going to have to fight for their lives here. Sky's been spotted out, can't really escape, low on bullets. And now we're left onto DXN. There's plenty of time for the defenders to start rushing in onto this one. He's fully blind, and he's just going to get overwhelmed. And Fancy You using their numbers and speed against No Name in this pistol.
Yep, that's right. But, as we know, Team No Namer is not the type of team to really, get heated up early. So we have to really see. I think No Namers needs that time to kind of figure out what exactly they're trying to play, what kind of patterns they're trying to do. End of the day, depending on how a team plays, it kind of goes back into almost like a puzzle game, or a pattern game rather. I really gotta give it to High Z. I think his anchors are just absolutely great. He gets Vera so fast, and then immediately everything just falls apart. I mean, at least DXN managed to get a trade out of that. But let's be real here, the true hero was the KJ Chicken. Oh,
Chicken.
That's what we're calling it, but Vera just gets popped.
Really?
Marshall diff. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'd say shield diff, because that was a body tag without the shield. Again, 101 damage for body. I play too much Valorant. I know a lot of the numbers already. Anyways, 101 to the body shot at any range, if I'm mistaken, with the Marshall. So if you don't have any shields on you, trade is not going to look efficient at all. Yes, I can. He's got 2 flashes. His bird sense is tingling. Is his birdie gonna pop?
Oh,
There
it does pop it. He gets a double out of that. He definitely can this time around. That was so good. And that was how you utilize the breach utilities. You swing out with that. Love to see it.
So much better for Fancy U here. I was very much afraid as to how they're going to react to what is being thrown at them. But as I mentioned, it seems like Ascent holding a much better place in their hearts than that Haven map.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And
you have
this
this,
is... we talked about this. This is actually No-Namers map. how the turntables.
You know, I actually googled that. Turntable is that wiki thing that DJs use. Yeah, it's the tables have turned, I believe is the right
No,
term.
not that, but no two killers.
Okay.
What the heck was that play? He tried to play as aggressively as No-Namers, gets punished so badly for it. They lose 3 into that.
Is the bonus round for Fancy here, so anything that they can take away from No-Namers is something that they will happily steal.
Yep, that's right.
See what a turret can do. See what Sentinel utility can do to stop the flank.
Yep.
And now they're going to have to go all the way around back, which wastes a lot of time. And again, they don't have any information as to where their opponents are.
Yep, that's right. And look at that. From the side of No-Namers, they still have 4 people. Sky, that's a very cheeky jump peek there. Very, very aggressive. I mean, we've seen Sky do it earlier. He likes doing that kind of stuff. High risk, high reward is the name of the game, at least from the side of No-Namers. IZ playing the corners here. They already know. They're like, okay, we know that they're going to be playing corners. I got to play as much corners as I can. But right now, I think they're running out of time.
They're going to have to die to the explosion. They know this already, because if not, they're going to carry these Spectres where they could just buy up to the next round with rifles there. I wonder why Yes I Can didn't. Maybe he knew that he won't be able to purchase anything other than...
It's
yeah,
just like this.
maybe in the money. Wait, let me see.
No. Let me just tell you a little bit. It's because
Okay.
Yes, it's either yes I can die or yes I can't die. Just now he chose can't. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. You know, Bill was asking how to pronounce it, and maybe the chat can help us, especially from
Vietnam.
the Vietnamese
Yeah.
viewers. Is it Yes He Can or Yes I Can?
I mean, that's why I said this morning, yes, he can, but it looks like yes, I can. However, there comes the... Wow!
That's so good! That is absolutely good, but it gets nothing for killers here. Hazy off-cam kill already. All right. That baited both of the cloud bursts and took away at the attention of killers, but...
I wish he got a kill out of that, though. That would have been the... That would have been a given. Look at how his crosshair just turned all the way. He's just like, where is it going?
Awkward. Oh. I wonder if they're going to clear out Acerola here.
Oh, they're going to
If he
have
peeks
to.
this too much, he will get spotted. But if he just hovers over and he reads or he hears some footsteps, maybe he's not going to get caught. But
Yep, that's
that
right.
being said, he can smoke himself out and he can Shrouded Step to safety.
Yep, that's right. They're gonna have to be careful. He does hear it. There comes the paranoia. He sprays, gets 1. Will it be 2? Not quite. Does text someone else, but he's gonna get paranoia back in return. But no one's swinging back.
Enemy remaining.
It's because they couldn't. You see that? Aftershock kill from BMV? Oh, they practiced this so hard on Ascent.
They know this. They know this. Yeah. They're like, this is our setup. This is our time. It's happening, guys.
Oh my goodness.
One enemy remaining.
Look at that.
Yeah, that was so good.
30 seconds.
We didn't see the part of the replay where the Aftershock kill was, but that was happening, or that happened because the Sova was on... was using his Sova drone, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think they already knew, and that's how important sound cues are. But I really like that utility usage coming from Breach. That's exactly what you want to do. Look at that, they already got the information. We have this op ready from the side of killers. Dougal comes out, he whiffs that again! The X-Side immediately goes, yeah, nope, I've been far away. Not here.
Is Yes I Can gonna just always buy for the Spectre? Does he love his Ranangan?
He likes the Ranangan. He loves it so much. I mean, it worked out for him so many times, so I don't blame him for liking that. Temps, though, look how little his HP is. Just one little sneeze and he's out of the game.
I like that. I always thought it's like one breath and he's gonna be taken away.
Okay, come on.
You take
It's
my
just-
breath.
Give him a little bit of credit here. Vera's like, I got you, bro. Don't worry about it. Just stay there. I like how proactive DXN is when it comes to that. Please don't peek, but he gets outgunned.
Got Joggle peek there. Oh, that's a tag, and he still survives. A little bit awkward on the side here, but look at this pinch coming in from Heisey and teammates. Now Temps flashes himself to maybe give him a fighting chance, but that don't work. DXN and teammate now going to be able to get the site because of the Killjoy lockdown. It gives him a fighting chance. 3 versus 3, and Shun still holding the cross. Not good enough to get the kill, though, so that's going to leave his teammates to fight for this one, with the Seekers going to start clearing them out. This is rather unfortunate, but maybe can give them a bit of set space to just keep fighting. Sky's been spotted as well, but he does stay inside his own smoke to keep him alive. And they are wasting a lot of time here. DXN, beautiful shot as he follows through. And we still haven't cleared these post planters at the back of things.
I mean, did you see that DXN though with a 3K right now? And they take that. I really like how DXN knows how to play time. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. They may have been outnumbered, but we all know that KJ utility is basically like having another teammate on the team. I really liked how they played this. Well, it seemed like they did have the upper hand, especially during the flank just now. But it just seemed like it's like, okay, it's fine if you go down. We have all the information we need. We'll get them onto site, but we just try and play as much time as possible. DXN's shots have been extra spicy today.
It really has been, especially when he was on that chamber on Haven.
Oh yeah. He ate some sambal for breakfast for sure.
Maybe he injected sambal in his veins. That's why he's
probably. Look at that information taken. Sprays come out. Killer's waiting on the side here. But I noticed one thing though. Killer's, it's either a 50-50 when he's on up. It's either he just pops off or he just whiffs. And it's not as spicy as you would say, like maybe seeing, you know, Jason from PaperX on top of a op.
Jason, you mean Forsaken?
Yeah, Forsaken, sorry.
Okay, because people might not know that his first name is Jason.
Jason! But as I said that,
Jason
just
Derulo.
Yeah, just knocks down to that. Heisey as well has been very, very. I think his gunplay has been on point today, and I think every time he gets picks, it's very, very, very impactful. For now, though, I don't know why they keep wanting to ego peek mid. They know Killers is there.
Well, they did get that pop flash,
and
but that only deters the inevitable. All right, one more.
Oh.
30 seconds.
Go back to whence you came.
Yeah, that's definitely an ego pick. Look how many smokes are there as well. Acerola knows they're coming in. He didn't check the side again. Sky goes down. Will it be a double? There is the gravity well, and that's the end of that. Acerola gets 2 out of that. Worth it.
I wonder if Fancy You has that theme song, Fancy, you know?
What's the song again?
Yeah, I'm so fancy, you already know. Is like their utility usage has been like incredibly fancy.
Yeah,
and
for
this team,
map.
Yeah, and the other team's like, yeah, we already know, but we can't really manage to fight against that for the moment here. And you mentioned Killer on the other side, risking the biscuit always to the peak.
Yeah,
it works because now
not
compared
Killers.
to the Haven. Oh,
I'm not talking about Killers. I'm saying no-namers is peeking Killers. They know Killers is there.
Oh, right.
They had no business peeking that.
I was gonna just add to the last time Killers on the Haven map, he just did not have anybody to help him out when he was opping.
Yeah.
But now on Ascent, Fancy You, they're kind of rallying behind him. Like if he makes a mistake, there's always like a follow from Yes I Can with the flash or maybe Acerola. It's much more cohesive compared to that first game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Fancy United really needed that warm-up, perhaps. Sometimes there are some teams who just can't take the first game of the day. Probably this is it. I'm really curious to see what no-namers got out of that technical pause, because sometimes team no-namers from the MySG games, they had like pauses and then suddenly just come back swinging. Just now we saw a far O, but now we're hitting 4 here. I wonder if it's gonna be the same thing where they just kind of like change up all the way to gear 10 again. But for now, yes, I can find the XN, but Sky will be trading that out. Acerola trades another in return. It's like a game of like take one, and everyone just goes out of the way. That was chaotic.
And as the dust settles, it actually is a numbers advantage for no-namers here. Spike is all the way at spawn. Were they able to pick up any weapons? They actually were able for Sky here, who immediately pops from the shadows straight up to the B site. The question lies, Shun will spot Hazy. I think he has, and yeah, he had enough damage for that classic with the headshot to get the win.
And a free gun.
Yeah, Fancy You playing a bit too presumptuous and overzealous at that mid control.
Yeah, that was a little bit too aggressive. I really gotta say, they really paid for their sins for that. Let's look at that again. See here, I mean, when it comes to the beginning side, it seemed like there was a lot of advantage coming from the side of Fancy You. We haven't seen them play like that yet, but now they learned the hard way. One thing about Team No Namers is that when it comes to the aggressive defensive kind of games, they're a little bit better, but Vera faster in. We talked about this just now. Vera gets 2 out of that. So worth it. That aggressive push really gave him so much room.
And they're still at this with a 5-man because Temps had the null command prepared for him.
Yep,
They're just using some mollies so that nobody becomes a smoke criminal, as it is going to be that 3 versus 5 no-namers. Wow, I am afraid to see how this team just adapts after a couple of rounds, because Fancy You, they're back to the drawing board once again. They're not going to fight this. They already know that they've lost the site, so the best thing that they can do is 2 things. Exit frag or save their weapons. Probably the latter.
Yeah, because we know getting onto sites with not only just smokes but also KG lineups, absolutely painful. And this is crazy because just now we saw round 4, they really kicked it up to a 10, and it's happening again. I don't know what happens at round 4 that happens in their brain, but whatever No Namers has, I'm just like, can I also get this for my round 4s?
It's like for some reason, right? It's their lucky number. For other people, it's 7. For other people, it's 8.
You have to understand something. In Malaysia, well, at least for the Chinese, number 4 is the number of death. We avoid having 4 at all in our buildings, in our phone numbers, and car plates with the number 4 are like the lowest priced car plates, which is very interesting. However, maybe that was their symbolism. 4th round, it's time to die.
For the Philippines, if I'm not mistaken, it's 13.
13? Oh, we don't have.
Yeah.
I mean, round 13 is you win, so.
Okay.
So that's that right there! Oh
You
my
cannot
god! That is
Try
just...
to be sneaky. Okay with that. All right.
That...
You don't
oh
worry.
man.
Actually, he
that
wasn't trying to be sneaky. He was
demo-
trying to escape.
You know,
Okay.
yeah, that was demoralizing. If I got shot in the back like that, I would probably cry. And that's exactly the momentum that NN is riding up on. But for now, look at that. For Fancy You, no way to get onto the side at all. Look at where all the corners are taken care of. All these are close angles.
Flashes come through, but they still haven't cleared that Shun. Finally, they do. But as, again, the crossfires work out, it works in the favor of No Namers because of one thing and one thing only. Defenders came in at one specific angle, and that was door. All they had to do was look at it. Fancy You had to look everywhere, and it turned into a straight-up debacle. Oh!
Yeah,
that's what happened.
That dash.
His shot at step actually got canceled because of the blade.
Yep, that's right. It's
Yeah,
just
he wasn't
so-so.
able to teleport because
Yeah,
he was at the entrance of A main, and he wasn't able to teleport because he got tagged by the KO blade.
Oh man, that timing, that's what's so crazy. How is NN managing to land all these timings so perfectly? And on top of that, I feel like that Astra ulti was kind of like a double-edged sword for them because DXN wasn't afraid to run in and peek. He was using it in and out just to weave.
Again, it works.
Here.
It's been buffed, but it's not enough when a true duelist comes in and chases at you. You're just incredibly screwed.
Yeah, that's right. But what do you think about it though? I mean, Vera, I think I like the discipline coming from Vera. He is watching those corners. It does give away his positioning. But look at Kumkas comes out. They do know someone's playing at white. Immediately, they just go out for that. He's not afraid.
It was a trade though, so
yeah.
At least Acerola got some value before he got knocked down, and that
It
will
always has to
dissuade-
be Sky. Poor Sky. The sacrifice.
It's always the omens.
Yeah.
For some reason. Heisey? Oh! Triple peaked.
It was
C'est la
like,
vie.
surprise.
That's life, brother.
We were here. I hate it. You know, you're just picking once, but look at that. Immediately gets a kill out of that, but they do get a trade out of it. Shan will be coming through BBM via Z. How do you say that really fast and really right? That's the question. And yes, I can, all alone. Will it be a can this time around? That's the question.
Gun here. This guy try to lift those legs and do the can if he wants to.
I mean, as I said, having a KJ on this painful for post plant. Like it or not. I mean, one thing I did notice is if NN manages to get onto the site, get the plant, 9 times out of 10 they will win the round. They're so great at the post plant defense as well. I think that's what makes them so solid.
I'll add to that, and I like to divert or put your attention to the start of the round.
Yeah.
Each and every time that no-namers get a pick, it's a pick on Fancy You who's just trying to be cheeky.
Oh yeah.
As on
Absolutely.
that one player, right? So again, it's going to the same fact that no-namers is using their numbers to win out these fights, and you see that nobody's helping out Acerola. It's a very, very spread out style here, or very, very spread out map control for Fancy You that on paper should work because you're basically plugging out all the lack of defense, right? But in practice, it just doesn't. You need that 2-1-2 so that at least you have 2 positions on the map that you can actually have somebody refrag for you.
Yep, that's right. If you look at Acerola, just that's twice in a row. He got knifed by KO. He wasn't able to teleport away. That's twice in a row. And look at that. He doesn't play one anymore. Immediately though, look at how fast they're getting onto site. Immediately lockdown comes in first. They want to clear it out. Immediately gets inside. But the positioning of Fancy You kind of sus.
Okay, did they smoke out the alarm bot on B main? No, they did not. Vera now just holding the angle here. Good paranoia though. Doesn't have his dash, but near enough to corner, he does back away, but he gets paranoid for a second time. And still he doesn't get knocked off fast enough.
Yeah,
Killer?
that's so much utility onto that, but it looks like for the first time they're not able to ace this one. He puts some damage. He gets one with a B-double, not quite, had to look away. And that's what we're talking about. I feel like Vera a little bit too aggressive there. He got paranoid once, immediately should have repositioning because they knew already. There was 3 people in the area. I have to take it back. Their position wasn't sus. It was sus because they weren't expecting it.
I think everybody was just like focusing too much on like the 2 people on attack or spawn rather than the 3 that were coming in through B main. I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. No namers just kind of dropped the ball on that. That was such a winnable fight for them. Especially it was a thrifty round, by the way. It was a thrifty round.
They should have gotten that, honestly. But yeah, they got distracted. And now they have to reposition themselves. At least one thing we do know about NN is whether they're adaptable. But will they learn from that round is the question. Killers once again going aggressive. Oh my god, immediately DX annihilates him. And that's why having a KO is just so good. And Temps finds High Z in return. That's 2 out of the game.
The Seekers actually don't spot at Vera. They're not gonna know this.
Oh my god, no way! How did that happen?
Because the Seekers were tracking the other players. That's so awkward.
Oh man. They got information. Immediately they clear out that area. It's so painful. Look how much damage that Hunter's Fury did. And immediately everything just falls apart. Yo, oh man, they got deceived by their own utility.
Yeah. It do be like that sometimes. This again, Seekers only chase down 3 people.
Yeah.
Usually, I believe it's the nearest ones. Even if they're like incredibly far, as long as they're nearer, that's where the Seekers tend to try to find. So I think Vera at some point was the farthest one, and he got lucky that he wasn't able to get spotted there, which also allowed him to get that 1 kill on the Omen coming through Garden, and then he just wrapped all the way around with his blades on A short, and Fancy just did not know how to react to that.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised at how No Namers is playing that just now. They went for a pincer style defense, which covered a lot of different areas to the point that Fancy You had no clue where to look.
It's gonna be the adjustment here. So it seems like we have a technical pause Wonder what's happening there, but at least from what you've mentioned, No Namer's getting just that slight tang of advantage, and we're back to... I think now Fancy You would have a better time, because again, this composition of theirs, they can just commit to a site, and it works much better because they have this plethora of aggressive utility. They just have to be aware that No Namers will be a team that will challenge the lurk every single time because they know that there's no proper sentinel for Fancy.
Yep, that's right. However, I'm still very disappointed we're not seeing those fancy plays from Sky, or at least Acerola. But we all know what happened as well. I think that's the hesitation coming from Acerola to actually commit to those kind of teleport plays where he can teleport out to safety, is because every time the KO knife comes through, you'll always see someone swinging in with that knife that really, really, you know, confirms them at least a kill.
Vera has been one of those people that loves to follow up on that since he is the Jet. Oh, also, my bad, guys. Not a technical pause. Just a 90-second interval between halves. So
yeah, let them rest. Let them reset. Figure out their lineups.
We don't have that on VCTPH, so I've never seen. I know that NA does that, but never on VCTPH. So
it didn't happen in Malaysia, Singapore as well. So I was a little bit surprised. Yeah, it's a Southeast Asia thing, or Asia Pacific.
APAC
thing.
culture shock.
Yep, that's right. Vera with the aggressive. Temps gets one. Vera gets one, but they trade that out. Will they finish it off? 1v1. They had reload timing. Jiggle pick. Ooh, that's
snazzy. Good shots. Again, Vera and Shun at the forefront of this. Well, we talk about how Temps is that player that takes a lot of the frags for No Namers here, but Vera and Shun have gotten some pretty spicy ones as well all throughout the rest of this series.
Yeah, I mean when you think about Temps, he's a player that can interchange between roles. He can play initiator, can play controller if he wants to. He can also play a duelist. So when you see these kind of players who are used to playing duelists, I think the way they play different position or roles, it's very different as well. So for now, immediately, turret gets destroyed. That's all the information they need. Vera, let's see if he actually wants to swing this. He's not very shy to, but we all know that someone's waiting outside. Oh, that's not actually going to happen.
Well, he does have the dash, so he's pretty brave to just... again, hold this kind of aggressive angle. But I think now No Namers are feeling that they shouldn't try to push for that, because we already saw how too much aggression will actually still lose you the round, even against a team that is on a thrifty buy.
Yeah, it can happen. For now, they have gotten their information they need. Look at that. They got so much information, and 2 immediately gets knocked out. Melee, he flashes his teammate, but look at that. Look at the fallout coming from Sky. That's teamwork. That's friendship right over there.
Oh, that's... yeah, too preemptive on that flash, but still the plant on the spike. Huge win there for Fancy. That's gonna amp up their purchases coming into the next round, but most of their concerns will be lying on how many they have lost against No Namers. As over and over again, No Namers here looking to be the team that seemingly feels like the kryptonite, at least at the start for Fancy. Like, Fancy is doing all of the things, I'd say, right, but the timing is just slightly off that No Namers are able to capitalize against their mistiming on utilities.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, again, we did see moments where BMVZ, they had a follow-up with their concussions, but it's just so unfortunate because their timings are off. They're not able to follow up. Look at that. Once again, concuss happens, and immediately they know how they're going to be playing. Immediately, when you see how they're playing very predictable. They're very systematic. Like, this goes here, this goes here, this goes here. Immediately, as soon as NN sees that, they really, really take advantage of that. And I think that's the element of surprise that comes through over here from NN compared to Fancy You. However, though, I do like that they're actually using this in the front. They get some information. Here comes out. Flashes gets 1. Will it be a 2? Yes, he does. Will it be 3? Please, not quite. He really switches his weapon instead of reloading. Waits for yes, I can. Can he, though? That's the question here. Everyone's rotating to the middle. He knows from the backside. He does get 3. That's a 3K for him. And he immediately puts out that knife and he just falls down. DXM coming from his side. He has his teammates back.
The paranoia is going to be very shallow. This angle's way too far. And Acerola, luckily, actually still survives, but he literally has no fighting power here. All utilities already expended, and that smoke is not stopping any of them from just throwing out utility as well as popping shots through it. That being said, look at how quickly Temps has already positioned himself to hit the lurk on top mid. If Acerola does go around that way, then he's going to get denied. But now I'm just looking forward to seeing that highlights, because Temps played that incredibly well, if not perfect. Acerola might need to save the weapon here, because that's about as good as Fancy can get. That should be about it for this round.
That's right. I really like the discipline that the team has, just sitting on the bomb. They're not leaving anything up to chance in case a teleport play happens or anything like that. They lost 2 out of that, but look at that. Just, as I said before, their utilities are their double-edged sword. Yes, they played everything right. Yes, they stopped that, that people from coming in. But what they underestimated was the fact that this team No Namers, not shy to play through the smoke. So even if they want to play a lurky lurk, there is someone going to be coming out to get some information out of that.
It's so crazy that that's how they always play. And Temps with... his aggression is just not getting punished, by the way. Also, love how he's stuck on Sabrosa, or the opposite side of Sabrosa there.
Yeah.
Because when you're on top mid, you actually can't spot that angle. And unless they actively try to peek you, you do not see them at all, unless you get extremely close to that. So, Yes I Can was in such a bad position that he cannot get help out by his teammate. Wait, what? Did that hit? Okay, I thought he got a body shot or something.
Not quite, but Sky will get hit though instead. There's the heals coming in from the Sky. That's why Sky is just so useful. It's just the group heal just gives so much survivability for the team. But immediately look at that. They get information. Look how fast the team rotates. But now my question is, how is NN able to play retakes? We haven't seen that yet. Oh my god, never mind. Temps just
cover going out.
Really exceeding my expectations every time. Acerola gonna be playing through this smoke share, just catch one out. That's the information they need. And let's see if they're able to capitalize on it. We are seeing 2 from the backside here. BVMZ's playing from the side of door, so in case someone tries to push in.
Ooh, I love how the observers are adding the sight lines for each player here. Really gives you where the players are looking at as the round is progressing. BMV preemptively looking for some retaliation here, but it still works out. Acerola had the really good angle at playing on top of Generator. If he's fast enough, if he's quick enough, he will be able to be a incredible sentry there for the Fancy U team. They still have to at least get 4 more rounds before anything happens, but let's see the Temps plays. He's been high temp for this entire series, but Acerola answers right back. Still, again, as I mentioned, 4 rounds is what separates these two.
Yep, that's right. I think I really liked what Temps had, but the problem was, I think, if you notice, most of the players were on B. The rotations were a little bit more slower, their reaction time at least, because if you look at it, the way they played wasn't through mid anymore. However, though, Vera does get the Jet out of the way. Vera now out of the game, and that's 2 more gone. Just like that. And immediately everything just falls apart in this game. Look how fast that was. And I think that's what I was talking about for Malaysia's Singapore side. We saw this exact same play coming from the side of no-namers. They love those aggressive pushes. They love those... They may be on defense, but they're playing like they're on attack every single time. Acerola, while he is able to play repositioning, he is able to kind of check out all the different angles. The problem with that is that the teammates, if they fall apart, Acerola can't really do anything on his own.
He can try, but it's going to be such a hurdle, especially as an Omen. You can try to smoke for yourself, but if you try to push onto a site with a smoke, it's incredibly obvious where you're at. And now going into B, where there's like 2 people waiting at him, it's going to be even more risk. Now, because that door has closed, maybe he could have the inkling that there's 2 people at the back of B site, and maybe could also go straight for A, where it's only 1 player there. But DXN is also hunkered down on Hell, where his turret is going to spot everything.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, Acerola is back on that position where he either runs, tries to plant it, or just save the weapon once again.
Yeah, I mean, he can try, but there you go. The chicken immediately spots him out. And immediately look at that. See how many people immediately react to that, and that's the fake teleport there. And they're like, where did he go? I wonder. So I was like, he just spot him out! Nope, the save ain't happening this time.
Again, fake teleport does absolutely nothing. And I've been on that receiving end because unless it's more of like the way to make fake TPs work is to divert the attention of your opponent, right? And unless they're diverted by something else other than just paying attention to where you actually TP, it's not as effective as you think it is. But that being said, Acerola has been playing this really well for FancyU. He's like 16 kills right now, but as the rounds suggest, it's not really enough just yet. Look at how much damage Killers has already taken as he's just trying to close the door. That is so much. He's down to like 40.
Yep, that's right. But look at that. Even on the site, there's already someone waiting. Sky gets 2, but there is a trade confirmed shoot. That's the power of friendship. Look at that. That's the end of that. Immediately, even gets the revive out of that too. And I noticed every time Temps has his ultimate, it's a confirmed win because FancyU is a type of team that really relies on their what do you call it, on their utility. And even if Temps dies during the round, it does give his team enough chance or enough at least utility or suppression to kind of like play that round. That's how fast they're playing this.
Yeah. And okay, I was just like paying attention to the numbers. Temps has 18 assists. 18 assists!
All he has to do is knife, and that's a free assist!
Yeah, but I mean, it just means that his knives are working, right? Because like, there's a certain amount of time, I think seconds, before the tag on any utility doesn't get an assist anymore. So that means that F and N, no-namers here, have been capitalizing, as you mentioned, with the utility of Temps.
Yep, that's what I said. The power of friendship. I mean, truly though. I mean, when you look at the communication and how they're moving together, it's just something else. And it's just so shocking that this is not some big name organization playing this way. However, though, look at that. Coming through mid will be Killers, but I think everyone is very aware where they are. Door closes, does get broken down here by Killers, but he can't go to the back. Temps again playing the aggressive angle there, immediately follows up with his flashes. But I think what they're trying to do is just trying to put as much, they're just trying to distract from middle side.
Oh my god, they put like 2 nanoswarms and alarm bot, everything that DXN had to offer. He just plopped it out on A short. And as they come through, they even get tagged by the recon dart. This is the worst round that could have happened to to Fancy here. And as the last player falls, as Heisey drops down, the series gets taken by no-namers, and the flag for MYSG has been set in the first match of the play-ins.
I am so shocked at the outcome of this. Panel was saying that it's gonna go either 2-0, 2-1 to the side of FancyU. However, though, as a representative and the only representation coming from Malaysia onto this panel, I beg to defer.
Yeah, I can't tell if Raph on the panel predicted for Fancy as well, but if you're not aware of it, Tash, whenever Raph does a prediction, the team that he predicts always loses. He's had 0% prediction wins on VCT PH, so if he did pick FancyU, he's bringing the curse.
Oh no, thank you for telling me this. But look at the score. This is post-match 13-6, and looks like for this map, and I can understand. At first I was just saying that, okay, for Ascent, it looks like No Name wasn't doing very well. Maybe the tables have turned. You know, we talked about that just now. But No Namer is saying, no, this is why we chose Ascent. We had our own kind of way to play this. We had our own lineups. And while FancyU, they did have their plays that they prepared for, it didn't quite happen. And look at that. I bet this time around it looks like it's a little bit more balanced in terms of post-game stats.
It really is. And to kind of add to all of that, you mentioned how well the No-Name team has prepared for this. I just gotta say that a lot of SE8 teams are really integrating the KO And I think as time has already passed, people are not feeling as awkward using his flashes and especially his blades anymore. Because I think the big problem for us was how well the timing for the blades are, but our concerns were not well met because Temps just used it to utter perfection for a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, I have to agree. And on top of that, look at how the whole team of NN is playing. Every time there's a paranoia, there's something happening, immediately there's a follow-up. I mean, there are some moments here where Fancy U does have the upper hand, and that's because, look at this, this was something that clearly they practiced, or at least they had an idea how to play. But immediately after that round, Team No Namers really not just adapted, they just took whatever they learned and just started steamrolling with it. They're just giving back the same thing that Team Fancy U gave them.
He just kept gobbling all of that up. Look at this one from Temps. Like, this isn't
ridiculous.
supposed to happen, but he gets like a 3-man flash that nobody was expecting.
That's why I said they're not afraid to play in through smokes. When you think about it, a lot of teams would rather wait for the flash, for the smokes to disappear. They would kind of like hesitate, kind of like going through a smoke. But Team No Namers is the type of team that really knows, like, it's fine. Even if I die, that's some information for my team, because they trust that their teammates will be able to use that information to their advantage. Temps is just not afraid to really make these big, fancy, flashy plays.
Kind of reminiscent of what I've seen last year from PTC of Full Sense, where he did the exact same thing against, I think that was Damwon, that allowed them to win and be the other team that comes out from the APAC LCQ from 2021. So really, such a fantastic performance output there from No Namers, and I can really see the smile on Tash's face.
I'm just really excited to hear what Panel has to say.
Oh yeah, and just to clarify as well, Tash, Raph did predict that Fancy U was going to win, so.
No, it was all Raph's fault after all. Either way,
still the 0%er predictor.
Yeah, either way though, I think this is a great opening match for us here on day 1 of play-ins. So for now, we're gonna be taking a quick break just to cool off, and after this, we're gonna go to Series 2, where you'll be seeing Asterite once again.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste, like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke, taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope, the stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth, the verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. is terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Well, No Namers actually started off with a clean 2-0 victory there against Fancy United Esports, and this is the first time I actually had my predictions right. Welcome back to the panel. We're just going to be talking about the game that happened earlier on before we move on to the next series. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is a Black and Blue and Raph, and I'm going to start it off with you, Raph. We brought up names such as Temps and Vera, and here they are carrying the team to victory for No Namers.
I was just making sure that the world could hear about, my opinion on this situation. Yeah, again, No Namers, they really surprised everybody. I did talk about that. The lethality that they have really comes from that shock and awe factor. They really don't have a lot of data. And again, I just kind of want to point out it is day one, so there's still a good feeling outstage. Although what I have to appreciate is that Fancy United, they had fantastic efficiency on the pistol. Almost always they would win the first 4 rounds. But assuming they still kind of need a little bit of time to warm up, that heat retention from the previous stage, or rather the previous qualifier, isn't completely there yet. So still ways to go.
Yeah, we've kind of seen them, I guess, fizzle out near the end of, actually not even near the end of things. As soon as they get out of the gates, as you said, they win 4 rounds straight and then they just lose all steam. And they really haven't been able to, I guess, pick themselves back up and continue that forward, what was working for them earlier on. But much of that is also to the credit here of No Namers, who I think are really good at adjusting. They give those first few rounds, right? They play a lot more aggressively, but then they scale back. Attacking side or defensive side, they scale back. And they realize maybe turtling on that defense is really where Fancy will struggle to go up against on their attacking side. We saw that on the defense, but not only that. I'm not saying that they turtle and just play super passively, because No Namers had some very, very good active rounds where they make a play on the defense as well.
And yeah, we'll have a look at the series highlights just to get a quick recap on what exactly we are talking about there. We first started off on Haven, where it kind of looked like it was Fancy starting it off really good, but then it went down to a 6-6 half there until No Namers started to pick up the steam there, and Vera and Temps, the deadly duo that No Namers had, started coming out straight. But there are also times there where Fancy United Esports still shown throughout the entire game, Black and Blue.
Yeah, and the problem it also seemed like from Fancy is, they've had a bunch of players who get themselves going, but never the whole team together. And it's not really going to work up against a team that are like No Namers, who, as the name might suggest, don't really have that data to go against. But it seems like it wasn't a lack of preparation versus a specific opponent here from Fancy, but maybe just jitters on their first game here back at APAC, or rather to APAC, but they really just didn't seem outclassed, especially once you went on over to the defensive side here in Ascent.
Absolutely. Again, there were fairly obvious moments where the team looked like they were kind of melting down. Once again, like this one, right? Temps just kind of mauled everybody, mowed everybody down, and now we see the re-aggression still coming, even though they had a fairly free site to move. But again, moving forward, it is the first day. There's still quite a bit of notes for everybody and quite a facets, but that is not to discredit No Namers at all, because we did mention that they've taken, for the likes of Pastel and Shiba and the homies, But again, if you're gonna go on a round by round breakdown, we did see No Name make the similar mistakes. For example, I think this was round 6 of the second map where they wanted to take mid control, but they sent their Sova to lurk on A long. So that dart that would have given them a little bit more space to press on forward wasn't all that present, and they were running into a jet with an op. So a little bit of a head scratcher there. Still, day one. That's all we're gonna go back to.
And the day one, the first match of the day, was really something for no-namers there. The underdogs have finally started to make a name for themselves here in this matchup. But of course, we also have to talk about the next match that is going to be coming up on our screen. It's going to be a Big BAAM versus Action PH, the last series that we have for the last series that we have for the day, and it's Action PH showing up here on the international stage, looking into making a name for themselves, but as well as Big BAAM trying to redeem themselves from the Vietnamese scene. Let's have a look at that Vietnamese team. Let's go to Big BAAM. Vietnamese third seed is what we have here. It's Big BAAM joining in on the fray, and we got Dorf, Pina, Cuppy Cake, N2K, and both Black and Blue.
Totally, these guys, you know, we saw them during last VCT Challengers, and we were really expecting them to be one of those teams to pop off, especially coming from the Vietnamese scene. Sadly for them, they kind of get relegated here into the play-in stage, as Cerberus are the ones who move on for the region. But you're looking at like a team like Big BAAM, another team that we're coming in here from Vietnam, and we know that that is a region that has had powerhouse teams in other FPS games, and now here especially, they are trying to prove that with them losing basically their star player in Crazy Guy. How will this team come back when they lose one of the best players in the country as a whole? It really remains to be seen, because they've had a very, very good run during their qualifier stage, during their group stage, and only lost to the other two Vietnamese teams that are here, which is Cerberus and
Fancy.
Fancy, yeah, you're exactly right. And we just saw. So, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing for them just yet, but they have kind of almost stumbled without Crazy Guy on their team, but they got themselves this far. So one has to believe that they can continue on forward.
With a cornerstone like Crazy Guy, who's been an absolute beast throughout his tenure of not just Valorant, but of course the entirety of the tactical shooter genre, yeah, it will take quite a bit of time to adjust, and they're doing their best to absolutely do that, because again, Big BAAM is one of those teams that are consistently good when it comes to the map spread we have, or at least on the maps available, and they've been pretty creative with their agent lineups. They're showing that they don't shy away from all these experimentation. Maybe we'll even see more of that in our APAC. But again, day one, that's the third time I'm going to come back in the last like 10 minutes. But yes, that's the overarching theme for all of us here.
All right, well, the next thing that we're going to be introducing also lost a player for themselves, but they do have a pretty formidable stand-in for now. Let's introduce Action PH. For you, ref. Action PH Philippines, third seed with a new name to the roster, who's just currently going to be a stand-in. That is a Batman, but he's together with RUM and Georgie and Zero Deathyo. Raf.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Action PH is again one of those teams that are true to their name. Action in or out of the game. There's roster moves, and the theme continues. They lost yet another keystone to theirs. They might be taking a little bit of time to mend those wounds, but Action PH, oh boy, Belief is a beautiful armor, but makes for the heaviest sword. That's why when we see this team going, they are gonna go. But once we see them slow down too, it's the same thing. They do get bogged down pretty hard, and the way they recover is something that they have to take note of and really have to improve on. They haven't had the time to really develop a strat book either, but come APAC, maybe they're gonna surprise us.
Might be the heaviest sword, but man, from the pommel to the guide to the blade of it, it kind of seems double-edged here for the Action side. We talked about how, you know, they're very momentum heavy, and they, I mean, true to their name, do love to bring the action to the front lines, but sometimes it kind of gets them, and in more ways than one, overextends their welcome, both like maybe position-wise and basically what they're trying to do time and time again. We have seen that when it comes to maybe a tactical timeout on the opposing side, or the opposing side starts to get momentum of their own. Action PH just cannot pick up that momentum, cannot pick up that steam to keep things rolling up because they start going downhill.
Yeah, and I feel like we are gonna have to stick to the theme here, where these guys are playing with one of their cornerstone members that you guys have pointed out, away from the play, and especially even more so for Action PH, that have just started to play here with a Batman, and him just joining a couple of weeks prior to the Asia Pacific Challengers definitely might be a threat for Action PH, but might just be the agenda that they want to get that victory against Big BAAM. And let's actually have a look at the head-to-head and have a look at the tail of the tape to see which players we have to look out for this entire series. And for now, the screen is going to be showing Not Thong 2K and Georgie. No surprise there. 260.3 ACS, 267.5 ACS for Georgie, and everything is relatively even for themselves.
Yeah, both of these players are really, really good, man. And especially, you know, when you have a player like Na Tong picking up those reins, when you lose big cornerstones of your team that brought you into SEA Challengers time and time again last year, in players like Red Neville and Crazy Guys we talked about, you really have lots of weight on your shoulders to pick that, take that all responsibility and really push it forward. But Raph, I'm pretty sure you are aware as well that Georgie, he is not shy to doing exactly that. And ever since he has splashed on the scene, no matter what team is on, that's a task that has been put on him. And for the most part, he's almost always delivered.
Almost always delivered is definitely something that we have to look upon, because both these players have the responsibility of being the tips of their respective spears. They're both as explosive as they can be, but one thing that I feel like would set them apart is the usage of that operator, because we know that Georgie is incredibly well versed with that and prefers that big old one-shot potential. So again, this is one of the more explosive head-to-heads we're gonna have. The question is, I'm really curious if Action PH are still gonna go with that all their abilities, all their, you know, well, basically, for the lack of a better word, balls through the walls type of playstyle.
Yeah, we may definitely see that. I mean, having a person like a Batman enable the rest of the roster for Action PH may just enable that type of playstyle as well. But let's have a look at where they will be playing here, as we have to go into the map veto to see what the bans and picks are going to be for these two teams. And for the most part, as far as I'm concerned, Fracture is not a map that Big BAAM is a fan with. Definitely going to see that being banned out immediately right off the bat. But we have a couple of maps here that may just be the choices here for Big BAAM and Action PH, and that might just be Bind and Haven, Black and Blue.
Well, we haven't really seen Fracture coming in from Big BAAM, so I don't think Action want to take that risk, especially seeing how in the local VCT they really did struggle when playing on Fracture. So, it's actually BAAM who insta-bans it, so I'm sure Action would be happy with that, looking at what is left on the table. Potentially, maybe they're going to be taking out Ascent here. It's a map that they haven't really been successful on, and we know that they want to bring it to Haven. That's where Action make their mark. But they go for Breeze instead, which I think would actually be a pretty good pick, considering that BAAM are not a bad team on Breeze. They're a 67% win team. Small sample size, yes, but those wins were pretty convincing that they're capable of winning those.
I feel like, pardon me, on the side of Action PH, this is more really weathering the storm on BAAM, because we have mentioned that BAAM has a very impressive win rate across all throughout their maps. So really, it's a pick your poison type of situation. Now we see the icebox here, and I feel like this is going to be the first time we might be seeing the birth of a new meta, maybe potentially no more Viper, who knows? You know, me personally, I'm a big Viper fan here. Action PH, though, they have to be a little more cautious with this pick because they don't want to give this up to Own. They actually go with Ascent, which, again, it is a little bit of a head turner, considering Ascent is, I would say, a decent map, but they still have Bind left on the table. They had, what, Haven left on the table. For this to be their first pick, yeah, I don't know, Chief.
Yeah, I don't know either. We're going to be seeing Split being banned out. Only the choice of Haven and Bind now, depending on Action PH. And if you're looking at Action PH, they have a better chance on Bind with a 67% win rate, but they played more on Haven, and that is the cornerstone Filipino map, I should say so. I feel like Bind is going to be banned out, and it is banned out for themselves, and we're going to see Haven as the decider here, Black and Blue.
I think it's the right call for them to go into Haven, but I think they should have picked this first. I mean, it works out for them that they get Fracture and Breeze out, the two worst maps of Action by far, statistically. But I don't know, Ascent, when we saw them in the local, Filipino qualifiers for the VCT, didn't really look the most convincing, and if anything, it's a decent map as well coming in for BAAM. They're not bad on it, neither are Action, but just very curious that they kind of want to take a super 50-50 map for their second map and decided on what is a good map for both teams. One might argue that you might want to put Haven first forward, but hey, it's a decision. It's the decisions that they live with and ultimately are going to have to deal with.
Like I said, it's weathering the storm, man. The Big BAAM have proven to the world, or rather their region, that they've been fantastic. And I feel like we have a little more to see going into the game. The feeling out process is definitely not done, and we're about to see yet another test of compatibility of playstyles.
Yeah, and with that, we'll see the compatibility of your predictions here going into this series. Let's start off with you, Black and Blue. All the maps already given, all the players with their new players going to be playing in. Who's your pick to win the series?
Oh, it's a hard pick, honestly. I mean, BAAM, previously they beat teams like Full Sense. They made it, which obviously Full Sense made it all the way into champions. So it's hard not to take that history as part of what they've already done their tenure, but they've lost two big cornerstones in that. And Action, they are really feeling it right now. To be honest, BAAM, not looking as good as I would have expected, but that's not saying a lot because, to be fair, Fancy and Cerberus in their own local qualifier were really good. So saying all that, BAAM are great, but I think Action are better. I'm going Action for this. If they take map number 1, I think this is going 2-0, but otherwise, I'm going to give the respect here 2-1 in Action's favor.
Oh, man. It's so hard to not disagree with you, because I really wanted to go BAAM because I'm a man of numbers, I am a man of data. But if you, again, look at their match history, they went against Fancy United Esports. And from what we saw from FCY today, they have that great momentum swing that is just all too familiar with Action PH, and I would say maybe to an even bigger extent, because the thing about Action PH is if you get one, or if they get one, that suddenly becomes a 9 in a blink of an eye. So they definitely have experience in fighting against that momentum, not being super successful at it. So yeah, I'm gonna go with 2-1 Action PH.
All right, I'm once again going to go up against the grain here. I'm going to go 2-1 for Big BAAM, only because of the fact that Big BAAM has seen themselves in these stages, and even despite the fact that they lost Red Nevil, they lost Crazy Guy, pretty sure that they will still be able to deliver the same performance that they have in the international stage. And with that being said, with our predictions on the board, we have to let the players decide the fate for themselves as we throw it on over to the first game of the day between Action PH and Team Big BAAM.
Well, long series a while ago for some other reasons. This time, let's get a longer one for the right ones. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the play-ins. My name is Dax. I'm here still with the man of the endurance himself, Mr. Asrai. And here we have it. We're going to get another Vietnamese squadron in the battlefield here, Asrai. But this time, they're going to be facing off against a PH team. It's Big BAAM versus Action PH.
Oh man, this is gonna be an absolute banger of a match here. We were talking, me and Tash were talking about a while ago how it seems like there is a power struggle for the Vietnamese region now, where it's Fancy United, Big BAAM, and Cerberus that is at the helm. But I think at the most consistent tippy top has always been Big BAAM. And when with some changes to the roster, their consistency is well met in the Vietnamese region. But again, the question now lies, how will that fare out against a team like Akshan PH? But that being said, though, Akshan have been struggling as well in the past. And with the immediate introduction of a Batman in APAC, there's a lot of questions to be answered by this PH team.
You know, I was with the Batman when he told me, he's like, oh, hey, you know, I'm actually going to be joining Action PH. And I'm like, really? You're looking Esports ready there, my friend. But we're going to be getting ready into the series as map number 1 will be kicking it off on Icebox. And this is a new iteration here, Asrai. New patch, new controllers, new setup on Icebox. And even though Big BAAM has had so much success on it, I really expect them to try and, you know, maybe change things up as we get into the game. But immediately, though, we already have our 2 rosters. Seems like double Sentinel setup here for the side of Big BAAM. You know, Sage to the Sentinel, but it's still the same old thing. In the meantime, though, APH losing Motzki, having a Batman, it's still the same role they play anyway, so they're gonna go for that Killjoy as well.
So the thing that made Icebox really scary before was the stifling defense or the stifling control that a Viper gave to the map itself, right? But since it's been reworked, it feels a lot more wide now. There's some choke points that aren't choked anymore. And with the changes to the Viper having more or having a much more expensive fuel usage compared to before, especially if you use both of your smoke abilities, this could provide a lot more leg room and then less, what's the word here? Less mistakes of Viper utility usage to make her actually effective, even on Icebox, which is technically, before the big patch, was her best map.
Yeah, and just, you know, those big changes really on that B side. It makes everything different. The angle is not there anymore. It's all about these perpendicular motions that can come into play, and sneaky enough, it might be even hard to try and make those close plans happen if you know the right angle to get the defuse on. But I really want to point this out right now. Big BAAM has switched over. Historically, they play this double duelist composition, but this time they're going to be changing it up to have that Sage instead. And in all honesty, that's right. Seeing as a while ago with Fancy United, looking at the Vietnamese region as a whole, I really think that they're going to be the ones willing to embrace a lot of change coming into APAC. Yes, they're in the play-ins, and they might be the squads who have to expose more of their strats early on, but at the same time, I really feel like for Vietnam, it's all about proving themselves on APAC, and with not as much to lose in terms of reputation, they're going to be at it again and again and again, and Big BAAM is a squad that is already experienced. Even their new additions have played in the VCT SEA stage.
That's a big ask to again for the Vietnamese region that has proven, at least last time we saw them in 2021, somewhat successful, right? We saw Cerberus do as well as they could. They were a team that could go the distance, but up against other teams, other regions that had, let's say, more setups than what I think the Vietnamese region was more accustomed to, which was, again, the more aggressive style of play. It could be something different for them. But with all that being said, it's going to be a matchup between Georgie and Nathong. And another fun fact, again, Nathong was actually from Furious before, which was a team known for Paladins. Not Overwatch, Paladins.
Whoa, yeah. That's interesting. You know, I'm going to add one more fun fact there. Mofi comes from Ego, if I remember correctly. So, as I said, all of these guys VCT ready for the APAC scene. And at the very least, BAAM, of course, they still have that structure. They still have that core. Pina, NTK, and Dorf. You're going to expect them to flex on around later on. But Action PH on the defending side. And Georgie is going to get hit quickly by Nathong 2K there to start things off. Opens up this B side. We're knocking here on new places and new faces, Asarai. Big BAAM showing a bit more of that understanding as they get the right angle here.
Again, as the Viper stuck for Aryu here, he can't just use both of his utilities and expect that his fuel would be at the ready. So he has to interchange between both to make it as effective. This long lurk from Dorf could actually work out as Zero Deathio, not expecting it, runs out of bullets with the damage be done. Nathong still charging into the side with the rest of his team. Can they actually plant the spike through the snake bite? Yes, they can. It's going to be working out. 4 versus 3.
30
the
seconds
spike
left.
is gonna get planted. There you go.
Look at that, just pixel perfect with defaults basically. And now, high time here for Big BAAM to do what they do best on that post plant. Very methodical approach here from BAAM. Slow over gonna get thrown on out. A Batman now he set up the alarm bots there. And the shots do come, but Emma just defusing action. PH looking steal, but Move! That's a beautiful shock dart, cracking the lightning at the right time. Halfway done though, all up to a Batman. The new addition here to the APH roster. Gonna go down immediately as NTK will spot him. Big BAAM got that pistol win.
Remember again before, NTK was a name that keeps popping up in my feed, aside from Red Neville, that from the Vietnamese region, that just performs exceedingly well. He's had the most amount of games with Arena, but quite recently, if I'm not mistaken, he's been adjusting to the Sage as well, and well, at least for this pistol round, it's working somewhat for this Vietnamese roster. That was so awkward. Look at that. Moth with the double shocky.
And actually, PH, maybe a few things that work locally, they can get away with. Not gonna happen this time as Big BAAM, in all honesty, looking at the rosters that we have here from the Vietnamese region, I really have to say Big BAAM might be just one of those most disciplined ones alongside Cerberus Esports. These two squads, they stuck with their core coming into 2022. Both rosters still absolutely potent. And if we look at the records of Valorant Challengers Vietnam, Big BAAM, they were so dominant against all of the other competition, only losing out to the other two representatives. So this Big BAAM roster that made waves last time in Stage 3 SCA, they're going to be making waves this time. That's what they want to do here in Group A. But as right, while we're in a bit of a pause getting ready, you have to look at how stacked, honestly, Group A is. You have Action PH, you have Big BAAM, and on the other side, tomorrow we're going to get Onyx and Full Sense. There's so much potential and there's so much character right now from those 4 teams, and only 2 of them can make it to the group stage actually.
Which could give some leeway to Group B. Again, not disparaging Group B, but at least from what we've been seeing and how we interpreted the performance output of each team, Group A seems to be the more scary of which, right? And fans might say, you know what? That doesn't matter. We need to see them fight against each other first before anything. But regions be regions, and there's still power rankings between those. Anyways, coming back into the game, it's the multi-stack on B long by APH here.
They're playing Tetris right now. Look, them lining up like that. If you show up, it's an intersection of a simulation, and Mo, he just has to stay away from the trap that is being sprung. Interesting enough, though, Azarize, Aryu take some damage there. Actually, PH having a whimper of a start, in all honesty. Might change here if they get this equal win, but beyond that, we usually expect Action PH to go in as hard as possible and go for the takedowns, but the commit is real. Now the 2K will get the 2K to his name. Aryu, though, with the answer. 4v3. Still, the gun disparity is real, and APH is trying to be sneaky around this new garage. A Batman now looking to crawl on forward as well. But Big BAAM, they're not fighting. They do want to wait for APH to peek, and patience is a virtue that BAAM will take advantage of.
And Zerdethio, with literally 1 HP, is just at the A site, waiting for something where he's not going to find any action whatsoever. And he's just going to have to wait for the spike to get planted down. Maybe he can get the catch off against Pina, who does have a Sheriff. That's going to be a nice little upgrade, if ever, but I don't think that's going to happen at all. They're just about to swing on each other, and that is an awkward encounter. And Pina gets to react much faster than his opponent can.
Yeah, this is the second time, basically, that Zerdethio tried to cross the road, but not looking both ways. We saw it outside that entrance to A. Big BAAM with a big boom. They get the first 2 points as per their pistol win. But this is where it really starts for Action PH. You give them the guns, and it's time to see how aggressive they can be. You got Georgie, you got Eman. Expect these 2 guys to frag out, especially towards that A site on the defense. Speaking of the A site itself, it's a Batman, the one holding it down. A big test to the newer player here for the APH roster. But Big BAAM right now, they're truly putting Action PH to many a hamper and many push as they go now towards A side.
I remember APH, G Insanity, you know, complimenting a Batman way back, talking now a Bat's game sense and clutch potential is incredibly high. And APH relying a lot on that could actually get the 1-up. That being said, though, NTK, nice little tap shot, is actually still working in the favor of BAM here. They're dismantling the defense. Georgie is holding on true. He's down to 60, but he's taking the 3K already. Nathong is already down as well, and Moth left to his own devices. Now they know exactly where he is, so he can't just plant the spike. So maybe, just maybe, he can sneak by underneath Georgie here. Georgie, too quick on the read, too quick on the reaction. That's going to be a 4K for him. And a first point on the board for APH.
And smashing those ACS numbers over the board. Stats don't lie. Georgie has been one of the most impressive players all throughout the APAC Challengers scene from their local stage. And you can see just why. When they need a hero, Georgie is there. A 4K in the first place. And not only that, when you have Action PH having Georgie and RU left in those clutch situations, they have so much success within them. And you can really see for Action PH, they can rely on each other on that front. But Big BAM now gonna have that guns. Bonus round didn't work for them. Feels like though for BAM, they were really testing the waters. And as you saw at the starter Astrai, APH losing out on the angles. No one to peek it out. There needs to be less heroes and more teamwork here from Action PH as RU will back on the way.
Yeah, it's very early on, but we already know the age-old OG spell of APH is, again, relying on the aggression, the carrying potential that Georgie brings. I mean, you're not just riding on it. They flow with it, but again, if Georgie fails, APH tends to kind of play at the wayside. Being said though, BAM find themselves somewhat on the B site. Door finds a nice little flick there. Emon trades it up. This is good. Gonna be a 4 versus 4 in. And BAM do get the plant on the spike.
Yeah, here we go again. Action PH breaking the wall at the very least, but still not enough. RU now with a peek. Pino does get the trade, but look up, Pina says, and he is there to get the 3K to make it 3-1. Big BAM, they're peering through these windows so quickly. APH not with a chance to react whatsoever in those fights.
Such a nasty set of kills there for Pina. Yeah, very lit. Look at that one.
He looked up. You know, sometimes they say don't look up. No, BAM, they know up, down, left, right, all the directions, everywhere to go on. And I really feel like even though Icebox has been changed, this is still the familiarity of Big BAM. And we were talking about it just a little bit before the match started. That stat-wise, you know, Big BAM, they have a lot of success in the maps that we have right now. And we're seeing it here in full force. APH though, back on the eco and back with the blades.
Ooh, I thought Giorgio was going to go straight run down on mid, but the smoke does dissuade him somehow. Though BAM is now just looking to aggress. You're not wondering where Georgie is. He's actually double updrafted, which gives him the information, crucial information at that. They're slowly peeking at this. This is very different from what we saw from Fancy U. Big BAM, look at how methodical they are here. And Nathong is just punishing all of those who just want to be cheeky around the walls.
And that's the thing, looking at some of the games back in the Vietnam Challengers, as BAM just cleans up nicely. Only Batman left. Really, Big BAM is that kind of squad that have those methods, that have those stratagems. And you're seeing it here in full force against APH. Action PH though, at least Batman getting killed with the frenzy. Gets the second one, stop running into him, and the Batman tried to be the hero that APH needed, but could not deserve that title in this round. So it's 4-1. BAM again, just cleaning up nicely, relatively. He was good damage done there by a Batman at the end to give him the lockdown. But in all honesty, this is something I saw recently, Astray, because watching BAM versus Fancy United in their challengers, Fancy United reminded me of APH, and then seeing this, be like, Big BAM, you're gonna be facing off against basically the PH counterpart of someone you lost to in the lower bracket. How have you learned your lesson? And so far, it seems like so good. They're controlling the tempo of Action PH and preventing them from running away with this game. 4-1 standing screams that Big BAM is in control right now.
That makes a lot of sense, right? Because if they're just playing against the Filipino counterpart, then certain intervals, certain plays are going to be very familiar, if not at least similar for Big BAM. With all that being said, now back into the round itself, Emon's going to have to force his wall up, but he cannot cross back into safety. Trades are still actually pretty good. George spot up the operator here, so they're going to get actually pretty damn delayed as NTK is the only one to remain. I don't think he's going to try to get anything if he doesn't get a pick first. It's all about how patiently he can just catch off against Georgie. It's back into cover, but does he know that Ryu is right on top of him?
Oh, the wall is ready just in case he wants to go for the res, but so far it has been smart here from Action PH, and it will pay off in dividends. Not only was the operator pick there actually so solid from Georgie, knowing the pace of Big Bam right now, but Eman with that cheeky wall actually getting in the way. Before BAM could set up their own barrier orb, Eman says, you know, I'm gonna put this gate in front of you. You have to pay the toll. Watch out for the guard, and the guard there with the operator just shoots at you from above. Big Bam, they tried to go for that reset, but again, Georgie, he's that hero, and he's that sure shot. Give him the op in this kind of situation. BAM will need to rethink their plans there towards that B site.
Do they have anything to actually stop Georgie from just looking at them straight dead in the eye? Not really. No flashers, no nothing. They can maybe tag Georgie or something, but that's going to be that. Oh, that was a freebie. Completely misses.
Warning shot, man.
And now, oh yeah, I just wanted to add here, man. Big Bam. They're going to just go around the Viper Spit plus the operator of Georgie.
Might as well. Seems like there's a lot of commitment for APH to really make Big Bam go for that B-side, but not on 2K. That was just beautiful yet again. From low to high, they still get the shots. Nano Swarm still in the way. Action PH yet again trying to prevent that plant from happening. And thanks to that stall, Georgie is here yet again with Cape and Operator in hand to try and save the day. 4v4 now though, keeping parity, but this is Big Bam pinned down by the efforts of the operator. And not only that, since it's Pina dead here, Asarai, no way to go for the smoke. It really has to rely on them quickly going on through. Nato tries to contest there with the updraft, and TK with the res. Big Bam, again, slowing the pace down to try and reset themselves before their siege.
Georgie spots it, but has to back away. Can't pick up the Vandal here, among other things. This Killjoy ultimate will do absolutely nothing to stop the plan, and even gets destroyed by Mop. That's going to be a really big help for them, because this now reduces the threat that the rest of the defenders will be bringing into the table. 3 versus 5 to remain. Georgie leading the charge here, has used the Cloudburst to get closer and closer onto yellow. Renathong is waiting. Maybe he can time the peak here. He's gotten the first one. He's reacted properly to it, but he's been reduced down to 5. And if he tries to tap that spike, he dies to it. Yeah, awkward.
That was just perfectly cooked up there by Big Bam, and teammates, even everyone getting on the board there for the Vietnam team here. Gotta say though, Action PH, they have the right plans if they can withstand that first wave, basically. They use those utilities to stall it out. You see a Batman really setting up those nano swarms over the corner just to prevent that initial plant. But the thing is, since Big Bam had that momentum earlier on, having that resurrection to go for that reset, they had the chance it again to try one more time. And this time, Action PH, they had to go up close and personal. That was a really good angle there by Georgie. But with 5 HP, you said it yourself. Step on that spike, tap it a little bit, and you are going to get scolded and scalded by the nano swarm there in the end. So Big Bam right now, keeping command and keeping control here, really, really effective work from them.
APH now going to be, excuse me, calling a timeout as kind of feeling the pressure. I wonder how RU can rally back the team, because we've already talked about this in PH, and if those who are tuning in for the APAC are now just wondering about APH in particular, this team really does rely on the momentum. Bounce back is not their strong suit, but with a Batman, maybe that's going to be a possibility. Maybe.
And the thing is, Action PH really isn't a roster that has the most refined stratagems. They love to go for those mid-round calls, courtesy of RU, but beyond that, it's a shoot-head-win game. Go for the duels as much as possible. So losing out Modeski for a Batman who is also that kind of clutch player, there really is that parity. It's not going to hurt them as much compared to many teams who have that sudden stand-in, right? So we'll see if Action PH can readjust. It's more of Big Bang. Oh! The drones, they touch tips there, friend.
They touch nostrils, which is the next step of intimacy.
Oh, and an Eskimo kiss, man. I mean, it's perfect. We're on Icebox. There you go.
That's true.
That's true. And Big Bam's here.
You can't touch tips when you're wearing all of that protective cold layering, right? So it's about the nose.
I know what you're talking about now, but hey, Big Bam here. Again, slowing it down. That's the thing. You even have time to finish this whole segment about Eskimo kisses and whatnot, because Big Bam say, Action PH, go ahead. Throw everything you have at us beforehand. And as soon as we sense that weakness, we will go. This patience really such an effective factor right now for Big BAM and how they're making sure that they understand what the pace of this game is. And not only that, NTK, I really feel like that he's been studying these walls. Studying these peaks, and there you go. It is just clinical from NTK to get that takedown. Sordetio though on the board. It is a lesser buy here for Action PH. Big BAM really just wanting to be as safe as possible. The Viper Smith even committed as NTK will go for the plants, but with 410 control. Oh, Mofto goes down as a Batman picks up a rifle. Chance here perhaps for a Batman and co. APH do have the blades even available, and Georgie is on the hunt as well. But inside that mean green machine, it's BAM right now lurking in wait. Pina catches out Sordetio. A Batman now trying to come in close, but the alarm bot will already say where he is. But Georgie finds NTK at least, and now he's gonna go on the outside. Dorf though finds the last two as the wrong knife was out from Georgie, and Big BAM will take it yet again. APH giving themselves chances, but BAM in the end will still take the round.
I don't think that was the wrong knife for Georgie. I think he used his right click and whiffed, so he didn't have his Blaze Storm anymore. If you heard that there was like that small whoosh at the background, we were spotting out, I think, Dorf or someone else. And yeah, that's why Georgie only had his knife out, because he was trying to at least run as fast as he can to pick up the Vandal that was right in front of him. But Dorf actually denies that.
Oh, wait, let me put my volume even louder so I can hear the Asteroid sound effects.
You know, I'm actually pretty deaf when it comes to like listening to people, but in-game sounds.
Oh yeah, that's true. You know, when someone right beside you is giving you advice, you don't take it.
Ah, Dax. How dare you?
Well, you set that one up.
People don't need to know that I'm bad at taking advice, or I'm just like really bad at just.
Yeah, shout out to everyone. Astra has met IRL for the past week, but a Batman, he will meet his demise there against Dorf. You know, we're talking about Valorant here, not your. Well, I'm not gonna continue on with that. Spike planted quickly, and here we go again. Big BAM with control of the site there, my friend.
Now we'll see how this goes. 4 versus 5 as the round continues. Nice little heal there on Zero Defio. The slow is good on the timing as well. This just delays them even further, even though that gets a nice little 3 tag. Look at who is in the back of the site, claiming names and taking hearts. It's Moff. One by one, they all fall down. And to get the close corner here, uses the box to utter fruition. But it's still for the attackers. But is time still of the essence? It is not, because the nano just ruins it all for them. Also, did that cloudburst actually screw up APH from Georgie?
I didn't see that one coming, and as soon as they stepped, it was it. The floor is lava, and Big BAM, they're the ones imagining this playground here. 7-2 just because of that. And that's how many kills already from Dorf just with his utilities. Has 10 takedowns right now. Great understanding of this kind of setup. And look at that, F1 even just like, oh no, what's going on? Tries to jump all the way, and you said it. The Cloudburst actually hides that immediate spot of that Nano Swarm. That has to hurt APH. Big BAM right now just getting away with those setups. And here we go again. Action PH on the lesser buy. We said this a while ago. If Action PH is losing at the start, that is where they lose that kind of confidence within themselves and things fall apart for them.
With all of that, you add Nathong that, again, I was talking with my friend who plays in VCT Vietnam, says that this guy is one of the best entry fraggers that he's ever spotted. So we're seeing that happen. That being said, though, APH, they're no pushovers when it comes to their Sheriff rounds. They're coming into this one with numbers abound. Spike has yet to get started planting because, again, they do have that post plant. Georgie with the tap on through the wall. This is looking much better for the defenders here. But no one is still on that Spike.
Oh, he has the proper spray from above, but Georgie's there to give Action PH another one. Got close though, but this is it. This is the... That's right. This might be the one that becomes the 8. It becomes the streak for Action PH. We'll see though if Big BAM can stem it, but really for Action PH to win a round where they were only on those sheriffs at the start, where they basically had the lesser buy in the first place, those are the kind of rounds that give them that confidence, that give trust to one another. And with Georgie again still consistently getting those multi-kills, and Action PH, they're not done as of yet.
Georgie's absolutely a monster. Like, he can have his cold days, you know, but...
Bro, his cold days are still hot. He's from He's from the beach, man. He's the Boracay chip. And that's the thing. Even when Action PH overall is down and out, Georgie still finds a way to keep his stats up, to keep on going with the kills. And BAAM, they know they have to stop this immediately. If you've ever seen an Action PH game, guys, and if you've been following the APAC scene even before VCT, you know that APH is a monster once they pile on those rounds. Like I always love to say, from 1 becomes 2, becomes 3, maybe here make it 5 to 7, win that pistol, and then Big BAAM and their lead that might dwindle anytime soon.
That lead just gets popped like a bubble, wasn't it? And as you mentioned, Georgie, he's like that saying in Jurassic Park. He finds a way. Georgie finds a way. He's a dinosaur. In the sense that he's very scary and strong. He's not old. Maybe he is. I actually don't know how old
yeah,
Georgie is.
So basically, if Georgie is the T-Rex, you're probably the Velociraptor, right?
Yeah.
Actually, no, you might be even more of a herbivore than anything else. But hey, anyway. Why do you set these up for me, in all honesty? Why do you hand me these things on the silver platter? Okay. I'm gonna stop here.
I'm just that good of a co-caster, man.
Yeah, you are. This is absolute symmetry, chemistry on point. But let's see now. BAAM, they only have the rifle on that 2K. And you mentioned it. He's one of the more renowned entry frags really in the Vietnam scene. Giving him that hero rifle. We'll see what he can do. Absolutely nothing. Because are you the clutch meister for APH? Getting a takedown. Even the Batman gets on the board, cleaning up Pina nicely.
Yeah, Zerdethio spots out everybody now. If not everybody, almost everybody. With his Silva drone, which also alerts a Batman and Georgie to start moving in through mid. It's gonna cut off the rotation of our attackers here, but at this Viper pit, it's gonna be nigh impossible for BAAM to actually get anything but just maybe a couple of picks here and there. If Aryu over pushes, then maybe NTK can get something, but yep, they tagged, or rather pinged where he was for sure. All they had to do was fire to the smoke, and APH looking to solidify this last round of the first half, maybe with the 5 to 7.
Yeah, look to the left, look to the right, be like, no, he's in the middle. Ah, okay, got you guys. And actually, PH was very clean. Big BAAM's basically hope and prayer in that round was Nathan 2K getting that takedown and allowing them to rush towards that site. We see on the post plant, Big BAAM has so many lineups, basically so many setups that they can utilize. So in that instance, even with the gun disparity, Big BAAM could have actually made something happen. But Action PH now stepping on up, and this is the Action PH that we know and that we love to see from their results. But Georgie, second time, doesn't work out whatsoever. Double up trap will not lead to much. And it's Big BAAM now going for that B site, but they're anticipating here, but the Batman will lose it out. You're getting the confidence back here from Action PH Asarai, but Big BAAM will try to seal it here. Suradekyo though, and Emma, they're coming on in one more time. NTK with a fight back, bringing that on 2K also. But Suradekyo, Mr. Tesseract himself, going from the side. Georgie, they're taking command and advantage of it. And finally, the opportunity for Suradekyo there to wrap up the round. APH getting back into form. And this game is looking to be more wide open than it initially looked, Asarai.
I'm a bit too thirsty on that chase kill on Suradekyo. They kind of fumbled the ball as they were trying to just, again, hunker down on him. Gonna try to see how this one worked out for Emon. Did not, but yeah, when they were on top of B long, Suradekyo wasn't really in a spot where they could have punished him as he was backing up into cover. So them risking to just get out in front was the ultimate fail for BAAM, at least for that 12th round. All being said though, 7 to 5, they still have the lead, but now switch the sides, and Akshan PH, they're more deadly on the attack than they do on defense for sure.
Yeah, and if you guys notice, the time is not moving. We actually have a small, longer halftime, relatively.
Yeah.
So these guys are just resetting themselves, getting ready for the next side, and you're going to be expecting that a lot moving forward for the next 3 weeks. I do have to say, though, Action PH, that's their confidence play. You take one down of Action PH, sure, no problem. And usually, you expect it's a team that there's one guy being hero and everyone is hanging back on the defense, right? But no, they are fully committed. Everyone will be on your face. And that's what gives Action PH still hopes in those kind of rounds. They go all in as a team when they want to play the hard aggress, whether they're attacking or defending. And those are just when the hero plays comes. Suradekyo, Georgie, they're the perfect tandem for the round. And I think you were talking about this to me yesterday while we were discussing some of the matches today, that really Suradekyo has truly stepped on up in this year's VCT.
Yeah, for sure. Again, we mentioned how, not sure if you agree with me, that before for Action PH, it was Emma and Georgie that were like the Splash Brothers, but that got old real quick because, again, people are able to adjust against two dynamic fraggers, especially if they do have the utility usage to back it up with. But when APH has good utility usage on their end, again, in the form of Zero Death Yo, it is looking much better. Now, he's 7-10-3 here, but when he does get the opportunity to do so, he does get those frags when the team needs him to.
Yeah, that's true. I always felt like he was a bit more of a role player back then in the UCFC squadron, but he's stepped up on his own here for Action PH, and that's shocked our client, but Georgie Smoke getting with the lineups early on, knowing how to hamper Action PH. But we're back now, guys. Second half is a go, and that's the first kill of this segment. Now the 2K goes hand to hand of Georgie. Off the wall, it's Georgie trying to play parkour, but NTK getting back to cover 2-3 here for Big BAAM already. And Action PH, they want to go for the rush down towards that side, but before they can build their own safety, they've lost the advantage here, Asarai.
That was so awkward. Georgie kind of overstepped his bounds there. His teammates were breaking the segment of the wall, and he pushed forward, and he just basically tripped. Very awkward.
Yeah, unfortunate. And that's the thing, NTK, opportunistic there, in and out, quickly with the frags. Alarm bot now gonna be saying hello, Ari will break it. But if anyone can try to play the clutch, it might be him, but Scandal won't help out whatsoever. The flag is even there. And this time, you are just gonna get sealed there, Mr. RU. 8-5, Big BAAM again with another pistol win. And even though it's just pistol, it really feels like for Action PH, they need those kind of rounds to build the domination mentality that they love to unleash against other teams.
Oh, wow. They really do. And from that perspective, it didn't even look like Georgie was messed up from his landing, but he really was. That's like a really big thing. Split second when pros are concerned can really translate life or death. Your Death Yo now going to be using his utility maybe to pull a bit of eyes on B, but that's not going to phase Big BAAM here, as Nathong, you can already see him just hovering over Belt, while NTK, he's already plugged up the main. So they want to go through this. They're going to have to break through that, and again, be very afraid of the slow orb that is to come from NT.
Yeah, Marshall Mando trying to page and call "Are you home?" See if Nathong can send that signal as soon as possible. For APH, they just don't want to bite on this. This is getting very precarious though with these jiggles. As soon as Nathong actually gets the right angle, that's bye-bye to RU here. Really all about timing, and there you go. TikTok goes the clock, and the hour strikes, and Nathong will get the takedown and put that spike in place even. This is huge here, so APH will just go in with reckless abandon, and with nothing to lose, and, well, nothing to gain. It's Big BAAM there with the flawless win anyway. They get a perfect round, and they give all those kills to NTE here on the side of Action PH. Look at it. It's one away from the resurrection this early on. That's going to be a big advantage for Big BAAM.
Man. Oh yeah, for sure.
Now, this round is over as soon as that happens. Like, okay, we're done.
That was awkward too. Like, why was the spike on top of Belt when they're going to be just rushing into the site?
Look. It's a conveyor belt, right? I think A site's supposed to be either a shipping place or an airport, so you put the spike there, maybe it'll go to the site. Maybe. I'm just trying to find that silver lining here. We all both know that as soon as the spike went down, that was it.
Yeah, that was them being screwed. So they just maybe hope that they can use the numbers to over-aggress, as it were. Oh, this is going to be a surprise for a Batman. And they lined up. That's okay. Dorfin NTK creating some waves at different intervals, different positions of the map here. And look at how APH on that mini-map Dax already cornered on B long. They can try to maybe wiggle one out, but Nathong is going to slap their hands away if they try to touch the site.
Yeah, and Action PH right now, they're trying to find those miracle angles that have given them success in the PH scene, but again, a bit of unfamiliarity perhaps towards his B side. Georgie right now watching over that snowman, but Nathong 2K, can he get the flick? Over to the head, not gonna happen. Eman instead with a kill on door. Action PH still having a chance in this round. Dash on the way is forced on that quickly. Eman with a self-heal, and will put that spike down into place. But really, this is dangerous here. The Marshall now will hit his
my
mark.
God.
Sir, where does he come from? In the middle, actually getting two. Georgie's still fighting them back. NTK though with the answer. And this was NTK's gun ready to pull the trigger. He puts the resurrection up. 2 versus 1. And it's all up to Georgie now, but with one bodyguard and one for the defuse, perhaps Big Bam here might get the angle. And yes, they do. Through the wall, they will peek. And NTK with another kill. With another point perhaps to his ultimate. No, he's gonna give it to Dorf instead. But 10-5 bonus win here for Big Bam.
Man, Georgie kind of felt a little bit lost there. I think he wanted to maybe go around through orange, but then second decided because the spike not planted for orange peak. You saw it there, it was that big box that was just covering it. I really wish we could have seen Zero Deathio's perspective there, but he did get the late lurk coming in through, but since NTK got the refrag and him being that Sage that only need one more charge to get the res up, Big Bam in that 1v1 interval had the perfect set of abilities to make it an easy retake. Because again, that res was already up when NTK got the kill on Zero Deathio.
Yeah, and things are looking good here for Big Bam. Things are already going right thanks to their efforts. And then things go even better thanks to what APH ends up doing because of some of the scenarios. This is a 5-10 scoreline that Big Bam is completely in control of right now, mitigating the streaky nature of Action PH. And really, Action PH running out of chances right now to get back into form. But when you're facing off against Action PH, it's never over until you slay them with that 13. You need to wrap up the game, or these guys can actually get back at you. It might just be here, heralding the call of Georgie trying to get the attention. But Eman and Georgie, the dynamic duo, they got drowned there by NTK. The Splash Brothers no more. N2K with 4, almost gets the ace. Argue there with a shutdown at least, but that's that for the round. It's Big Bam yet again with a big impact, and this combat stage is the one healing and dealing the damage at the same time. 22 and 12 for NTK. What a stat line.
And again, NTK, he's basically gotten 5 charges. 4 from kills, 1 from the death. So he's like 2 away from another res Dax. That is some crazy statistics coming out from NTK here. Again, that's a weaker buy for APH, but it don't matter because he's getting all of the things right now. 22 kills. On the other side, Georgie 17, but the round's still dropping, falling into the hands of BAAM.
Dude, just give NTK an honorary MD by this point. He's the one defining a new set of healthcare here in APAC. And just, again, an extra second chance later on is going to be so helpful with him. That on point as well. Big Bam right now in full command. We'll see, though, as Action PH going to have the guns at least. And they also have the res to try and keep that parity. Mof, though. Aldron looking for a bit of that impact, perhaps. Trying to see what's going on. APH taking a bit of that high ground. And you got the Batman there lurking in the middle, but a good call to put set alarm bot from Dorf at least to see if there are any signs of trouble. All about APH though, pulling that trigger, and here comes the push. Gonna try and plant that spike down. Moto with the dart gets broken, and it does seem like Big Bam will have to go in blind on this retake.
Actually, there's no retake. They haven't planted the spike.
Oh yeah, actually, I was like, oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Sometimes as casters we try to predict what's gonna happen. Doesn't. Maybe this time.
I'm predicting the reason why they're taking such a long play here is they're waiting for a Batman to spot out somebody lurking from mid. And even though it is very delayed and it doesn't get any value, it seems like Big Bam have chosen to not rotate NTK and Nathong, which again has allowed the pinch for APH to still work. NTK's going to be clearing this up, but now all eyes are set on him. Has to go for the slow orb, but how well can he manage? Actually, okay, good shot on the first, but not expecting a Batman to actually be there to handle his second swing.
And operator here in the hands of Nathong might want to go for the save, but the backstab's real in Georgie. This guy gets seen, and Nathong 2K can smell the jet coming anyway. Really gotta say though that here for APH, that was such a good call, and when the going gets tough, Action PH still getting tougher. The APH, I know from the PH scene, my friend. These guys, as soon as they broke that dart, they would go for it. But really, are you a Batman? Very, very responsible players. Action PH will get the round. And better late than never against a team like Big Bam. APH, good adjustment for the round. Let's see if it can last and make this game last.
see what he can try to do there. I mean, they kind of shake BAAM a bit, but again, BAAM have won so many consecutive rounds that they should be able to fund their endeavors for maybe a round or two. So APH gonna have to work hard to go against them. Again, Nathong being able to save up the operator is even a bigger hurdle here for APH. Still gonna look to go for B though, Dax.
Yeah, and they lost a few of those lives there. At least they still have money for this round. But they're gonna try to build that bank to keep them in contention over and over again. Does Big BAAM adjust though? That's what we're looking for here as Action Page now showing a bit of that resolve here, Asarai, and a bit of responsible actions, especially towards this B site. Then again, the wall, it's gonna be very important here for Eman and Big BAAM. They still set up their heavy utilities towards this B site anyway. Wall comes up. It's already there planting. It's getting broken on down. Eman was spraying through it. Georgie can take advantage of all the chaos and catch out Pina to start things off.
That was huge. Played it slow so that RU can secure one of the orbs and then plant the spike so he can use that Viper Spit of his. A Batman still lurking on mid, and finally it pays off. Last round it did not, but BAAM not considering the fact that them losing multiple members has kind of screwed up what they wanted to do. I think Nathong got spotted as well, so he's gonna just have to tuck tail and run, but Batman is on the intercept. He's waiting for it as well, and Nathong knows this. Gonna have to fight for his life there on Hut. Oh. Okay. Oh, Batman slowly clearing.
You can hear the police sirens, Asarai. All the Wang Wangs in the world, they want to find this guy to manhunt for Nathong to game. They finally get him. Conveniently enough, Action PH, they get the 2 rounds that they love to see in a row. This is it. This is the momentum building. And if Big BAAM loses out yet again, then the points are going to pile on. And especially with the lesser money Big BAAM has after losing that operator, things are looking brighter here for Action PH.
They're just going to save everything they have and go into that next round. Nathong probably going to be... Yeah, there it is. Standard play as a Jet on Icebox. Goes straight for A, but look at this APH. They're pinging it. They know it's going to happen. Okay. No punish, though. He will get tagged, but again, he does have that dash, so how well Nathong can get out of this?
You should
Actually
run.
Good. All right, he's fine.
Yeah, I think they were anticipating more of Big BAAM to protect Nathong, but instead the flank's gonna happen. So maybe bait and switch here. That can work for Big BAAM on the eco state, but Action PH now smelling that something is afoot and will be watching in behind just in case. Planta will come. A Batman also fortifying the approach here with his utilities. NTK though with a catch on to Georgie. The Sage still with a hot hand anyway, ready with the res even. That's a gun up top that belt, but Action PH still watching that flag. Pina though fights Serodetio and Big BAAM. The impact is coming here. 5v2 now as NTK gets another one. No one can beat NTK at this point. Evan with a catch on the boat. A Batman is here yet again. Nathong with dash. Gets the headshot. Pina comes on in. And it's 1v1 now. Evan versus Pina. There's the rest with the distraction. And Pina will get the execution. But reloads in front of him. A Batman gets the classic in time. And Action PH, they will get away with it. Oh man. Big BAAM, if only they had 4 bullets in that chamber, but that was so close for Action PH.
You mentioned it perfectly, dude. They got a hot hands. They are just hitting every single damn shot. I wish we could have seen that NTK takedown onto Georgie. This one was so... Okay, so he had 1 bullet, and then he body shotted the second one. Oh, it's so awkward. And they were like, oh, what am I supposed to do?
Oh, no.
Maybe
that's
he could have stabbed him.
That's true. Just like... shoot and stab real quick. Makes sense. It makes sense. No,
yeah,
I get
exactly.
you.
It's not rude. It's the only other thing you can do.
It's the only thing you have,
reloading,
right?
it takes forever.
Oh. It's just so hard. You know, sometimes I wish that people got more sage res training. You wait exactly when they land on the floor before you shoot, right? Because that was that one niche situation that you had to respect the animation, and that was really dicey. Action PH, they got away with that one, and we know that since they have the streak right now, they're feeling confident. But after that round, I think they still need to be scared. This Big BAAM roster brought the thunder, and they are striking right now everywhere and anywhere that Action PH isn't watching from. Or even when
there
they
it
do.
is, the Georgie Classic. If BAAM know the Georgie Sentimentals, he always gets his blades out first before he buys the operator, regardless of attack or defense. I mean, he's 1 away from his charge. You know, guys, let me have this. All right. Anyways. Nathong? Okay. At least he gets spotted, though. Oh, he doesn't get the Aldron. Oh, he still doesn't get the Aldron.
The Aldron! The Aldron beat him! That was the Aldron versus Nathong 2K, and Aldron wins! That's a fatality and a half there, Pastor Ryan. Oh, this is now going to be shattering a bit of that confidence here for Big BAAM. Let's see if they can keep up their confidence now as Action PH is going their way. But no timeouts anymore, Big BAAM. This is Action PH running the clock and running towards that B side. M1 for the plant. It's 5v3, and the damage has been done there by Georgie.
Hina gonna have to wait for his teammate there, but he's good on the shot. Still, Georgie has the hot hand, has already claimed the 3K. And he's not stopping. He actually takes out the blades, but gets punished immediately by Pina, who still has the deal. But the remaining members of APH looked a little bit scary there. He was starting to heat up, but at least dealt with him in time before he could do more damage to the APH economy and mental.
Sit. 1. It became the 2. And now it's become the 4 in a row here for Action PH. Victories give smiles and cheers to the APH roster, give them that confidence, and see how willing they are to go for the duel. Pina, though, with the punish, and that could have been him getting a string of multi-kills, but there's no fear whatsoever from Action PH. These guys want to bring that fight. These guys want to go at Big BAAM's throats, and we're going to get it yet again towards that A side. BAAM here, they need to put a stop to this kind of momentum, but they already used their timeout there, Asarai. And if Action PH keeps going like this, well, this engine will make it 11-11 soon.
Who's on top? Oh, that's Nathong.
That's Nathong.
Yeah. Georgie can actually swing and actually get the shot on him. And it works, but there's a 1-for-1 trade here. And NTK? How ballsy can you be to actually peek out like 4 people looking in direction as you're tagged? This man has no fear whatsoever. The res to come out as well. Nathong will be coming back. Okay, timing. Nobody's gonna get detained, but this will give the space for APH to plant down that spike.
That desperate space that they needed, but unfortunately the trade a while ago mitigated by NTK. Now then, lockdown is a go. Just to get in the way, this time it's Big BAAM buying that real estate towards A side. Really an auction here in the half that's happening. Big BAAM, they wanna get close to that spike to try and at least get that defuse. 5% even. This Action PH need to come in close. Georgie though doesn't care. NTK will go down. Walks over to the rifle and even finds another one! The Georgie experience does not stop here. Keep your tickets on because you're in for a show. 4 ready for Georgie. Pina though. Wait a bit, last stand. Here go with the defuse, but it gets caught by a Batman! And Erman is there even. Action PH at the nick of time. Lights, camera, action, starring Georgie. And you see it here. They're at double digits.
Oh my gosh. Georgie isn't clowning around. Oh, you need a replay on that one. Let's see this. Okay. You peek me, I peek you. All right, that's the first one. And he gets another banger for shot once he picks up that Vandal of his. This flick up. Oh, just, Georgie, damn. Okay, we see you.
No, I gotta give the co-star credits though to Batman. Again, having him on your roster, I really feel like, you know, Modeski, he is that godski at pulling down sights. But a Batman has always had that cool head for any roster, and having someone with that kind of temperance, he will realize what's going on, and that was that crucial takedown to prevent them from losing that round. But back to the game we go. It's 4v4 here. Pina and Georgie both gets lost in the process, but Action PH still have that gun advantage. And here we go again with that spike plant, and we're gonna be 1 away from that resurrection, just in case they need it.
Dude, NTK is just getting kill after kill. Okay, Zero, I don't know why he actually inspected this weapon and wanted to change the color, but if that helps him win the round, you know, so be it. He's charging out, and it's working. Okay, he's got the change color buff. He's hyped up. Eman is helping him out at the back of the side as well. We're only left with Dorp, who's caught rocking a hard place in that corner, and it's getting peppered with bullets. APH, they got the sale. It's 11-11.
You know, the thing is, if the PH made a wish for that comeback, they will get it now, as we have that tied scoreline. And again, this is a prophecy foretold. You give Action PH the 1-2, the streak is just crazy, and the points just keep piling on again and again and again. You can see this. I really was wondering, Sir Detio, why are you trying to shock dart in the store? But the thing is, I got your back, fam. And one right behind him to save him in his troubles, and he's able to tap away at the last member. Sometimes Action PH, you gotta wonder why are they doing these things at these times. But you look at their formation, you look who's right behind them, beside them, and this is where they just hold hands, sing kumbaya, and go in together. That's that trust we see from Action PH when they are winning, and when they have this kind of streak, it is just teamwork making that dream work, whether or not it's the cleanest play or not here, Asarai.
Somehow, some way, APH, they still find that magic, man. I mean, it's amazing to see that. You know, not a lot of relationships, I mean, team relationships can make that work. So, kudos to APH. Strong for you. Anyways, all this crossfire could actually work out. NTK just backs away and gets away with bloody murder attacks. Zerodethio is already out of the board. But Emon does have the res.
And top 10 cases unsolved. That was it. Number 1, the murder of Zerodethio. But the resurrection, at least the medical miracle, is back. And the Hunter's Fury now will be unleashed instead. Both trying to find the target. Does he even get any tags here? Seems like it's not really gonna happen. Georgie up top though, Nats 2K, same case. All of their operations, but NTK, he does it again. Finally gonna get punished there by Zerodethio. Nathan though. Is that RU? Emma trying to set the wall, but before construction happens, that's destruction from Nathan 2K. Blink once, you won't even see it. Plan is desperate here from Action PH, but Georgie and Zerodethio, they're still here again. Mofo with a fine onto Georgie. Zerodethio has to stick this. He's at least in cover. 1v2 scenario here, and now death will beckon towards Zerodethio. Pina with the find will break the streak finally, and it's map point here for Big BAAM, but how long did it take here, Asarai?
It took forever. How many rounds was that? 12 to 5, I think? So that was like...
5, so 6 plus the 1. 7 rounds?
30 seconds.
Yeah, around that much. Around that much. Let's look at that Nathal shot. And then another one just hits it up. I'm surprised that Georgie actually didn't catch him. So I wonder where Georgie's sights were set. Probably towards screen, because I believe he was like belled at one point, so he might have been able to catch Nathal there. Not understanding what happened, but yeah, should have been, right?
They were looking for the duel until Georgie kind of looked away. Sometimes you have to commit. I really feel like Georgie was looking for NTK though, because they knew that Sage was going in and out just like this, cleaning up the pipes nicely. And he's not done. NTK is still there, at least spotted out by Zerodethio. And now the Hunter's Fury is unleashed. They want NTK badly. And can they catch him?
My.
No, he gets out into the courtyard in time, and he's setting up by the rafters after the heal. Still, Big BAAM though, on that map point, and APH, they don't want to take any unnecessary risks. Well, they still have time here.
Okay, Moth is just making sure that every nook and cranny of the A site is well scrubbed and clean. Allows Nathan to actually peek out once again. He might be able to spot Zerodethio. Look at where he's looking at right now on the minimap. He does actually look towards on Nest, but that's not where the brunt of the forces of APH are now looking towards to. It's that B site, the wall comes through, and it has gravitated the attention of NTK. So maybe if he can get there in time, it could work, but the double fake from APH. Good stuff.
Standing ahead.
Exactly.
30 seconds left.
Again, but no, someone else is watching as trailer as possible. His name is Nathan 2K. He is assigned here to guard that A side with his life, not to back off as APH is able to go closer. But he off yet again, looking for the repeat. George here, there up top 410, and Emon wins the close range encounter against Nathan there. But Moth now, Shock Dart can get thrown on out. George here keeping an eye out. Really, APH just anticipating these entry points here. Courtesy of Big BAAM Blades, though, do not get nothing. Dorf is there, but a Batman now putting on the cowl to get 2. It's 2v2 with Dorf up top. Does he find Emon in time? No, Emon there! Reacting quicker, and Pina versus RU. This is gonna be APH forcing out overtime, and we are not done. We're getting a long map here for the right reasons after right, and we go for more on Icebox.
Switching the sides, BAAM will now have to go on the offensive once again, but hot diggity damn will not lie that Georgie and Emon starting to heat up when everything matters the most. Look at this transition. Bam! Just lovely stuff. Pina noted he was running out of time, and he had to at least get that quick pick off of RU. RU not giving him that satisfaction back. So now, as I mentioned, we're here first round out of regulation.
This is just day one. This is
And
just
we're in
the
play-ins.
This is
Exactly.
just the play-ins, quote unquote. What more will APAC bring us over the next few weeks? Well, I'm excited to be with this ride with you guys and everyone watching right now. But let's get back into the game. And Big BAAM have to get back in the form that we saw from there. He need to just find that control against APH and again, stop those dynamics from working from Action PH. Now Napdong here up top 410, right behind the Telka screens. And he's looking for an opportunity. For now, there's an entry fracker, but with APH willing to put up a fight. Serdekio already catches out one. Georgie seen dashing, a Batman there getting two, and APH just holding down the fort. Nato now all alone, but cannot handle the rest of APH. It's immediately match point for APH this time.
Man,
Switching sides.
started from
Match point.
the bottom and now they're here. APH. This bounce back from them is just hard sets. Georgie not letting up. He's like, NTK, you're 29 kills. I can match that and even some, as he's been making huge adjustments to win these rounds for APH as to lead them. Also, gotta say, RU's utility delayed them so long that I don't think BAAM knew where they wanted to actually push through, because there were a lot of things that were not scrubbed at the back of the site that Natham could not see again because of that utility from RU.
For APH, it's really a two-half game. If they have a bad first half, which doesn't really happen as much as you'd think, they go for that comeback on the second. The streak is necessary to give them that confidence, but if they get it in that game, they will stand a big chance of winning it out anyway, and we see it here. Georgie, though, spotted out by the Outrun. M1 with the plant still alive, barely breathing, but at least the bandages are there for himself, and he's going to be able to get on away after the issues with the poison there. Napang, though, up top yet again, perhaps flank here from Dwarf. That's Serdekio will watch out for. He doesn't have any utilities anymore, so he's going to be going for that mid lurk. Instead, backs on away. Standstill, though, and APH, they know that clock is on their side. Big BAAM, they have to go on in. Recon Dart now to try and get the spot. NTK with the defuse, but the spam is real. Georgie Serdekio gonna get on the board. And Action PH right now getting the advantage. Here's the push, and are you coming on in? Cleans up nicely. All left now to Nato yet again, but Action PH, you said it yourself, Asteroid, started from the bottom, now they're here, and they will take Icebox in overtime, 14-12.
The second win comes in to bring a big tidal wave so that our Boracay Jet can ride it through. It shows. 30 bomb for Georgie there. And look at the happy faces of Action PH. We don't usually see them get this really riled up when they win a match, but you can see right now that they are fired up, Dax. And they have taken themselves a nice comeback win in that first map.
And a well-deserved way to get that victory. They saw what was going on, courtesy of Big BAAM. You saw NTK just pop off, them keep control of the whole first half, and many a time, just some great utilities there from the likes of Bina. But in the end, in that second, something just clicked for Action PH. And the funny thing is, Action PH really is one of those scrappiest squads that you can see in APAC and SCA. And the way that they won that streak, the way that they had that round where everything just gone to the wayside with the resurrection and all, and still found a way to win it, is just peak Action PH. Sometimes you're just scratching your head, how the hell did they win that? But the results are what matters, and you can see it here. 31 kills for Georgie, 14-12 victory, and they will put Big BAAM now down the map.
Told you, Serdekio helps Georgie. Look at that. Follows up with a 1.4 KDA, 231 combat score. Not too bad, considering that it's good enough that it matches to the stats that Nathong on BAAM's side actually gives, right? So with all that being said, APH, the win condition that I, at least personally, thought that they would need to have was one of the reasons why they actually got themselves that nice little comeback. BAAM, on the other hand, NTK was an absolute monster. Nathong followed suit, but there was a point where Nathong got isolated multiple times and he tried a bit too hard to hold on to his position rather than wait for his team as well, if you saw it.
You know, I don't know if APH plays Wordle +1, basically, because you can see 6 green bars there down below between round 17 to 22. And it seems like they got the word, and the word is Action PH wins. It's a sentence, sure, but semantics aside, let's check out some of these highlights. Big BAAM here, though, you could really see that they had such a great understanding of these sides, especially on the attack. They bait out these utilities from Action PH. They make theirs more effective. And overall, it really felt like that was the biggest advantage that Big BAAM had to keep them at the start. But later on, Action PH could find ways to withstand the initial hold. Could put a stop to Big BAAM trying to go for the retake. And really, for Action PH, they got their bite back on the aggression. They realized that if we just fully commit forward, if we fully commit on where they're going to be coming from initially, then they can stand a chance in that second half that they did. But I gotta ask you, Asteroid, NTK is crazy in this game. And sure, Georgie, we already expect him to pop off like that, but that was beautifully done by the stage of Big BAAM as well.
Oh, hell yeah, man. I wish we could have seen his perspective more, because he got a lot of off-cam kills that were just the igniter for Big BAAM to keep the round going. Like, he was at every space that at least one player of APH wanted to go for, and he got killed, man. He pulls in the frags. At the end, though, he kind of got lost in transition, I think. Maybe Big BAAM just not keen on the longer games. But with all of that...
That was the moment. That is the moment.
No, this was the moment.
Oh, man. This was the
other moment.
That was the... Sometimes you got the Valor wins, and that's the Valor losses right there. It was beautiful in a different kind of way. But yeah, just to finish up this whole match, really, for Action PH, they just understood how far they could push. And I really feel like Big BAAM, they had a really great pushback for most of the rounds in regulation. But coming into overtime, as soon as Action PH put their foots on that door, they were able to just barge on in anyway.
At some point, I think Big BAAM just, again, lost the want to start fighting Action as they come in. They tried playing much slower paced, and that's where Action really loves to shine. They go for those explosive 1 second plays, and in a snap, they just take the map control that they want to. With all that being said, as you mentioned, APH, they got around on the board. Took them a while longer as they had to bounce back and hit into overtime, but it still worked out in the end for them. So with all of that being said, we'll have to see how the next map will fare out. I believe it is going to be Ascent, and we're going to be catching that as soon as we come from the break. So guys, don't go anywhere.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
Man, it's getting hot in here, not only with the competition, but also the conversations. But welcome back, guys. After we got into OT on Icebox, it's time for us to cool off and cool down, because we still got more to come. That's here with Asra yet again, and Action PH. They made the comeback happen. That was such a good run there in the second half. Some hero moments there from many a player. A Batman showing up, sprouting his wings at the right time for the team, for those clutches as well alongside him, and the rest was history. Gotta say though, coming into map number 2, I have to ask you, Asrai, Big BAM, how will they recover from a loss like that, seeing that they could have already sealed that deal earlier on?
I don't know, man. It seems like they do struggle to reach and finish off the match, and with a very comebacky team like APH, at least what we saw, on that first map, it could be a difficult spell for them. But it is a different map. It is a new environment, so it could work. I think the thing that kind of became the weak point for Big BAM there definitely has to be Nathong and his commitment to staying in one position and not coming back. I think you do see the younger players show his maybe inexperience going up against these pro teams, because I do believe he is still a teenager playing for Big BAM as of the moment. I will have to double check on that, but I do know he is way younger than Georgie. So
yeah. Quick age check there from Asarai real quick. But I gotta say though, I kind of half and half agree with that statement. There were times though that Nathong, he held the line so well that it gave that victory to Action PH, and we were like, why isn't someone like Georgie watching out for him, right? Why aren't we getting those duels? But yeah, there are also times that those lapses, so maybe just that disciplined approach overall for Big BAM, since if you're facing off against Action PH, you really cannot let them get that momentum. And I feel like when they went for that pause, it technically was in the right time in a way, just in the middle of their streak. But at the same time, it wasn't gonna be breaking the Action PH momentum, because they won that round, which was utter chaos. They had no business getting away with that, but they did. And once we were into the further rounds where it seems like Action PH was in more confident approaches, we're in command, we were thinking like, maybe this is when they need that tactical pause, but they didn't have it anymore. So just a bit of that reset timing perhaps for Big BAM, or during those pressure situations, they need to get back into it. Because whenever I see a game versus Action PH, you can never let up, because as soon as you show any weakness, it's not just an Achilles heel, it is just a complete collapse of a hero there.
Yeah, and you gotta keep your foot at the neck at all times, and just kind of stifle the breathing of your opponent if you really wanted to put them down, right? And that's usually how APH tends to falter. But this time, this is the APH that we saw and we predicted to be one of the top teams coming into VCT PH. So with all that being said, Big BAM, they still do have that shot. It is there. NTK, he was an absolute monster in that game, but Again, it's always Georgie for APH here. All of that, though, I'm wondering what the next step is. Are they going to be putting NTK on maybe something different, or will he still be playing as that Sentinel moving forward?
You know, the funny thing is, but for many of the Vietnam teams that we've been seeing here, especially the reps we have, there's a lot of, I'd say, interchange between roles, because some of these players that play a specific role, suddenly they're better at some of their counterparts on another role. Like I see here in some history, the likes of Big BAAM, when they want to play the Brimstone, it's not someone like Pina who does it. It's actually NTK. You know, Mof, he can play the Astra if need be. Dorf, he can flex on over to that chamber, that sky. And there's just so much possibilities for our VN teams to come on in. And that's really, I feel like, one of their saving graces also for the play-ins and the group stage. Since we're on a new patch, there's so much possibility for innovation. And I'd love to see that here from Big BAAM, especially as we get into Ascent. Because if we're looking at the stats, really this map pool, it favors Big BAAM heavily. Action PH, they have success. These are the map picks that they love, especially from what we've seen from VCT PH. But historically, the maps that we have right now, all three, they are things that Big BAAM have made a big impact, not just in the VN region, but also in SEA as well.
That's going to be at least a helping hand for them. But I'll argue that, at least in terms of maps, Action PH actually all of these maps are pretty good for both sides. So it shouldn't be too much of a big deterrence, but I could always be wrong in that one. With all that being said, we are prepared now for the agent selection. Next, let's see how this goes. Ascent is that second map here.
I see an Omen standing here. Spoilers! We're getting some spoilers here, but it's not locked in yet. Okay, there you go. Oh, he's back on it. Ryu gets back on the Omen. It's been a while there, good sir. But Ina on the other side, we were talking about it a while ago, when he needs to go bring out that Brimstone, he will do it here for the team as well. And that's the interesting part right now. It seems like more for Big BAAM that they're going to be sticking on some of the roles they have rather than maybe a few of those favorite picks for some players, because you have that breach yet again, and that's something that Big BAAM loves to play many a time, to get that control, to get that kind of setup. And I really feel like there's going to be a big impact here from Big BAAM. As soon as we get into the game, Action PH is the one who's going to get heat checked, because you have that Brimstone, and speed will absolutely kill them if they cannot rotate right.
Oh, man, this is... I'm so excited to see this. You mentioned how Ryu hasn't used the Omen in such a long time. This is like, you know, it's like the reunion. Oh, man. And I haven't really seen as well, you know, Omen be played that successfully on a competitive or in a pro match. I mean, we saw, I was casting with Tash a while ago, but Fancy You kind of struggled
Filipino
there.
caster doubting the Omen on split back in Valorant Champions. Hello? Hello? Yes? I know Team Secret's not here anymore, but you know, they still show it back then. But we're gonna be showing you guys the game as we move into map number 2. It's Action PH though with the 1-0 lead. And here for Big BAAM, they're gonna try to get that recovery to force out a third map. We'll see though how this is gonna pan out. Big BAAM though will be on the defense first. And Action PH with that Omen, they're looking to go for that B side to start things off here, Asterai.
We'll see how this ignites the beginning for them. As APH, what's the setup for Ryu here? Oh, he went full utility. Cheeky Ryu. Georgie is gonna wait. He has bought up the frenzy, so he's going to look to push in fast and hard onto the site. Now the swarm is there already. It's gonna get activated. There's the stun, and it actually hits up onto Georgie. He can't commit to the fight just yet. And his shock dart might soften up the blow for the rest of the team.
Cloudburst to the gate, and suddenly Dorf not expecting that one. Mofo would catch onto Georgie, and the frenzy bringing damage. Pina is there as well, and this is just a kill box set up here by Big BAAM. They've gotten in position to get those takedowns, and the right reads at the right time, at least stemming the push here of APH. Are you now all alone? Again, the guy you can rely on in a clutch situation, but one more time, Big BAAM will prevent even that first kill to happen. So it's 1-0. Another pistol win here for Big BAAM, man.
Dude, Dorf? Not Dorf, sorry, Moff. Still got a kill after he was reloading his frenzy in front of the opponent. Look at this. He was reloading that. And they swung on him, and he got how is it? Like 1 kill, but he tagged like 2 more in transition? That
The
is
Matrix
so much
there.
value with that frenzy.
He's the chosen one of the Speedway, and
he's learning.
He's learning. He's cracked the Matrix. I see it all the time on my ads. No, the thing is though, Action PH, this is a squad that's really good in the pistol. In all honesty, from what I remember, and Big BAAM, and a while ago, the other vet what we had there, Fancy United, they've been winning out pistols pretty convincingly. So that scrappiness giving them at least that initial momentum. And now Dorf, jiggle, jaggle. One more, maybe a little bit. No, oh, axe is out. Have you noticed sometimes the axe is smaller, or all the melee weapons are smaller? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, it is more of a shower than it is a retracting or elongating weapon.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So maybe that's just their sizes.
You know, fast and hard a while ago. Now we're talking about showers. Asarai, your inner thoughts are leaking right now. But hey, APH, they do wanna find a way to unclog this push towards that B site. Turret though will say hello. They will break it. They will go for the dart. But as soon as this happens, oh, Georgie, can he actually get the kill out the move? Awkward, sure. But eventually he gets the response. And the shelter again. Broke out with a 4K. Are you here preventing the HT happening? But Big BAAM will still take it. I did. That's the second time in this series we've seen that shock dart just get absolute value from Big BAAM.
Oh my gosh. Is this gonna be all like deja vu all over again, where the first half it's just the baby of Big BAAM? That double shock dart is humongous. And if I'm not mistaken, Mob should have his ultimate already up here in the 3rd round. Yeah, it is. 6 kills already. It's pretty ridiculous.
How big is your shock dart, Asarai?
It is as big as my love for you, Dax. Which is pretty huge.
Ah, okay. That's a big shock dart that we saw there. I mean, they're not called Big BAAM for a reason, but beyond that, you know, let's get back to trying to prevent themselves losing their jobs and get back into the game with Action PH actually having the arsenal now. Cloudburst is there, though, to get in the way. Georgia here, keeping an eye out, and it seems like for Action PH, again, we get this temperance when they lose that pistol. They're looking for these opportunities, trying to at least bait out a few things early on with his mid control, and lo and behold, shock darts do come. The Hunter's Fury has been unleashed and gets rid of a Batman. APH, though, will answer back and knows where weakness can perhaps happen from in a now 4v4.
Man, Georgie is just not missing anything today. Like, he just charges out and it's always kills. Does not have the dash though, so he's gonna have to clear this ever so slowly. Does use the Cloudburst, but that's only to deter the vision of BAAM for a split second as they ram their way through mid and burst out through B. It's only going to be, I believe, yeah, the turret to actually deter them, so Dorf gotta have to at least try to get closer and closer to the pikes. Zerdathio shuts them down. And this is APH able to claim the site for themselves while Georgie holds in the lurk on mid. But everybody from BAAM is going to be looking to push through on spawn.
Yeah, they want Big BAAM to go through that funnel to get that defuse, but APH already setting it up yet again. And now Killbox has been returned to sender. Big BAAM now left with the Brimstone there. Get that recovery. 3rd round turnaround here from APH. And this is where, again, those temperance plays that get called in the middle of these kind of situations just to prevent APH from going full ham all the time. That's where they pan out, and I'm loving what I see here from APH. They're showing how more prepared they are mentally for the region, and this was just convincing as soon as they went towards that B side.
Retire sometime.
Could not react in time, unfortunately. It's going to be the first buy round now for BAAM, though. So, yeah, for BAAM. So we'll see how that goes.
Don't worry, Asarai. Don't hesitate. You were correct already. Just shoot your shot.
I was second. I try.
You're here for a reason, and we are here again for another round. Action PH, though. We trying to contest this. Mope wants to close that door, preventing from that initial contact. Waldo is set on up, and what we're seeing here for Big BAAM, I'd love to get those quick rotates if ever from P9 Co, but this is a great call from them to still hold the line. They understand that APH loves to fake things out. They're gonna go for the rotation instead. And with 3 here still set up by A, Big BAAM
they should be ready, especially with NTK still full with the utilities that he needs.
They are waiting though. NTK could actually still get separated with the rest of his team. And even though he can delay, how much his impact will be is actually going to get mitigated by Georgie, who actually just charges into the side. Pina hoping that maybe he can get a catch-off. Not going to work out. The smoke just about to dissipate, and all of the defenders actually here. Georgie, what an absolute acrobatic. Goes through all of the crosshairs except for the one. Reaction time onto Dorf. Not actually. Dorf now has a fighting chance. No utility. It's all about that aim. Good shot onto Siradatio, but it was only the tag because he's got that filthy little phantom in his hand. So it's 145 at range, not 150.
And it's not enough. It's not enough. And it will be Action PH getting a round win. And that's pretty much just the indicator of that round. It's not enough to put that breach there. If everyone is separated, then he's not going to have that kind of help that he needs from that initial push. And you mentioned that Georgie has had the angle there from the generator and more, got the side over onto NTK, and that was that for the site hold in itself. It could have been even better there for Big BAM if they just had someone to help out that breach in the first place. Beyond that now, Big BAM here can be throwing caution to the wind, only on the pistols, and this is where APX will try and shine. Oh, that's clean though and quick from Action PH. And look at them going for that B side. That's right. I think he spots something here.
Oh, Eman just boosted himself on the wall and got Nathong, who was on site. So that was awkward. Lurk from Peanut will get spotted, and Georgie here just... Okay, Georgie is definitely activated already. Okay. Now he's gonna have to force himself with the operator now.
Yeah, they have to put a way to stop this because we saw it a while ago. If Nathong has that operator, it can command that tempo. For Action PH, this was just clinical from them. They say, guys, let's go in. And as soon as they go in, they also just take the site, they take the market, they take the switch, and they pretty much take everyone that you know and love along the way. Really, for APH, this is now the signs of life early on. They also have such a big economy here. As I look at Siradatio at 8k money. So they're set for quite a while, and if Big BAM loses this, it's gonna be another big blow to not only their economy, but their momentum. Space still created with the lockdown now.
Ooh, the spike though is going through the A site. They're selling this as it was a true push. Georgie gets tagged though, has to back away. NTK and teammates could actually screw him over, which they do. Where was that magical recon dart from Moff located at? Because it got itself its value. Now as the dust settles, as we now have to go for the retake. 4 versus 3, not the worst for APH to manage. Emma and RU, they're going to be playing close encounter here on Heaven. Nathong is very afraid of this.
And Emma gets a pick onto one move. There is going to find the answer. RU on the inside. We'll get one. Backs on the way the wrong time. And Nathong will punish him as the Omen tried to go for the safer retreat. It's 1v2 though. And here comes a Batman. Thing is though, APH already sold it like a used car salesman a while ago. Will a Batman come in clutch? He gets the one. Tries to find a second. And he is Esports ready with that clutch. Action PH will take it yet again. And the flag the decision making from a Batman will give them that round.
And he did not stutter at all. Imagine if you were in that position, you would just freak out and try to wide swing as fast as you can. But he played the long lurk as hard as he can. And I don't think Big BAM actually anticipated him to be there. The reason why they weren't looking towards short was because the door was closed plus the wall. A Batman thought he was going to be screwed, but that placement on the spike was well enough that if he just wide swing enough on A Heaven, he would have spotted the diffuser. So really good stuff from a Batman there, but Siradatio not going to lag behind, picks up the nice two-piece as APH will now be playing on this 3 versus 5, 4 versus 2 as the dust settles.
That was a clean reset map because like I'm gonna back away, get the classic out, don't win the Spectre, we'll get a kill, but this is where Action PH decides to win basically. This is where they stop competing with the opposition until they get back into the run and will start competing with themselves on the kill. So it's 3v1. Of course, this is a lesser buy from Big BAM, but the overrun is still cleared. Oh, come on, someone hit someone! NTK will get taken down after a good flash from him though, through the hand of the Sova. But Big BAM They cannot lose facing this, because as soon as you lose confidence against a team like Action PH, that's a tipping point. I really feel like Action PH is a kind of squad that feels like they can bully you with the wins, just showing you, oh, look at the scoreline, we're just running away with it. But once you get back that courage to stand up for yourself, you know, back in grade school, you decide, okay, I can actually handle this kind of pressure. That's where Big BAM can get back into it. And we said it about Big BAM, of the 3 representatives here from Vietnam. This is a squad that is very methodical, that is very, very calm at their approaches, and I'd really love to see them get back that recovery, especially as they invest now with the operator.
But what I'm hearing here is you're kind of pointing out APH to be a big bully.
Yeah. I mean, have you seen the scorelines that they've done? Remember, you know they pick Ascent even though they only have 50% win rate, because this was the map they 13-0 Zeal, remember?
Yeah, I do remember
If that's
that.
not bullying, I don't know what is, man. That's the confidence. The confidence, man. That is Action PH, and that's the beauty of them. But we're back, and as soon as Big BAM have the guns, oh, Spike has been left behind. But just a little point here, they still respect Big BAM as soon as they have the arsenals and the utilities, because they vie for that mid control again, and when they do that, it just means they're going to be playing it slower in the round.
Well, APH have created that arsenal that they do tend to actually play slow, even if they always go fast. They play slow at certain intervals so that they can get good map control, and then after that, that's when they really like to explode.
30 seconds left.
All of this pinch will be dedicated to both Pina and Moth. How well can they counter this? Ooh, the boost up spot for Emon on A main. That kind of works. Delays him a little bit, but there's still a couple of seconds before they have to start moving in. Moth rocking the hard place, got to fight in. Misses the shock dart or the recon and gets overwhelmed by Georgie, who obliterates him with the frenzy. Oh, he hits the shot through nothing at all. Oh my gosh, Georgie is just reading the situation better and better each and every round.
And the nick of time, flawlessly done. And what did we say, Aserai? It's APH again with that kind of confidence, with that kind of gusto. That was so well timed by them. And really, Big BAM right now, they need to get back to that recovery. A few mistakes here and there that we know shouldn't be happening, courtesy of Big BAM. All of these guys are tested already for VCT APAC, basically. Every single one of them, even the newer members, we said a while ago, Firas, Migo, they made it to the scene. And it hasn't been the biggest success, yes, for Vietnam as a whole. But Big BAM, they have those foundations. They're gonna try yet again, but less buy. Yeah, that's gonna hurt, and for APH, every victory is an even bigger smile on their face.
And Big BAM, even through a buy round, actually this isn't a buy round for them, they play incredibly spread. Emon once again using that wall to supplement the tag on the drone, and it does what it does best. Give him a nice little free kill as somebody's just freaking out and trying to run away. Great shots from Dorf there. Can he follow through as he's just completely blinded? Zero Death Yo, that's a 2K. Reactionary, not going to be able to do well in Zero. Smooth. Look at his face. He's like, yeah, guys, I got this.
Yeah, I got this. So basic as they love to say. And it just oozes out from how they see themselves. They're like, okay, we guys got this. You can see in the faces, it's lovely to actually have the player cams on like that. And they just know how cool, calm, collected they have to be now. No need for the real heroics. The confidence to hit all those shots in sequence. And Action PH, they're just beating by the beat of their own drum and showing Big BAM how it's done for now. But again, you know, a while ago in that first map, I remember we were kind of like, okay, Action PH, they're going to need that comeback run. They're going to need to get for that second half. But this time, I'm going to change that tune, because when we see this from Action PH, there's one thing that actually happens, and it's finish the job already, APH. Because one big strength, and honestly, it's a bit of a crutch that APH relied on early on in their creation, is they would get these big streaks, big round wins, and big score lines at the end of the first half. Because in all honesty, their closeout on the second is where it struggles. It's never really been as, I'd say, perfect for APH for both halves. They're going to pop off in one and not the other, because if they do get both, then it's a commanding scoreline win that you'd love to see from them. Big BAM, still chances and still the guns here.
Oh, we did end that that first game with a 5-7, if I'm not mistaken, in favor of BAAM. So maybe they can replicate that with a 5-7, but we'll have to see. That being said, though, Big BAAM, correct me if I'm wrong, have they been holding off to this ultimates for like 5 rounds now? Because I've seen them have every single ultimate that they would have wanted to for a while.
Enemy mark. Like, have you heard the orbital strike? I'm not too sure either, and it just says something that we're not getting that kind of impact right now. Maybe because Big BAAM just doesn't have those opportunities that they feel like it'll be worth it. But sometimes you just have to throw caution to the wind. And it seems like maybe our prayers will be heard here with the lockdown, but they're not gonna bite. It's just that kind of info game sometimes here, Azurai, where you don't really want to use your ultimate like this to stop a push that isn't happening. But APH, when they bring out the force, it's just so quick that Big BAAM cannot react accordingly, and that's a swarm. Just protect perhaps what's gonna come there. Wall is up. The least fend off the Sova. And here comes Action PH yet again, setting things up and knock things down. Orbital strike now gonna get dropped on that. Finally, we're seeing Big BAAM see that this is gonna be valuable for them. And we're not done. Dorf gets one. Ammon with a trade, and APH now vying for more angles here towards this B side.
They threw everything except NTK's Rolling Thunder, and they still get nothing.
There you go.
This is... Okay, maybe this one. Ah, Georgie! Operator in hand. Ah, Georgie again. Second operator in hand. And he picks up the Vandal. He's feeling himself right now, and he is just touching every single thing on this site with his bare hands, and he is ripping it apart. BAAM just have absolutely no idea how to deal with Georgie as of this moment.
Azurai, those shrieks. I gotta say though, what's new, Georgie 2? Seems like he's solved this mystery because Rockroll, he's coming from the mid. And this is what I was talking about. This is the angle APH is vying for. And you mentioned it, the ultimates. What did it really get there for Big BAAM? It got space, it got time, but it also allotted time for Georgie to get through that mid angle, peer through the door, and whoever's watching it for Big BAAM, they were too busy setting up their ult, setting up the hold for that B site, and it just all collapses here for Big BAAM. And this hurts now for Big BAAM. Their fears have come through, that their utilities, their ultimates do not get the value that they need, and Georgie, he's not done. There's one, there's a second, there's a third, and it's just pretty much expected already from this guy. El Jefe, El Georgie, he is the Don of the PH scene on this jet, basically. And you have to respect what he can do. Updraft right now, searching for another target. Dorf now, gonna get seen. Blades thrown on out. 2 more, come on, hit that shot. Misses again. And he's picking his gun. Pick your poison. Dorf finally will punish him in the end. But the damage has been done anyway, Azurai. APH, that's another one.
Running it down. My gosh, what a bunch of speed demons these guys are. We need something to exercise this, you know, sprinkle a little bit of salt. These guys are hella possessed. Look at this one. Georgie's just, even through the flash, you need the timing. And then another one and another one. It's as simple as that. There's nothing to break down here, but Georgie is running it down every single round.
You know what I want to see, actually? If we could get a comparison of the average round length of that first map compared to the average round length of the second. Because when Action PH is in command, these rounds are gonna go faster. But when Big BAAM's in command, well, the rounds are more methodical, but they get the jump down piece by piece. That on 2K, still cannot even get that one for free. That is painful here for Big BAAM. And APH already, they've gotten that 5v3 advantage. They have the updraft here, they have the wall being set on up, and they're just peering through the window to clash yet again. Double peek here for Big BAAM, finally Pina with the punish, and APH will move towards that A site because the Batman says, guys, freebie, let's go there. The rotate is real, and APH still ahead of the curve right now.
Oh, Ammon missing the beat on that one, but shouldn't matter. As you mentioned, they already have ran all the way through. Ammon still holding mid just in case he gets double on the cross, but not gonna happen. BAAM now playing on top of the side. Do they know that Ari is gonna be boosted up? They don't, right? They can actually peek it out. That's a beautiful flash. Oh, NTK, you are the absolute monster for Big BAAM. If ever, Nathong finally heating up here. Whips out his Sheriff, but actually bites him in the back, and Zero Death Yo not missing a beat. If Georgia can do it, so can I. And that is gonna be a 2-10 as we end the first half.
A mythical scoreline for APH, but this 2-10 could have been at least 3-9 if Big BAAM found that angle for the round.
you have to give kudos though. Big Bam again checking up those upper angles. They notice it on Icebox. You see it again and again for that B main contest thanks to the wall. And they anticipate, okay, that's an Omen. He can shroud his step. That's totally gonna happen. And at least they got the kill on the Omen. But the timing there for NTK with the drop down. And you can see it here that Big Bam, in all honesty, they look a little more spent compared to that first map. They had so much fight in them, so much gusto. NTK, Natong 2K up top that scoreboard. But right now, their impact is just absolutely minimal. It's really Pina the one who's trying to help out the Mof who's getting at least a few frags. But overall, Big Bam, they're swept in the tide of Action PH. And while they are showing the pieces that bring them that success, you know, when NTK gets that utility, when Natong gets the angle, APH still wins the clash anyway, still wins the duel, and their deaths are an indicator of what's happening here.
Seems like wherever they look, it's always Georgie in their face. You know, it's like that picture of that meme picture of Wolverine in the picture, right, in the picture frame, and the one that he's touching is Georgie's face. That's what Big Bam always sees.
Please stop giving me easy ones to make fun of you. Please, no. I'm not gonna bite on that. That's way too obvious.
It's low hanging fruit, bro.
No, thank you. You can pick that yourself. That's all you can pick up anyway. Oh, I'm sorry. Can we go back to the game? You lead me to these kind of conversations. You're the snake, you know. You're the snake in the apple, in the Garden of Eden. If the apple of Eden is low-hanging fruit, you're that snake telling me, come on, touch it. You want to take it, don't you? You want to bite on what I say, and I'm like,
oh my goodness.
Yeah, I do, but I also want to talk about Valorant. Anyway, though, TLDR, Big Bam need to win this pistol because they've been winning pistols. Vietnam teams have been winning pistols a lot so far today, and that will give them that extra bit of confidence at least to get back in the running as we get into the second half here, Asarai.
It is going to be, well, it's the last hope for BAM here. I don't think they're going to recover if they don't get this pistol any longer. Nathong seems to be the one that will ignite the opportunity. Joy's already creeped up on top, and he's going to have to back away, but thankfully he does have Eman right beside him to get him that top off, to heal back up to almost full. And BAM playing this very, very slowly. They're trying to coax on the over-aggression of APH, if ever. But APH playing the long con, the long haul. And it's not going to work. So BAM, pretty closely, will have to commit one way or the other.
And one hallway scares me a lot here for Big Bam. Killjoy of a Batman is ready. It's not even going to get flashed. Turret, though, going to be bothered, but the Nano Swarm is there. And Dorf will take some damage. Natong has to invest the dash on in just to get through. And this will scream to APH that they're coming for that B side. So the setup is real. The dart is there. A Batman will fall, but the utilities have bought enough time for at least a chance here for Action PH. 3 versus 3 now. Up top the speedway. Here they come. Peanut catches out RUM, and with the trade, it's NTK. Georgie, they're getting taken down. And NTK says, nice try, kid. That's finally the pistol yet again. It was close, though, but Big Bam still keep their perfect pistol record.
They're such a strong team on pistol that it gives them chances and hopes to fight for that. Sadly, though, that paranoia from RU was not well capitalized upon, and look at that swing from NTK, just caught Georgie off guard. APH, do they force buy? Nope, they will not, but they're gonna 5-stack on A main. Let's see if BAM are willing to fight the 2v5 here.
Yeah, let's just go for the push, but this is now zoom! As we get the Brimstone and the Stim Beacon, getting everyone to that push. And, you know, we're all Neons now, thanks to that Brimstone. Georgie, though, spamming it and getting the takedown. Right there. We're getting a few kills here from APH, giving them a chance to cook something up. Spike, though, will be planned for now. Dart gets thrown. Flank is real here from APH, and we'll see if they can make a few more miracle shots happen here, Asarai.
We'll see. I totally biffed that. BAM was the one attacking, so they wanted to just go for the full-blown fight onto B. Bingo. Timing on the lurk there from Cyril was almost good, but well, BAM had the foresight. Just check right behind them. It's not that bad. You can just jiggle and you'll see the secrets that have been left behind. Look at that quick charge. Spectre bullets just flying every night. And last kill. There it is.
I think that's beautiful here for Big BAM is they have this Brimstone composition with the Breach, and as soon as they decide to go, not only do they have a very, very effective way to get the concusses on and flashes on, thanks to the Breach, but they themselves, they can catch up so quickly with Nathlon 2K, and for Big BAM right now, I'm liking what I see, the foundations here for the attacking side. If APH does not have the right utilities there stationed, aka a Batman, they really have to basically shoot their way out of these ones, because yes, Georgie, M, and Suradetio especially, these guys can pop off and get those takedowns, but really Big BAM, they have all the setup that they need for another successful take. Let's see now, while they have to deal with the bias here from APH.
Georgie's gonna be intercepting through the smoke, and he's good enough for the one. Emon follows up as well, top of his wall. He's gonna get confounded, but Ryu's flash is on point. And that just stops the bleeding even before one spurt was even going to come out onto the side. BAM. Oh, they're taking the hit there. They got some money, and they might need to actually buy up into this one. They can't be hoping to go for an overtime, especially when it's 4-11 in terms of the rounds.
Yeah, skin deep impact, basically. And it's really just what I said. EPH right now, if they get that right station, if they're not hit by that initial utility and they spray down the push of Big BAM at the right time, then they're going to be holding it off. But they have to do that even more consistently, especially now. Big BAM will have a few rifles to play with, and a few sheriffs also. Not the best economy though for Big BAM in this round. Mo knocking 2K with a takedown, and that's a great shutdown here onto Georgie's push. But Eman gonna be answering on back. 3v3 now, and what could have been better for Big BAM is only gonna be decent, and that spike will be left behind. Has to be a big rotate though here for BAM. These 3 players left. They need to concentrate on one single site. The APH have to be wary now, because they're coming for the push. Thing is though, utilities are still alive here, that's right. And the lockdown will come. A Batman will say, please come into my lair, because it's again a hallway of demise waiting for you.
Ryu does not have his ultimate to get on out of there. So if this is his placement, he has to commit to this fight. Oh, he got to get spotted. He still has the angle here, and the Batman actually holds his cross. He saves his Brody, and now Nathong 3 versus 1. 40 seconds, has time. He can breathe a little bit here, but he's feeling tense. It's going to be incredibly awkward. He's trying to bait out one first. It's not going to work, and Ryu shuts it down for the match point, and they need one more to finish off this series and the day.
Yo, B-side stands for Batcave, basically, and a Batman, that's his home. That's where he belongs, and just having all those utilities, setting it up well for Action PH. Really feel like for Big BAM, it was a bit of 50-50. They didn't know where that Killjoy was in the first place, and if only they knew if they rotated to A, could have been better. The lockdown buys the space, but the Nano Swarm gets in the way, and this is it. Match point for Action PH. We are seeing the APH that have gotten those victories, and the recovery really for APH. When they suffer a loss, it hurts them immensely, but they have reset. They have a new player right now, and they're 1 round away from getting that first victory in the region. Can Big BAM put a stop to this? They have some of the utilities that they need. They also have the Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike alongside the Blade Storm, so things are not that bleak yet for Big BAM.
They can try to overwhelm the side, and the Batman actually is alone. So he could actually get outnumbered here, as I think the Re from APH, yeah, was there. Rolling Thunder. Nathong finds absolutely nothing, and the Batman not on the site. So at least they can play this into the 5 versus 5. Ultimate's on the side of APH. Emon is the only one that's near with the Resurrection, so this could be good if they can at least get the trades off. And they shall, because it is going to be a 5 versus 5 with every single member of BAM going to be at the back of things. Oh, that's beautiful from Nathong, as he actually just whips out 2 out of nowhere. Now it's looking a little bit hairy here for the rest of the BAM squad.
Oh, BAM, can they even get on through? There's Nathong and Georgie fighting more, and Action PH, the retake is real, and they will reclaim this round and take the series 2-0. Action PH, they say, you know, we are shining stars, and with a 2-0 victory like this, recovery in the first and domination in the second. Welcome to the APH show. What a win, man.
Wow, they're so calm too for that win. They're like, this is what I mentioned, right? Okay, never mind. It was a delayed camera. There we go. Okay. There you go. There's the happy faces.
There's, you know, see a Batman smiling, and oh, he puts on a mask a little too late though. But Action PH, that was classical from them. That is what honestly vintage APH is right now, and by vintage I mean like 4 months vintage. Not the best kind of wine, but it's still good there. Really goes to show though, when they have that kind of control as Sarai, they keep command of the game so incredibly, and for Big Bam, couldn't even find the answers, especially with the ultimates that they had in store for them.
They tried a lot of things. There was that one round that they used 4 ultimates, and it did nothing at all because, yeah, I don't know. I felt like Nathong at some point just kind of lost faith in his aim, in his being the Jet. And up against Georgie, that was just on fire every single time. That does not work like that. You just cannot play passive or at the backside. You have to, I don't know, it's weird to say face your fears, but you got to face the matchup. You got to face the counterpart. You have to at least try to make Georgie second guess, but it didn't seem like Georgie ever felt doubtful of his abilities. And, well, it showed. 13-4, APH just steamrolled in the second map.
And looking at some of the stats here, I feel like there's also a bit of unfamiliarity perhaps for Big Bam. Like I said before we started this map, I'm expecting something new from Big Bam, but also some role swaps because there are some agents that aren't really in the same role as some of these players that they love. But here we saw them stick on around. You have that controller there, you have that Brimstone, yes, but it's not really on, from what we've seen historically, it's not on someone like NTK, it was on Pina instead. And those were some of those instances where it felt like, okay, Big Bam, they might not be as comfortable as they should be getting into the game. Just go compounded map, action PH, they got the guns, and they were guns ablazing. They had more impact with those utilities. They had those clutch moments like here from a Batman with a shot call. And when they needed to just win out these fights cleanly, they did. There were no real significant losses when it was Big Bam on an eco state. They kept their cool many a time, and I really feel like that was just the school storyline here with APH just winning round per round from that point on.
True enough, it seems like they never got rattled at all by whatever BAM were trying to enforce, and the NTK that we saw on Icebox was not as prevalent or as prominent here on Ascent. I think it's because of the fact that he had to play a much more supportive role with the Breach compared to if he was a Sage. He can actually do whatever the heck he wants, right? But yeah, I think that really pressured him as well, because I think NTK wanted to also capitalize the flashes and the aftershocks, but it wasn't, again, as effective as that Sage that he employed on Icebox.
It just screams also how potent Group A can be. And with Big Bam going down to that lower bracket to basically await tomorrow's loser between Onyx and Full Sense, it gets even harder from that point on. I gotta appreciate though what Big Bam brings to the table. There is a lot of responsibility for the squad. You see them, especially in that Icebox map, that once they had that understanding of how their opponent plays, then it worked out for them. But similar to how they lost to Fancy United in their own local stage, when the momentum was in their opponent's favor, it just kept piling on again and again and again. So a bit of a downfall there for Big Bam. Not the best day for our Vietnam refs, but that will be that for us on the casting side. We'll go on the break, check out the panel. We'll see you guys soon for more VCT APAC.
Problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on, yeah.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the hard, this is the life I live for God.
Well, there's that. We got treated to another 2-0 victory, and this time it's from Action PH. Welcome back on the panel. Let's talk about that fight there real quick with Black and Blue and Raf. And Icebox was really close, but Ascent was really one-sided there, Raf.
Yeah, it was. I really thought that BAAM had a really great start to them. I even thought that Action PH letting go of that Haven to be a decider instead of being their map pick was, I thought they shot themselves in the foot. They looked a little disjointed early on too. I think it's one of those things, right, where they're really waiting for the chemistry to set in with a Batman who's, again, a fairly recent addition. He does have quite a bit of experience, but still a new team, a new environment, especially on a stage like APAC, is something to definitely really consider. And another thing on the first map, I feel like they had so much info gathering on the side of BAAM, but back the flash, it made them hesitate so much, going into the retakes earlier, being a little more aggressive against APH. But then we saw map 2, they had the flash, and well, APH kind of got warm, and you saw the rest.
Well, I mean, as I always say, losing close maps like that, just like a relationship, when it goes that distance, it kind of hurts more than it does when it goes to like a really quick match. And so it really seemed like they were stung bitter rather by it when we moved on to map 2 from map number 1. You lose that overtime, a map that was your own map pick, a map that you chose to play in. And it just seemingly, if we're talking about momentum, like Action are a momentum-based team, we can't then doubt that BAAM still somehow also rely on that factor as well. I mean, map number 1, it should have been theirs, but as I said, if Action take map number 1, I think they're going to win this 2-0. If they lose map number 1, I still think they're going to come back to win 2-1. But as you see there, Raph, you mentioned it, and moments like this, these are the heartbreaker moments. Well, maybe the flash of time doesn't work out for them, Raph, but there had to be some crisis here to be averted. They couldn't find the heroes to do that for map 2.
And moving into said map 2 on Ascent, that is the time where they really, Action PH decided to just turn things to the side. And Raph mentioned in our group chat that BAAM, they're really good. The Vietnamese teams, they're really good on the pistol rounds. They always get the first 2 rounds, but then afterwards, 10 straight rounds for Action PH to wrap things up in the first half. That's as dominant as it could be for the Filipino reps that we have here.
Yeah, I mean, I did mention it too, that Fancy United, they are absolutely amazing on the first swing of the game. It's almost guaranteed for them to take those first 4 rounds. Big BAAM had some similar success, But once they found themselves on equal footing with the gun rounds, and also something that I have mentioned is that they did have fair amount of experience with this type of aggression and this type of microwave-like play, but the success has not been there for them at all times. So this is something that they kind of have to prepare for moving forward, because APH, they will play this way and evolve at this starting point for APAC.
Yeah, it could be a symptom of, you know, the Vietnamese teams that we've seen here start off early but can't really continue that. As Raf, you like to say, that heat retention kind of moment from them isn't exactly something that they can keep in-house. So that's something that they somehow, when the resets happen, because it will happen, pauses, momentum shifts will happen, they're gonna have to find some way to swing the pendulum back their way. So far here today, they have one more chance to do that.
Yeah, they have one more chance in the next couple of days here that we have in the play-in stages. But this entire day has been all two zeros, not necessarily one-sided. I mean, Fancy United and No Namers, it was a close fight for themselves, but No Namers still coming out on top there. Would it be the same for the next coming days? We don't know. But for the next coming day, which is tomorrow, let's have a look at the matches that we have in store. It's the rest of the players that have, the rest of the teams that haven't played yet in the play-ins. And we're going to be seeing the hard-hitting teams here, ladies and gents. It's Onyx G versus Full Sense for the first game of the day. And lastly, it's Griffin Esports going up against Global Esports. And these matches are really, really going to set the tone for the rest of the days in the weekend, Black and Blue.
Yeah, GG's at the end, but the OF to start things off and get things running. I mean, Onyx versus Full Sense. These are two teams we kind of expected to be in the group stage immediately, not going through play-ins. Onyx playing in, actually both of these teams, Onyx and Full Sense, playing in arguably the two most competitive scenes here in APAC, regions here in APAC, barring the Philippines. And I mean, they might be in the play-ins, but these guys are almost fully expected to, hell, even potentially win the entire tournament. So there's really, really big chances that this match is going to decide how the entire Group A will go.
Once again, I am inclined to agree with you on that, because we just love juggernauts going at each other's throats. But to highlight the second match, we have Griffin versus Global Esports, which obviously we have quite a bit of fans for Global Esports, and Griffin is one of those teams where you don't have too much data on, but I believe this is still a battle of, I wouldn't necessarily say question marks, but it makes you wonder, right? This is finally the chance for Global Esports to set the tone and say, hey, we're here to show up and we're here to stay. And Griffin Esports, this is where they kind of have to, well, you know, show what they're made of.
And we will see what exactly they're made up tomorrow. But unfortunately for today, for day one here in the Asia Pacific Challengers, we have to bid our farewells. And on behalf of the English broadcast as well as the regional broadcast that is happening all across the Asia Pacific region, I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raph. We bid you all a good night, and we'll see you all tomorrow for more action here at the Asia Pacific Challengers.
Step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, made for a great patience. 200 every occasion, going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there,